Heyo folks, and welcome back to the channel. We are today getting back into the California versus Monica Sementilli trial. Brief recap. In 2017, Fabio Sementilli, a celebrity hairdresser, employee of a big hairdresser thingy, making lots of money a year, was murdered by the lover of his wife. Since then, the lover of his wife has been convicted. To this day, he says, hey, she didn't do it. She had nothing to do with it. It was all me. Then, last year, the state of California found the co-killer, a Mr. Austin, in Washington state. They found him, they interviewed him, they arrested him, they put him in a jail cell with an undercover cop who gave hints and tips to this Mr. Austin. This is what you should do so you can go home instead. So he snitched. And so for 7 years, the only thing new in this case against Monica Sementilli that made them bring this to trial is this snitch, Mr. Austin, the guy who actually killed Fabio Sementilli, together with the lover of Monica Sementilli. And after he testifies in this trial, he gets to go home. A known murderer gets to go home because he testifies against Monica Sementilli. So you might imagine, she's a hoe, cheating hoe, all of the above. But is she a killer? That is what this trial is about. And so welcome to the show. We left off on day 3. Nothing spectacular happened. So I went in and pre-checked a bit on day 4. This is the lead detective in that case. He is now retired. And the entire, up until now, of his testimony, it's just more pictures, more things about the crime scene, not really stuff that were against Monica Sementilli. So there's no need for us to go through that, in my personal opinion. But what's interesting and what we are going to listen to now is the interview between him and Monica Sementilli. I have sound booster on, closed captions on, and let me go, make myself bigger again. This is a recap of the entire week, and how I usually do this when I need to compress a whole week into one stream is interesting parts and cross-examinations. So that is what this stream is about. Because seriously, the prosecution in this case is so long-winding. So let's get to it. And hello, by the way. Welcome here to this Saturday evening, USA time, Sunday morning, Swedish time, and if you are in Australia or Vietnam or Japan, then it's Sunday midday or even afternoon. So let's get to it. Yeah, they don't show this stuff in this trial. We can only hear it.
If we had sleeping a little bit longer.
Let me know if sound is okay.
So what I want to do is I wanted to kind of do a walkthrough, kind of retrace everything that happened. And then I'll do the same thing with Jessica as well. And then eventually Bella as well, just to make sure, we got they put so many different swabs of different areas in here. I can't submit, 145 swabs at once and expect them to get it back to me. They just won't let me do it. I have to do handfuls at a time. So a lot of this is figuring out what ones I need to submit. Because pretty much I think, hopefully not, but most of these things are fine. So I got to kind of determine what I should look at first. So if we can go out front, take it from when you got home.
Do you want to go to the garage, or that's what
Yes,
we came
yes,
from?
yeah, go to the garage.
I just wanted to say something that happened last night, and I was talking about time, we were talking that my family and his work friends have been getting Facebook requests from Fabio yesterday. And so they obviously call us right away. I don't have Facebook, so we don't even know. And they would say hello. And when my nephew wrote back, who is this? Like, what's going on? They deleted the page. But then they reported it, and I think Facebook is looking into it. But who would do that?
Yeah, right.
Profile page.
Yeah, I've never heard of that actually, but interesting.
So some of the people, so Bobby, you're at Facebook.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what's his Facebook?
Jessica, what's that Facebook? A name or an account? What's his name?
Okay. There's no dot or anything, about this. Okay, and then, so who actually got requests from his Facebook?
Well, I don't know everybody, but my nephew, Daniel Chilo Toronto.
What's his name?
Daniel.
Okay.
Chilo, that's his nephew. And then, so Dana, somebody from Lower Canada, her at work got it.
Okay.
My friend Deb got it, but she said, I just delete them because I get so many hacked Facebook requests.
Yeah.
And I already know that people, their pages wrong.
I think that's what it is. I think people know that he died, maybe the random names are at Facebook page, and they have a way of doing that. But I'm gonna find out how that's done. So.
It was an actual request, like a friend?
Yeah.
It wasn't just like a suggestion or?
No, it was a friend request too, obviously his
From
contacts.
Right.
His contacts, yeah. I don't know how many got it, I told him, keep me posted, whatever, so.
I'm sure people are just screwing around, if they got a way to do it, and if they can find something. Okay, is there any other social media besides Facebook?
Twitter, LinkedIn, I think he's everywhere. We didn't realize how worldwide he was.
Did he have like a agent or a PR person or someone that would manage the social media at all?
I probably his assistant at work would help him, but I know he was, interviewing making sure he does one thing.
Oh,
But to responding to things, I'm sure his assistant helped him, that's how it works.
Who was this?
Alicia Truesdale.
Alicia?
Yeah, Alicia.
And was she just his assistant, the personal assistant, or was she?
His executive assistant.
Okay, so she didn't work for anyone else, just.
Oh, I'm sure she worked with people there in the office.
Okay, okay, she took care of a lot
All
of
of
things.
that is, the child is everything.
Okay. And then have you had anything on your social media at all, any contacts, any?
I have Instagram, that's what that my kids made me get, because I think I'm the only person with one that doesn't have Facebook.
What's your Instagram?
Monica _Sementilli.
And you haven't got anything weird on that?
No, it's just random.
Right, okay. Okay, what's the start?
Okay. I think this transfer is going to come to you, take the card, and you just don't want it here anymore.
How did you use like the card throughout? Get it back in?
Oh, no, it's always inside this one.
Always inside this one.
Oh my God, we didn't close the windows.
Oh, yeah, I want to get a picture of the card.
Did you always park it right in the middle too, or was it?
Yeah, like here.
Okay. Was not the
It's
side.
always up halfway there too.
Okay.
We always come in through here, always. I checked everywhere, there's no papers of that stupid DDR thing, I checked every cupboard, I checked all these little areas, there's nothing.
Did you guys do DVR yet, or?
No, but State Farm's gonna come in, they're gonna replace all these things.
Okay.
I think you could just plug it in.
I would think so, I mean, unless they requires that or something like that.
Okay, so these park just like this in the middle. Alright, so you've gone to Ralph's and then Target, or Target and Ralph's?
I went to the Home Depot. I may have left Target first.
Okay.
Then that's it.
And what did you get at Target? What were you shopping for? I don't remember.
Well, after I shopped around, looked for some clothes and shoes, I went to the pharmacy area, I came home with shaving cream, razors, a loofah, like big bathroom stuff.
Okay, these last like you guys
Yeah,
at Target.
yeah, and then Ross, I bought wine, I think I got tomatoes, things that I needed for dinner that, he, I was dinner that.
Okay. Alright, so Target and Ralph's, those things, and then straight home from there?
Yeah, and as I came home, I saw the Fiat on the side of the road, I said, oh, Bella's already home. Because I knew she had to get her glasses, and I pulled in, and as I was watch open, even if I would kill them, I always leave the watch open. But this car wasn't here.
Okay.
So I walked out, I walked into the door, actually the door was cracked open a little bit, and I can hear her saying, Dad, Dad.
Okay.
So I ran in and.
So did you park pretty much right where you're at, like,
Yeah,
on the black truck?
I was not here.
And you got the black truck that night, you parked where it's at, right? Okay. When you came home, was the gate open?
Yes,
It was already open. Yeah, it was where?
right here, on the parking side.
Okay.
Where left handed, that's where she parked.
Okay, so just do the looking out to the right of the driveway. Okay. And we talked about before, gates usually open during the day?
They were, they're closing now, but whatever.
Okay.
Especially, we're home, we leave, we always close the gate, like when there's no one home.
If everyone leaves, you close the gate. Last person leaves, you close the gate.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's open during the day.
Otherwise,
Come and go. Horses always parked in the garage?
yes,
Okay. Is it always parked right here?
always, and here is the Mustang, that's why she always parks the road, boards, Fiat and Mustang on the road, because then they always fight who's gotta get out first.
All right, so whoever gets in here, the other person parks on the street. Okay. So you came home, you parked, you hadn't got any phone calls from anybody?
This is right after the murder, and I'm a bit concerned over the how casual she talks. I mean, her kids are also being interviewed about this event, and I hear no distress whatsoever. Now, that doesn't mean there is no distress. Everybody reacts differently. But in the ears of the jury, they might wonder, why don't we hear any distress?
Or,
Oh, Bella, just Bella, she's not on my way to get my glasses.
Okay.
And I think I was in the parking lot of the house, or getting in or out of the car, and I said, oh, okay, I'm on my way home too. I didn't think she'd make it home before me, and unfortunately, she did.
Okay, so you came in, gate was open, you parked, the garage is open, horse was obviously not there. And you came into the garage. Okay, and do you notice anything unusual? Did you notice the yard missing? Did you notice any blood on the ground or anything like that?
No, all I heard was dad, so it was kind of
Okay.
ran in there.
So you ran or you walked?
Oh, God, I don't remember,
That's okay.
but probably as soon as I heard it, I started running, but
This one was cracked.
yeah, just a little.
About that far or so?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and it was dark, like no lights.
But no, okay, so you came in.
I went this way, I saw the door open, they're screaming, they brought my bags, and I ran up. And
Okay, right
yeah,
here.
right here.
Okay, and then you ran out.
And I ran out, and that's when I saw her trying to pick him up because she was on the phone with the,
So the door was open?
yes, all the way.
Okay, you came out here.
Yeah.
All right, relive this with you. But,
We did it every day.
okay. You saw Bobby up here?
Yeah, on the ground, and you go over on one of the pillows, which is now gone.
Okay, on one of the chairs?
Yeah.
Okay, and then where was,
Bella was here, leaning over on a chair, she was here, the phone was there on speaker 901,
oh, okay,
and she was trying to pick him up, and they kept saying, pick him up, so I was just freaking out, and she was being the adult.
Okay, so the chair was not there before.
Yeah.
Something like that, right?
I know that he was leaning on a chair, and he was leaning on the
It
ground.
was about right here, that's the way I remember it. So he was here, was she on the left side or the right side?
No, I was there, I ran this way, she was
You
here.
ran through here, you ran around.
I ran that way.
Okay, so you came around the full side
Yeah,
and you saw in there, you saw the blood.
yeah.
Was she actually trying to grab him and pick him up?
We did together, because they said, turn him over, and we couldn't. And we picked him up, and smoke came out, and I think it wasn't the bar.
Oh,
Like, the smoke coming out, the fire was on, and
uh,
I think the TV was on.
okay. And so did you, well, when we found that he was still down, did you like partly lift up and couldn't get him?
We could not pick him up.
Okay.
And then, I guess, it was just everywhere, so,
So you got blood on you?
Yeah.
On your hands?
yes.
I imagine Bella did as well.
But we had a lot more than me.
Okay, all over. And then, did you guys at some point say, you know what, Dad,
No,
nothing to do,
because
or?
they ran in the door, I don't know if it's paramedics or the police or the
The
firemen,
firemen
I
got
don't
there
know.
first.
Yeah, and they just pulled us off and made us leave.
Okay, so they were saying, you guys came back around here. Did you know what way you came through?
I don't know what way I came back, but I know we were like this.
Right, so
Pretty
both
sure.
of you came back through here.
Yeah.
Right? And you were wearing the shoes that you're wearing,
I ran shoes.
you're running shoes,
Yeah.
the same ones that we talked to you in the room,
Yes,
right? And then
yeah.
we get a picture of the shoes.
I think someone looked at under my shoes.
Yeah, we saw the shoes. Bella,
A pair of boots missing, those are dollars.
those are Bella's,
Yeah.
okay, those are right here.
Yeah.
So you guys came back in, now you dripping blood at this point from him, or did you have that much blood on you that you remember?
My hands were full of blood. One of my knees, not dripping on my clothes, and I was sitting on my shoes, because we did walk back in here and my shoes are dirty.
And then so you guys both came in, all the way inside, did you stay here and?
Well, they pushed us in and made us sit right there
Okay,
and not
so
leave.
just you and Bella still, right? You came in, and then where did you guys go?
Right there, those two chairs on that side and made us sit.
So you walked through here?
Yeah.
And,
We sat there.
okay. Now who arrived next as far as family and friends?
Who did we call next? We called Deb to get Jessica here,
Okay, so you called them.
and my friend Elise.
Elise?
Elise, yeah.
Who's Elise?
She's one of my gym friends.
Okay, how do you spell her name?
Elyse.
Okay, so you called.
Bella texted her from my phone, she texted
Okay,
Elise.
so you like, call Deb, tell her to get
Yeah,
Jessica here, call my friend Elise,
yes,
tell her to come.
yes, she came,
Okay.
she came.
Any reason you wanted Elise here, or just the?
Just the two first, what girls I think of are them two.
Okay, all right.
I didn't call his family until we were outside.
Bella texted your.
And then while we were here, that's when they looked at our shoes, or my shoes.
Who did?
Police, I think, or the fireman, I don't know who it was. And, so then we left to look, and they looked here and they said no, so I guess it was because Bella had blueprints, because she came in to get her phone to call. And I don't know if,
Maybe she came in, oh,
She-
the first one out there,
yeah, this is what she remembers, that when she went up, she saw, ran to get the phone, she went to see him, got the phone, and brought it out.
okay,
And
okay.
so I don't know how that's, I think his friends got it, but they were there, they were all through the kitchen. And
Who's, what do you mean, all in the kitchen, who's friends, Bella's?
I don't know, we don't know, but it's like blood stuff. And then they made us, we went through the garage, but we stopped, closed everything, and we went to the front door.
Back up, so you guys came in, you walked through here, you texted Elise, you texted, Deborah, and then, did you remain there?
Yeah,
Okay, so, did anyone else come through the door while you were sitting over here? That, the Elise, the police?
yes, everybody came in through here,
Okay, everyone came through the garage,
everybody, and because it was wide open, I think everyone came this way.
okay,
I don't remember.
okay, so who all showed up?
Just Elise came,
Uh,
and then Deborah, then who came first?
Elise came, Deborah came, who else?
That's it.
Jessica showed up at some point, right?
Oh, Jessica came before everybody else,
Oh,
yeah. Wait a minute, I don't remember. No, Deb came went home to relieve Jessica from babysitting to send her home.
Oh, first ever came here, and then she said, crap, so I gotta get back to
Yes,
watch.
yes.
Okay. All right, then, that's okay, but at least ever Jessica,
Yeah.
the garage was open, they came through the garage.
Yes,
But now, did they go out there next to Bobby's
they
house?
were not, no, they wouldn't let anybody go here.
Okay.
I walked around here because I was looking out the window and they wouldn't let me go from here.
Now, you had, who was the paramedics?
Yeah, everybody, yeah, the police,
Okay.
there's I think 2 or 3 here that, just make sure we stay here. I don't remember, but I think Bella said something, oh no, she asked them, can I go to my room, because she had to get something.
Uh-huh.
And so I think she went there.
Okay, so Bella went to her room.
I think, I didn't ask her, I don't.
Okay, I think maybe she went to her room.
Yeah.
Something like that. Okay. You know what she went there for, or?
I think she went to get, something she needed, this was when we were leaving, she asked me to go to my room, because we left her the front door out, so, and I used the restroom right here, they let me go right here to the restroom. And that was
Okay,
it.
let's show them one thing, like 8 o'clock. I guess this is the time.
Yeah, so we walked in here, and, it was here too, so I think she had to get something in the room, oh, changing clothes, oh, she went for something
Okay,
to bring it out, and I just went in here, and when I came here, and I went like this, that's when I saw everything, I was about to go here, and they moved.
they would let you go in the room. Okay, so what did you do in the bathroom? Did you wash off?
I did not wash my hands until the next day, I would just use the bathroom.
Okay.
And, they let me wash.
Use the bathroom, and then did you come back over there?
No, we walked it, so we're all
You already
around.
had your purse and your keys and all that?
They got it, they came back, they got it for me. Oh, no, that was the end of that was the way end of the night.
Oh,
So
okay.
I know someone went and came in and got me one first.
Oh, okay, you left on the kitchen?
Yes, we got, everything was there, and the next morning, everything was still there.
Okay, so you came in here, you didn't go to your room, you didn't grab some clothes, just came to the staff here by the front door. And then where would, Bella have gone to get changed clothes?
Oh, right here.
Okay, so she came here to get some clothes, all right. Came in down here, all the laundry?
Yeah, just,
Okay, and then when you came out of the bathroom, I mean, did she go to her room and come back out there, or was this the same time you went to the bathroom, she went to her room at the same time, or?
I think she went out the room first.
Okay, changed in her room?
No, because the lady there gave her a change of pants across the street. But I know that they allowed her to come here and then back.
Okay,
I think it was the same time I went to the bathroom. I think it may have been before.
okay, anyway, at some point, she came in the bedroom, got something, you went to the bathroom, and after you left the bathroom, you guys left out here.
Yeah.
Now, who was here? Jessica was also here, Deborah was here, and Elise was here that whole time?
Not Deborah, because she went home back to her shop.
Okay.
I don't remember if Elise now was waiting outside or she was in here with us. I think maybe she was, and we all left.
And we left here to the front door?
Yeah.
And you just walked downstairs, and you walked right over to the secretary's across?
No, we just waited at the end of the driveway until.
Okay, we're outside the gates?
Yes.
Okay, you wait out there. So, going into your master bedroom,
Yeah. We asked her to.
Yeah.
Hey, Wednesday from Australia. Welcome to the show.
Yeah.
But when you went to the bathroom, you put down here and you stopped,
Where are you all from? Who are here now? You all at Rumble and the X. Tell me.
Everything was spick and span.
Yeah.
What was in this drawer right here? The other side drawer was.
Well, now it's all a mess, they threw
Sure.
everything back in, but, we had, here is where we had, what is this? We had, money here and here, and different currencies.
Right, you said Euro, Canadian, and US currency.
Yeah, and they may have been separated by a white envelope.
New
They're not
Zealand in
in
the
the
You
house.
have the money.
This one here, but I know sometimes you keep, a little stack here,
Okay. So the far right drawer had the big chunk,
the big chunk of money.
and then the drawer right next to it on the left.
We
may
had
have money.
some money, like, going, sometimes I need money for shopping, go in here and take 100 or something.
And all that was done when you got back in the house and.
Yes.
Okay. And then what do we have, and then what do we have over here? You have, I noticed that all these drawers were pulled out or were open.
All the clothes, yeah, all the clothes on the floor, but I don't know why it was there. This was over there, and
Wait, was that on top of this table?
yes,
Can it moved by whoever did this, or it was, that's what you keep it?
no, we kept it here.
Okay.
I found it there, and I had a top shelf and the top shelf was missing.
The whole shelf is missing?
Oh, yes, yeah.
So you're missing the shelf? Huh?
Yeah.
All right, let me get a
It's
picture of that.
wood and red velvet like this. This might be a piece of it.
And you never found, you cleaned up and you never found it?
Oh, no, I picked it up. It still has all
So,
the
so if
stuff.
someone took stuff out of here, they actually took the whole shelf.
I guess, I know. Pillowcases are missing.
We took pillowcases.
Yeah, but he asked me if I had removed one because they didn't take it back. Here's one.
There might have been one missing and then they took two that had
Yeah,
maybe a
yeah.
vaccine on or something like that, okay.
Um,
So where was,
One of the reasons why this is being played is the prosecution is trying to get to the jury with this is the different stories Miss Sementilli have been telling throughout the years. But I'm not so sure it's really that different that they makes it out to be. But that's just my opinion.
your expensive drawer? You said in this expensive drawer.
well, they just took a few pieces. This is not really the good stuff. The good stuff is with my stuff in there in my walk-in closet.
Okay, so the stuff in here is just costume jewelry, you did have jewelry in here?
I did have jewelry, like I said, his pocket watch, a black watch, and then just pearls. I'm gonna get $500. They're not like my gold and my diamonds and all that. Some
Okay.
silver bracelets.
Now he had a pocket watch.
Yeah,
Did you know what brand or anything like that?
he bought that in an antique place before we were even married.
So pocket watch mean those ones got a little chain on it and
This one didn't have a chain. It was just a pocket watch.
or one of those round ones you
Yes.
can open.
Yes, it looked like it was the brass old, but I think it was gold.
It's an antique kind
Yeah,
of, okay.
really antique. And he used to use it, he used to be a stage artist for these companies a long time ago. I worked with him for many years, and he used to, I'll have all these get-ups and different costumes, and that was part of one of his. When he got it, I haven't seen it. It's been buried for the last maybe 18 years, and he's never worn it, but I know that's missing.
What else do you know is missing from there?
Okay, so he has a black watch that is not real, it's probably $400 or $500, that's a knockoff kind of watch.
So it has a black face?
Yeah, it's like one of those, diver watches,
Okay.
things.
Oh, okay.
I don't know the name. I'm almost looking at recent pictures coming on in there.
Diver style black watch.
Yeah.
Put a rubber black band
Yes,
on.
yeah. And they didn't take, he was wearing his Rolex, and they didn't take that.
Right, okay. And then you said pearls, rings, or anything?
Yeah, no, mine, oh yeah, but those are all just costume jewelry.
How many, like, how many rings, how many necklaces, how
No,
many?
I can't now remember rings, so I'm gonna say, two necklaces, maybe one pearl, and one is like just a going out little thing, gold, with a long, just like a long gold bar, it's not really gold,
Okay,
it's just like
like a gold necklace,
Yeah.
gold colored
a
necklace?
gold chain,
Okay.
and, just pearls.
One pearl, one gold chain necklace.
Just some, silver bracelets, anklet, like from vacations and stuff, they're probably like silver, it's not, this is not the good stuff, which, they took a lot of the gold earrings,
Mhm.
maybe 4 pairs of different kinds, they're gold color.
But they're not gold.
No. I say they took it because I can't find it, I don't know, but they
Right,
took,
right.
but obviously the shop is missing too.
Okay, so all this stuff is pulled out, I didn't see anything open over here, I didn't see any of this stuff open here.
I came in, that was open, but just a couple of clothes on the floor, nothing was pulled out of there, this was, everything was all over the floor.
Are those the ones you said you were wearing that night?
No.
Okay.
I
Yeah, we got a picture of those, I don't know if we got a picture or not, but I think we got another one. Where, and then also where were, quality procedures, but where was the good stuff?
Oh, here.
In the locker closet. Okay.
I don't think only have savings.
I didn't see anything for it. Okay. We should hold this one together.
It's black all over the floor, I think it's from the,
Prints. Let me see the thread. And you have a safe.
yeah, here. Money, yeah, I had $4,000 talking to me in the hotel,
Okay.
he keeps his gun in there,
Okay.
but he will just like, over the holidays, machine gun with my nephews and they're visiting. And when I came the next morning, it was in the case at the top, now my cabinet, my neighbor, my kids didn't want it.
So the gun case was up here,
Yeah.
behind you?
Yes, the top is blue,
Okay.
and but usually he takes out of the case and just puts only that gun in there.
So I can just put the box up
The
here.
hospital said, I think, we had people here, and I guess we'd like to say,
So afterwards, you got in a safe, you saw the gun wasn't there, right?
yeah.
You checked the case, it was in there.
Actually, the next morning, whoever I walked in here with,
Yeah.
was another, so, and I looked up and I said, there it is. So then he asked if I wanted him to take it, but my neighbors were here cleaning up for me, and I said, I give it to Mike to keep, because I don't know if I want to get rid of that.
Okay. Was anything disturbed in here?
When I came in, I just saw the door, a lot of black prints, so I think there's still, she wants it, was a black footprint here,
Okay.
but that's, that's it, I don't remember if there was a mess in here, but I don't think so. I don't remember.
That night, when you come home, you never came in here? They wouldn't be coming in here?
Oh,
right?
no,
So
I
you didn't come in here?
didn't, no, I didn't come in here.
These doors over here, what's the situation with the sliders? Are they always closed and locked? You
Well-
have them open during the day for fresh
We
air? or-
have them open. I wish I could say lock all the time, but we don't, because that's how we use chairs over here, because when the girls have their friends over, we go outside, they don't want us around, so we come out and stay, and we sit here. He has one coming out of his room, I call it his room, because he snores, so he sometimes sits in that room.
Oh, he snores.
Yeah,
I do.
no, I used to complain and now.
Yeah,
So these are always, we always go in and out of here, but sometimes we'll sit here. Oh, and I just saw this when I opened these blinds. That's broken. That's never been broken. It's that fence, ever. I've never
you
seen
talking about
it.
the wood part?
Yeah.
Right now?
I'm just saying, I didn't notice it.
How do you open this door? So that day,
To be honest with you, I think that may have been one of us that was looking down the hillside.
Oh,
And I think,
okay.
I remember seeing someone step onto that.
Oh, okay, so I didn't see it.
Yeah, I think it's actually kind of rotten through.
okay, well, small nail can hold that.
Yeah.
I think if someone put their foot on it to look down,
Okay.
they might,
Yeah.
Do you know where it came from? Do you know what it came from?
The reserve is every investigation, I can't tell you stuff that we're working on, or stuff that we've deduced, yeah, that would have got everything. So these doors are normally shut, but
Not necessarily locked.
you coming out of here,
Yeah, more so this one, she barely uses her door, that's probably always locked, but these two are closed, just not always locked.
right, so you have two sliders to the master, and that one's to the,
Second bedroom, and that's Isabella's bedroom.
that's the down there, okay. Anyway, this would have been left open during the day, right?
No, oh, this, I would never leave this open.
Okay, so-
Like, open, sometimes there's a screen, but in summer, not, it's been so cold, I would never
Right.
open this.
All right, so this should not have been open. Okay. And are these the interior plantation shutter doors? They're usually open or closed or?
They're usually closed, but during the day, I open it to get some light.
Right. Around here,
Yeah.
these doors here, are they usually unlocked?
Yes, I never have them locked until we just want to change the locks.
So this door can't be locked, right?
That one isn't locked, it's that one
Those
that's locked.
That one's locked. Normally it's not locked, but you've been keeping it locked. you said?
Now we have, yeah,
These doors would have shut,
yeah, closed. Now they're actually really tight, I don't know if that's from the rain.
the
but-
water. I think we'll extend a little bit. Okay.
I'll try to do my best, sir.
You talked about, just kind of you other girls heading from Deacon into food or food or. The one thing about the house, everything was almost completely immaculate condition except this one area.
I think they knew this, that there's something in this room, if they knew that.
Had you ever had anyone over that saw you going here?
No, he loves entertainment. This house is full of people. Every night, if possible, he would have a party every night. He just loved being out there and everybody, whether it was work or work friends or my friends, there were always people here. But no one comes into my room.
Okay,
I mean,
no reason for anyone.
there's no reason for that.
He could have maybe come in here, oh, let me get you some money and pull the door open, they might have been right there, I mean. Probably not, as far as you know. And you don't have to be close enough to you, like, oh, the money's in the top drawer, go in there and just grab me 20, grab me the assistant, or.
Oh, no, that, no, but, you know, like, my friend's dad, when I was in the house, my friend, she comes to take care of things. No, we can trust her with my life, that's not. But I don't know.
Alright, what about your girls? Jessica, go get a 20 out of the drawer, go get it, whatever. You know, you
No.
go out, go.
When they need money, he or I would give to them, they don't, I mean, I think they knew we had my hair, but not that much.
Right, okay. Let's see, right here. I didn't talk over it, it was on,
I mean,
yeah, you know, on your clothes?
just on my knee and my hands.
Okay, did you keep those pants at all, or just go away?
No, I wash them.
You wash them?
Gray.
Okay, you got a man's blood out, you still have those pants? Okay.
Didn't check, but I'm sure it came because we're dark gray, so you can't see it.
Okay. So they go back to, I didn't leave, there was no mopping, or cleaning, or you didn't wipe anything down. I just gotta ask.
When I came in?
No, yeah, when you guys were here.
Oh, no.
No, okay. Because some of the things that, they took swabs, there might have been some places here. Not so much footprints through there, but some blood. I know there was a drop of blood right here. There was blood over here. I'm trying to figure out, that you guys coming in and out, they still have part of the club.
I don't know about there, because I don't know if fellow had
Right.
all that blood or if she was still on when she went to the
Right.
I don't know.
And then you said the other thing, you did clean, so the counters here, when I came here, the counters here were pretty clean, there was a bottle of vinegar right here.
Yeah.
Should that have been there?
No, the liquor was the same.
Okay, there's, I'm saying, that was unusual for the bottle of vinegar.
Yes.
Okay. And I think there was some blood through here, there was blood on this back door. Now, when you come from here, you come inside, and you sat at the table, but you never came back out through here after the event, probably?
I don't remember, I don't think so.
Okay.
That's the other thing.
Okay, so,
I did see blood here because, I just cleaned it last week, my sister was here. This is all black, and there's a smudge of blood.
I know they did find some blood
Yeah,
on the door, on the staff door. You don't remember if you touched anything?
I think so. I don't remember, I don't know if there was any prints here.
Okay. So at any point before this incident, 4 or 5 years ago, do you have any friends or family or you, or did you guys cut yourselves at all? Is there any way that anyone would know that's been in the house cut themselves and would have left blood at any of these places?
I have no way of knowing that. I don't think he had any tests. I cut myself all the time in the kitchen, but not that I would go touching things, but.
I know your friends or family, hey, I cut myself, whatever.
Oh, like I said, we had a lot of family holidays, I don't know.
You would have noticed.
I had what I've seen, and I opened the store,
Right.
there's
Right.
something on it.
Or even if there was blood in the garage and they would have cut themselves out here, you have a gardener.
We do, but they don't ever come in the house. They've never been in my garage. Now, he was working on that power washer and he broke it.
Okay.
So that's why I had to go get it to get fixed. And I think he, I know he had his hands full of either black or gasoline, whatever, I don't know if he cut himself.
I was working on gardener.
Yeah, I think the day before that.
Oh, your husband works
Yeah.
at gardener?
No,
Oh,
Probably broken, but you don't know the injuries.
I don't, that's what I'm just trying to think. That's the only thing I could think of him doing something that may, I don't.
You had parties where someone cut themselves, get something out of the garage, on glass, and could have left blood in the garage.
We had a lot of parties, I had a lot of guys come to help him off his friends stacking wood, I don't know if they got that.
But no one close to you, your family, your friends.
Not
Do
that I
you
know
remember, I
of.
got my stuff, or
No.
did any of Fabio's friends or family drive, or did anyone allowed to drive the Porsche?
Drive it, I don't know, my brother-in-law was here, and they went, cruising around, so I don't know who drove, but I know they've been in it, his friends have been in it. I think I've been in it once, and the girls once.
As passengers,
I
no.
can't.
Have you ever?
Oh, I drove when he brought it home, he was trying to teach me.
When did he exactly bring it?
Before Christmas, maybe 2 weeks before. report on the date of the purchase.
So the day you sign.
Oh, I think I have it on my text messages, and I didn't delete it, I might have the date.
It was a pretty good price possession for him though, I mean, he's
Yeah.
pretty proud of it, I'm
He
not sure.
waited a long time for that.
You look in both parts.
Yeah.
Visual.
Yeah, and, should be in there.
So the day, the purchase day, would have been the day you brought home.
Yeah, wait, then you drove, I assume. Yeah. Is that the day he came home with it?
I'm not sure.
Is the picture at home or at the dealership?
Oh, wait, no, he came home with it on December 3rd.
December 3rd.
Did you hear that?
December 3rd.
December 30th is what day?
The day you brought home.
December 3rd. Okay, so yes, December 3rd, that was almost 3 weeks before.
Yeah.
Did he go on any trips out of country from December 3rd till January 23rd?
Oh gosh, he traveled all the time. I don't think he did, but I don't know if he had his calendar or, it was, if it did, it was just a weekend one. Sometimes he's gone for 10 days, sometimes he's gone for 5 days.
So you think if you did go somewhere around holidays from December 3rd to January 23rd, it was only for a weekend?
Yeah, no, okay, by Christmas to, what happened, he didn't travel anywhere. He had people come here.
From Christmas to
Yeah.
23rd, January
He
23rd?
never traveled.
Okay.
It was before, if anything, it was before that.
So it could have been between December 3rd and Christmas that he may have gone on a trip.
On a weekend trip, maybe.
During any of those trips, I mean, did you allow him to have a car? Did you go out with anybody in the
Oh,
car?
no.
Did you allow any of his friends to drive his car when he wasn't here?
No.
Hey, your friends, hey, let's take that one out.
No.
No.
I wish I could drive it, but I can't.
Clutch.
Yeah, he was trying to teach me, and the first day we were at home, just I was in the car.
It's probably not the easiest clutch learn how to drive a car, but.
No, because I used to do it a long time ago, when I was like, I'll take the F-150. Oh, he just got the plates in the mail, registration.
Oh,
Yeah, the 2 days after.
How long you guys been in the house for?
May will be 4 years. Yeah.
Okay.
I just like staying up.
It'll probably go off on delay. Chew your phone.
So look.
Yeah.
Plenty of room to walk. Just show that you can get persevered. No, it's okay. You said you have electrical problems a little bit, but not that day, like you had power that day, right?
Oh, yes, yeah. It was only this kitchen that was dark. Everything else was
Yeah, we know
And
why
then-
no interviews of Zachariah was used at trial. The prosecution didn't want to use it because it would show they were lying about what Zachariah said in them. And judge approved of they not having to play the recording. And the defense couldn't play the recordings because, well, if you want to hear from Zachariah, put him on the stand. So it's a lose-lose situation. It was a lose-lose situation for Zachariah Anderson. It was that all the time.
The next morning, Mike came to the boxes, 2 boxes, and turned it back on.
Okay, all right. Okay. So knowing that you know, you were here, use the sink or wipe anything down, because it looks like there was some blood around the sink.
I mean, he was home, so I don't know what happened. I don't know what he did. I'm pretty sure it wasn't him. So
And we talked about knives before.
Yeah.
All the knives here. Obviously, the stabbing, check
yeah,
knives, so,
there is only one missing from this set.
okay,
From when we first got it, I think he had brought it to the garage the day I never saw it again.
okay, so that's a missing replacement.
says sharp object, so it's a knife, obviously, it's probably.
I mean, it could be any kind of sharp.
Can I ask you if you think, or if you know,
This would have been much, much better if this court allowed the law and crime to actually see the monitor, so we could actually see what was going on. But this is what we have.
do you think he fought back? Do you think there was a struggle?
Again, I can't discuss details. Just know that we got things under control, that we are making progress, and that's gonna be nice to be able to sit down with you and tell you everything, but now's not the time to discuss, stuff like that. And if I need an opinion on something and ended up being wrong, then, it's with that also. So just, because things get discussed and talked about and shared, and I don't want stuff out there, I don't want theories floating around that aren't substantiated, or anything like that. So, and then, any of the detailed stuff, like we're asking you about and pointing out, I wouldn't discuss everything, but, who knows if this is not, this burglary crew, something else, if it's someone that had a bone pit with him through work, whether it's someone, at a cigar shop.
I can almost 100%, I can guarantee, she has not one enemy.
Yeah.
Not one.
So finding out.
Yeah.
So, I have no fun reason to feel comfortable in it. Okay, well, we can do the same walkthrough with Jessica.
Sure, I'm gonna have a cigarette.
Okay, sure.
Did you want a coffee or?
No, good, thank you.
Hey, please tell me the
In going over
Nope. more
like
interview.
all this DNA stuff that they have in the car and whatever like that, I was just asking Jessica, friends and things like that, who might drive the car. She mentioned, you did mention Elise. You mentioned Elise?
Elise is my friend.
That call that came?
Yes.
Okay, and then who else is part of that group? Gym friends or?
Oh my gosh, yeah, all my gym friends.
So who are your, Elise is your best?
Well, she's one of the leads. There's Faye.
Okay.
I'm just thinking of people, gym friends that actually, been to the house. The girls, they're the only ones who have been to the house. And then after all my gym friends came, but
So prior to Fabio's death.
Yeah.
The only gym friends within your house are who?
probably Elise and Faye.
Okay, who else is part of that group?
Oh my gosh. Let's see,
Guys in.
Paula, Robbie's a lead director for a rec hall.
Rob.
I wasn't actually.
What's Rob's last name? What's Paula's last name?
I don't know.
You know his last name?
I have to look up.
That's okay. That's okay. I need
I don't even
to
know Faye's last name.
Okay. So Paula, Rob, Elise, Faye, Sheila.
Sheila, but she's never really been here before. She came after to pay respects.
So before Fabio's death, had Sheila never been here? Had Paula ever been here?
No,
Had Rob ever been here?
no,
Never been here before. Fabio's.
no, I don't think so.
Faye been here before?
Yeah,
Okay, so out of all those, you said that Elise and Faye have been here.
yeah, as far as I can remember.
Okay, so, and then Deborah had been here off and on, she mentioned Deborah.
Yeah.
She mentioned, we're talking about, driving the car, that Mike, Deborah's husband drove the car before?
I don't know if he did it before, I mean, he did after, because he got the,
Oh, you didn't have
Yeah.
Oh, okay, she mentioned he drove it, maybe that's what she's talking about.
or maybe he didn't. I mean, we see each other
She
often.
said that Mike, Deborah's husband drove the car, and Marco was with him.
Oh, that's kind of.
That's one more thing.
But Grant, my brother-in-law was in the car, I don't know if he drove it when they were here.
Okay.
I don't know, or he may have driven it, that's his best friend, I don't.
So, no way that Rob, Paula, Elise, Faye, or
Oh,
Sheila would have DNA in the car or,
no, I don't, and plus that car was a lot of some reserve, I was thinking, maybe the ladies came, during that time, but I don't, usually we meet at a Starbucks or the gym, or we're training or playing,
and then Deborah's been here, but no more she's ever been.
oh, I think she's like,
Grant, and then what's Grant's last name?
Larson, L-A-R-S-E-N, he's in Toronto. They were just visiting on holiday, he's my sister's husband.
He was around when you had the course before Fabio, okay. And Ernie was around before Fabio was.
Oh, they bought it together, they just were riding together and all that, so
Okay.
that's so he knows so much about it, he's fine stuff.
Okay, that's all I wanted to clear up. And we got the paperwork for that, and the truck is registered to,
Right now it's a fab, and I have to wait 45 days after it's passing so they can switch it to my name.
through DMV.
Through the Ford in Thousand Oaks. So I'm just making the monthly payments, and then
Mail those in?
I actually gonna go online, and because now it's 2 missed payments, I wanna go and pay it. So they'll come take it, and then when it's 45 days, the dealership sends the registration. So we're gonna buy it out.
Oh, did you go out there and?
Yeah, Thousand Oaks Ford. There you go. Just Friday morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You don't have any. That's just the same thing, the ex-boyfriend and stuff like that.
Oh my gosh. No, my boyfriend was my husband.
Yeah,
He stopped me every day.
yeah. And then I asked Jessica this also, boyfriends with her, about having conflicts with Fabio at all? Don't have, all mad, he's kicking out of the house.
Oh, no. No, after they left, he would get mad.
Right.
What are you talking about?
Oh.
But no, absolutely not.
And you don't have any people on any of your social media or trying to get a hold of you or stalking you or anything like that? Like, nothing.
I have been going, racking my brain and coming up with, probably so irrational, illogical things, just trying to make sense of it.
Nothing that
I have nothing.
worth telling me about or that sticks out in your head at all? I just want to cut down, we think we're heading in the right direction with this burglary cruise, there's probably, there's a few cruises.
Like all in this Wells area,
Yeah.
this is why we live here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like we live in,
I actually found one burglary that I believe is the same people. So we're looking into that one as
I
well.
hope they have family. Is this, I mean, I know you sound hopeful, but it seems like it doesn't take
All
forever.
right, this time, yeah, it seems like forever to you, it hasn't even been a month yet. These things can take a long time. Sometimes they're done right away the same day, sometimes they take months, to happen. And the thing with DNA, and I don't even know if DNA is gonna be so far, it looks like everything's being positive, but we only test a certain amount of stuff, you can't give them 145, so, the young letters go a little bit of time, you can imagine every other homicide in the entire city, those typers are asking for their stuff to be done first. And I'm saying my stuff to be done first, so it does take a while, but I don't think these people are gonna come back here. I think, and what happened to Fabio, they're not gonna, wouldn't care if he comes back, probably just me, because they don't want to.
What if, I mean, we want to stay here. I don't, this was his paradise. I don't want him to be here. But I don't know if we can. What if I have to move back to Toronto or whatever, like, is that gonna be okay if we leave?
Well, yeah, no, you do whatever you want to do.
I can't take my daughter out of her high school. I just can't do that. We may sell the house and still live here somewhere in the area, but
Well, yeah, the only thing is for you to figure out your family and stuff that you want to do. Stay here, it's a pretty good area, we have good security here, we got the case,
I know you said the system is old and you can see things, but like backtracking mode has good cameras.
this courthouse had a good camera.
I know, but like where they come from? I mean, other videos.
Yeah, we spent a similar amount of time finding video, and the way things go, it's usually the systems are working, power goes down, they're not the angle, so. they're not
It had to come from somewhere, Ventura, somewhere.
That's exactly what I'm thinking too, but there's all kinds of different ways in there. You go right on well, left on well, you go straight on okay, and then just kind of spider down to the boulevard. So, we've done a lot of work, we have some stuff that we still need to go through. But yeah, it sounds like these people were doing something, knew their security.
Yeah, like if they're just jogging out, why did they take this house?
Right.
Because they didn't see that truck in the driveway, and they thought no one was home, there's no cars here.
Right. Even though Fabio has a TV on the patio looks sweet.
And, yeah, like I know we're sitting here.
Again, remember, this is the prosecution saying she is lying. Look how she's lying about the situation because she was involved. Oh, but on the other hand, she just got her husband was just killed. What else is she supposed to say if she's innocent? So it's yeah. Do I believe she was involved? My instinct says yes, But it's been 7, almost 8 years, and they couldn't arrest her for all that time until they got the co-killer of her husband and got him to agree to snitch on her. So, in my opinion, it's very, very weak. This is an excellent case against the actual killers. Against her, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see.
See, we're standing, you can see,
Yeah.
and the fire was on.
Yeah.
Nobody
So
left, he was in the kitchen. He must have went out, like, went off the wall.
maybe the TV was turned down, or usually have it loud, or?
He usually has it loud. We text him from inside, can you lower the television so we can hear it?
I mean, that's the other thing to think about, you know. Normally these burglars, they don't want to go to a house where someone's home. But they did one of those things where they knew what cars you guys and none of them were here. And they
I
do something.
was this one, we don't know, right?
I don't know if the store locked. We came here, it was open, we came in and out there a lot.
Okay,
So-
everything is perfectly
But
okay.
it almost seems that because these guys were hooded up. as they-
Hey, Sparkysilla, over Rumble.
They knew that this guy's not doing it. Why would you?
Yeah, or you can see all of mine too. You can see there's a camera right there.
Yeah, well, they said they did fit out. And you didn't remember when the manual for it?
No, it's just from the garage. Well, I
We get to
searched
look
all the
through credit card
areas.
receipts, let's find out the randomly of that.
This is going back a while, so I'm gonna, knowing him, I'm gonna look, but knowing him, this is another thing, he always walked around with thousands of dollars in his pocket. For 20 years, I've been giving him shit, don't do that. So I know he pays everybody cash. So I don't know the name of this person, but it be the name of the company, maybe who came. He didn't sell himself,
Right, right.
someone came to put it all together, so.
Maybe there's something in your credit card
Yeah,
receipt, something, after you stop, and just get anything off, because, just in case we end up, time on somebody that's missing on here, so you can't just, take something else, so we still have that. So, okay, that's all, I just wanted to verify that.
Oh, yeah, okay.
All right, we're back to Ernie, and then we'll
Yeah,
get along.
Yeah, I'm leaving on Monday, so Monday, come home Friday.
Okay. You going to? Okay. Yeah, let me know what we have in there, you want, like, website stuff. What's coming up, we think about?
I'm just gonna, I'm just sort of shutting up things. I can't stop it, but if I'm out there and I see that, I will.
What are
Punch in the face.
what are they saying?
Is there ghosts here?
Anyone getting stabbed there, like really bad. My girl's not out here, it was me and my sister. If they heard that,
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll be fighting. Yeah, and if you want to see something kicked out of the yard that'll work.
yeah, I know, we're not actually gonna, State Farm's my next call, because they're, well, they'll probably not get it for me, but they'll get the money for it, so anything else they want to replace and whatever. I don't even care at this point, but I need it. It was always nice to have that screen there, even though we never really had to go use it.
Right.
One time, I think, we woke up in the morning, found eggs in the driveway, rotten eggs, someone threw it out. So we tried to go back and look, but that was the only time we ever had used it. But it was nice to always see the cars coming out, the girls coming in, what time they were going out, we could always see that. So I would like to have it, yeah.
Okay. All right, I think that's good for now.
Please, even if nothing comes out, you can just please call me every couple of days, because I'm.
I'll try to, usually when I get into work, my head's down and we're running, and I got stuff to do every single day, so I may be able to call you sometimes, so if it's done too long, you may call, I'll give you a call, okay? All right, take care.
Thank you.
We'll, talk, sure. All right, okay. Take care. Okay, thanks, guys.
Oh, one minute.
Okay, that was the interview.
Come on, maybe we need a stretch.
Defendant Sementilli and Detective Verna next to Fabio's Porsche Sementilli garage, February 21st, 2017. Maybe margins People's 47.
48.
48. Has a red number 1 in the bottom left corner. A photograph titled Victim Fabio's Porsche Sementilli garage with the same date with a number 2 in the bottom left corner. May it be marked as People's 49.
Yes.
And then a set of 2 photographs titled Victim Fabio's Porsche Sementilli garage, same date with a 3 in the bottom left corner.
Okay, so now some admitting of evidence. Please tell me it is cross-examination.
During the course of that interview, we heard that the garage door opened and
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the cross-examination.
off.
Doesn't seem to be cross-examination that day. So that was day 4. The only interesting thing here was the actual recording. Let's get to day 5. There she is.
It wasn't until I believe
Let's look back.
Both we were in the midst of listening to People's 51. The people may continue.
And continue. This is a long ass.
Last week it was colder than the Antarctic here. Now it's kind of warm. I don't know what it's going to be like tomorrow. So dress like it's winter and summer. Detective Verna, you're still under oath, and the defense may continue.
Thank you very much. Detective Verna.
Let's see here.
President Wexler, why wouldn't you hold out already?
By the way, words, it's not a test.
Both we were in the midst of listening to.
This is cross-examination. This is cross-examination. Yes, Mr. Jingles, I know you're there. I know you're there.
People's 51. The people may continue.
No, that was still the people.
Happening, so,
In addition to what we heard during the recording of
Still the people.
I do show that there was definitely a call.
does it show that there are 3 voicemail messages? At that point,
Still.
phone and Sprint for Robert.
Focused on finding
Oh, here we are.
after the
Now, okay. Finally, cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, Detective Verna.
Detective Verna. Now, this is why I choose to interesting parts plus cross-examination, because in the cross-examinations, we will learn about the weaknesses of the state's case.
Good morning.
Is it fair to say that following the results of the DNA comparison, which you said matched the DNA of Robert Baker, that you were convinced that Mr. Baker was one of the killers in the of Fabio Sementilli?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. And did you arrest him?
He was arrested ultimately, yes.
Well, you found out that his DNA matched, I believe, on February 14th, 2017. Is that correct?
Correct.
That was just a couple of weeks after the murder?
Yeah, roughly 3 weeks.
Okay. And how did you obtain those results?
Well, first we obtained the blood swabs from the house and also the Porsche. They were collected, booked as evidence, requested for processing. and ultimately receive the results back. That's how it works.
And at that time, you had sufficient evidence to arrest Mr. Baker. Is that correct?
I guess you could have done it right away. Yeah.
Well, you had proof that his blood was among, or perhaps all of the blood that was found at the scene, in the car, at the house, in the rooms, everywhere involving the crime scene and this murder. Is that correct?
Yes.
You had no results, or did you, of a second individual?
As far as DNA results,
Yes.
we did not.
Okay. So everything matched Mr. Baker.
Correct.
It matched no other suspect.
Correct. We knew we had outstanding suspects, though.
So at that point, you could have gone out and arrested Mr. Baker
Sure.
and confronted him with the DNA and any other questions you wish to ask him, if you wish to answer them, obviously.
Sure.
You chose not to.
Absolutely.
Okay. You knew there was a second killer involved in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And I assume, obviously, your investigation was focused on finding the second killer as well as Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes.
And between the date of January 17th or 18th, until the DNA results came in, from the day of the murder until the DNA results came in, this was an investigation in which you had no idea at that point who the killers might be, correct?
Correct.
And you had no suspicion involving Monica Sementilli?
No.
At some point, when the DNA results came back for Mr. Baker, did you go to Ms. Sementilli and tell her that we had discovered that the killer, or one of the killers in this case, was Robert Baker?
No.
And the reason you didn't do that is you had some belief that perhaps Ms. Sementilli was having some kind of relationship, affair, if you will, with Mr. Baker. Is that correct?
Well, no, not really. It wasn't until I believe the interview on February 21st of 2017 that there was any inclination that there was an affair happening that I'm aware of. I think that was the first that I knew about something maybe going on.
And that was based on?
Well, when we interviewed Ms. Sementilli, and Jessica was also there. Jessica was the one that told us that Mr. Baker had slept over. She also denied that Baker was ever at the residence. So there was some questions there.
There were some questions there.
Yeah.
And at that point, you could have confronted her, obviously, with that evidence and asked her to explain it, correct?
I mean, there was some effort to make some questions.
Well, I mean, did you ever confront her and say, were you having an affair with Robert Baker?
No.
You asked her if she knew the name of Baker, and she said she thought the name was Robert Baker, correct?
Correct.
And at a later interview with her, she volunteered to you, or in response to a question, that he was a racquetball coach, where she played racquetball at LA Fitness. Is that correct?
I think it was all around the same time. Yes.
Okay. She gave you but you believe was the name, which was in fact the correct name, Robert Baker. And
Yes.
she told you he was a racquetball coach at LA Fitness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So again,
Yeah, they waited 5 months arresting Baker, a known murderer. They let be free, roaming the streets for 5 months before they ultimately arrested him because they thought he would lead them to her. You all let me know if it's easier to let a murderer roam the streets because you want her, or bringing him in and confront him.
and you said at the beginning you had no suspicion about Mrs. Sementilli being involved with Mr. Baker in any way.
Up until that point, no.
Okay. So how much time had passed between the date that you received the DNA results matching Mr. Baker with the blood at the scene and in the car until you received some information, whether it was from Jessica or someone else, that Mr. Baker had been over the house or there'd been some contact with him?
I'm sorry, the date from the DNA hit to the date that we were pretty much advised of there was something going on?
Right. And you said that was based on some conversations with Jessica about him having slept over and so forth.
Yeah, I guess it was roughly 7 days a week, somewhere around there.
Okay. And during that time, why didn't you tell Mrs. Sementilli that the DNA results had come back to match a Robert Baker?
Because it's my responsibility and my partner's responsibility to work this case. So we have a duty to not only figure out who one person is, but to figure out who the second suspect is and if anything else is going on.
Okay. So the second suspect, obviously, you were aware of was the second killer. Is that correct?
Well, what we had a video showing two people running towards the residence. We had a video showing the Porsche leaving with two individuals in the Porsche, and that's what we had.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your investigation initially, when you were there the first day, you had no preconceived ideas as to what had happened here other than tragically one individual had been brutally killed, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you ended up viewing a video tape of somebody or two individuals jogging up Victoria Street from Oakdale. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the person who notified you or supplied you with the information that there might be videotape was Monica Sementilli, correct?
I don't believe she was the only person that told us about videotape. I mean, there's cameras right when you turn that corner. It's very easy to see.
I understand.
So it didn't require someone to tell us necessarily that there was videotape at the corner.
But she did tell you.
Okay.
Is that right?
I believe
You
so.
call and she gave you the name of the,
Yeah.
she mentioned it's a homeowners association.
Mhm.
And she said she thought there were video cameras somewhere around the scene of the murder, correct?
I'll agree with you.
And she gave you the name of some Leslie Hamilton and even a phone number and so forth to contact. Is
Yes.
that right?
Correct.
So she was providing.
Why was that so hard to admit, Officer Werner? I mean, and again, this is what boggles my mind with this case. If she, what is this criminal mastermind? Why volunteer that information?
Providing you with information about cameras that perhaps had videoed or caught the two suspects coming up the street, correct?
Sure. Yes.
And you eventually did obtain those videos, correct?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
There was a residence that was right there that had access to those videos, and they were recovered.
And you know how long that took?
It was that night. We had copies of it.
And were able to view them?
Yes.
Okay. And we've seen the video of those two individuals jogging up the street, correct?
I think the only thing I've seen in court here was a still image of it.
Okay. But there was a video of that as well.
Oh, yes.
And that video showed the individuals, when you adjust for time, and no one's questioning the times that you've given us after the adjustment. It was about 4:18 in the afternoon that you first see the two persons jogging up the street, correct?
I believe you're correct. Yes.
And how far approximately would it have been, if you know, from where they were first seen on the corner there to arrive at the home of Sementilli?
20, 30 seconds, I would say.
Okay. And then at some point, obviously, they had to enter the location.
Correct.
Now, in your investigation, either initially at the scene or sometime thereafter, were you able to determine, or at least in your mind, what route the two individuals had taken in order to get to Fabio Sementilli in the backyard or patio?
Not exactly.
At some point, you believe that they had gone around the back and got him from behind. Is that correct?
That was the most likely scenario. Yes.
Okay. And did you at all calculate about how long it would have taken for two individuals jogging up to have taken that route and confronted Fabio Sementilli?
I mean, if they did it without.
This is a good question. Thank you, Armand. The defense here is, yes, she had an affair with Mr. Baker, but Mr. Baker is the person who wanted her for himself. And in day two, I believe it was the insurance money they had been speaking loudly about, the 1.7 million. She wasn't the majority beneficiary of that money. It was, I believe it was, if I remember correctly, divided in four parts, to the three children and to her. So it's not really 1.7 that would have gone to her. It was more like 350, 400,000 that would have gone to her. So all of a sudden, the insurance money thing doesn't really make sense. And it's a lot of weird stuff in this trial, because he was making good money in the region of $250,000 a year. So having him killed for insurance money to be with a broke ass trainer? With her lifestyle, it doesn't make sense.
Without any kind of waiting, I would assume it'd be very quick.
Okay.
I didn't run it myself to judge.
Now, can you tell us what time it was again that the video caught the Porsche vehicle leaving the residence?
I can look at my notes if you'd like.
If you would, please.
The time the Porsche leaves,
Yes,
correct? 16:53 hours.
that'd be 4:53 in the afternoon.
Yes,
And we know the 911 call was made about 5 o'clock, is that right? Or a few minutes before, do you know?
roughly. Isabella got home about a minute later, so the 911 call went out quickly after that. Yes.
And when you see she got in a minute later, can you place a time on that?
Well, on camera, you can see the vehicle arrive at 4:54, so 1 minute later. So with time to get out of the vehicle, walk into the house, I mean, it's fairly quick after that.
So 1 minute after the two killers leave the location, Isabella Sementilli arrives at the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
That gave the killers about a minute to escape, correct?
Correct.
And Monica Sementilli arrived shortly thereafter, say 5 o'clock. Is that correct?
I have it on the video at 5:03.
Okay. So based on what you previously told us, without any further information, the killers would have had how much time to travel from the front location or coming up the street in the back in order to commit the killing, the murder?
So from the time they are seen on video running around the corner to the time the Porsche is seen driving away, we have, let's see here, 35 minutes, if I'm doing my math correctly.
But you had some additional information regarding a time when Fabio Sementilli was still alive during that period. Is that right?
Correct.
You had information that he had placed a phone call to his company at 4:46 in the afternoon. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure the time. I don't think that sounds correct. I thought it was prior to. Do you have something to show me? That would help out. But I believe it was prior
Well,
to.
you don't have that?
4:30. I don't. Sorry, I don't.
All right, I will find that for you.
Okay.
But rather than do it at this time, let's assume we're talking about 4:45, 4:46.
Okay, I'm not sure that's correct, but go ahead.
I promise you I'll.
Okay.
For the sake of this question, if it is correct, then and he was alive at 4:46, then it would have been only a few minutes after that the murder had taken place, correct?
Assuming that's correct, yes.
And again, by that timetable, the murderers would have had approximately a minute or two to commit the murder, leave the location, and escape.
I'm going to object at this point, because it seems that's not evidence.
You receive this as a hypothetical.
It's an improper hypothetical, Your Honor, because it's not based on fact.
I'm not so sure. It's overruled.
Do you understand the question?
So you're saying no? Repeat it, please.
Assuming the time is correct, that phone call is made at 4:46. You said the Porsche was seen leaving at what time?
At 4:53.
That would have left the maximum, assuming the murder occurred right after the phone call and there was no time in between, about 7 minutes for the murder to take place for them. And then you said there was evidence of cleaning up, correct?
Yes, assuming you're correct. Yes.
Okay. And there was also evidence, you said, of the suspects, the killers, traveling through the house, at least into some of the rooms, including the master bedroom, correct?
Yes, there were red stains throughout the residence, so yes, it appeared that something had happened after the fact.
Okay. So I take it you didn't try to figure out how much time that was. You just understood that it would have taken some minutes for that to occur.
Correct.
When you did your investigation, by the way, at the house, you were there the date. When you did your investigation, you were there on the actual date of the murder. You went up to the bedroom, is that correct? The master bedroom?
Yes.
You yourself?
Yes.
And you noticed some blood stains or red drops of blood in the bedroom, is that correct?
Red stains, yes, sir.
And those, as we heard before, were all categorized and obtained and swabbed by Ms. Hawk, who was the criminalist, one of the criminalists on the scene. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure she swapped every single stain, but she definitely recovered evidence.
Whatever she did, she
Yes, absolutely.
told us.
Correct.
And whatever you found, you made sure that she was aware of, at least. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that point, you had some concern, I assume, that this might have been a no-knock burglary or some kind of a burglary gone bad.
It could have been, yes.
And so you were interested in whether or not items were taken or stolen, removed from the house as part of the burglary?
Yes, sir.
And there was a safe there, is that right?
There was.
And what did you find in the safe?
I wasn't present when the safe was actually opened. I believe that happened in the morning, and it was Detective Bucknell and I believe maybe Gutierrez that were present.
Okay, let me ask this.
Yeah.
You said in the morning.
Yes,
Which morning are we talking about?
the following morning. So my partner and I, when this happens, we're tasked with a bunch of different duties.
Sure.
So I believe it's around 2:30 in the morning. My partner and I left. We have reports to complete. So we returned to our station and began completing reports. There were detectives that remained at the scene while other things were continuing to happen.
Which detectives you call?
Like I said, I believe Detective Bucknell and I believe Detective Gutierrez were present.
And that was the night that you were there?
Well, this is it the following morning. So this will now be the morning of the 24th.
Okay. So the night you were there, you went into the bedroom
Yes,
and saw some ransacking. Is that correct?
correct.
Did you attempt to document what may or may not have been taken? Talking to Ms. Sementilli or anyone else?
So, yes, but Ms. Sementilli was not allowed back in the residence until the crime scene was cleared. So it would be impossible for me to talk to Ms. Sementilli about what had been taken without her actually walking into the room, which wasn't going to happen because we saw an active crime scene.
And that had nothing to do with her being a suspect or anything. You just made sure all the family had been removed from the home, so there was no in any way affecting the evidence there or in any way.
Correct. And I think it's safe to assume, too, that we're investigating a murder. Although property was soon to be taken, the property itself at that point was not the focus. I mean, we're going to get to it, but it's not the focus in that moment.
Okay, but one of your tasks was to determine if this was an actual burglary and just gone bad and the individual was there and they came upon and killed him?
Yes.
Or whether or not this was not a burglary at all?
Sure.
So that night, though, you did not open the safe or ask that it be opened to determine what was in it and what was missing or anything of that nature?
Again, I believe that was on the following morning.
Okay. You left that for Detective Bucknell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me correct myself. The phone call that appears, the message from Fabio Sementilli was at 4:27.
Correct.
That sound better?
It does.
Okay. So it would have been from 4:27 to the time that the Porsche was seen leaving the location at what, 4:53?
4:53.
That whatever occurred between that period of time. Fabio Sementilli was alive at 4:27.
I would certainly assume so.
Okay. As soon as you knew that the Porsche vehicle was missing and had been driven away, was there some, I forget what they call it from my old days of watching Highway Patrol, APB or some notification, look for that car?
So we don't use that terminology.
I know.
But yes, we put it out to the divisions that there was a vehicle taken in a homicide. We put what's called a felony stop on the vehicle. Although in this case, it's difficult. There was no license plate attached to it. It had paper plates. So we put out the fact that there were paper plates on a black Porsche 911, which is a very, I would say, unique vehicle. And then that's how it works.
And did you get any hits on that notification that vehicle had been seen or stopped by any officers or anyone
No.
else? You had checked, I assume, other video cameras in the area?
We did. It was a long process. There were a lot of residences that led up to Ventura Boulevard. So going back to the video, the vehicle's last seen going northbound in Oakdale. Oakdale leads out to, essentially, if you kept going north, you'd run into Ventura Boulevard. However, there's a east-west street called Wells Drive, I believe it is. That's a major artery south of Ventura Boulevard. So if you get to Wells Drive, you can make a east or west turn, or you can keep going north. But if you go east or west, there's multiple routes to get back to Ventura Boulevard. So this made us, this video gathering very tedious.
And did it produce any results, though? In other words, had the Porsche been seen or caught in any video following the time it was seen leaving the residence and going down the Victoria?
As I sit here today, I don't recall, but I do recall that we made multiple attempts, and anything we saw was, as it pertained to our investigation, pretty inconsequential with video recovery.
What do you mean inconsequential with video?
Like as far as the Porsche itself, we didn't recover anything that was going to help us aid in where that Porsche ultimately went to.
But it would aid you in knowing if there was any DNA in the vehicle that matched anyone on the data bank which eventually you said matched Mr. Baker. Is
The
that
video
correct?
itself?
No, to find the Porsche vehicle to obtain any evidence from it.
Right, but you got to understand something.
Sure.
Okay? There's two of us that are working this case, and we have limited time within a day to go out and do all this stuff. So for me to go door knock 10 residences with cameras, it's doable, but that's going to require multiple days just to recover video because I got to watch the video before I can recover it. Correct?
Okay,
So it takes a long time to do this. So it's not something that happens like this.
understood.
Yep.
And your personnel to assist you at that time was limited to yourself and Detective Parshall?
We did have some partners that we work with in our unit. However, they have their own cases. So I can ask them to go out and get stuff. Like we sent them out to LA Fitness and Target and
Let's see here. It's a celebrity hairdresser in a wealthy part of town. It's a gruesome murder where you know there's a Porsche that has left and you didn't get personnel to it. I find that hard to believe. I do believe that's an afterthought because you believed the first couple of days, robbery gone bad. And then it became more interesting. Maybe you believed it would, it's probably just two black guys. I don't know.
Ralph because we had particular time frames we could look at, and generally with their systems, it's easy to recover because they have people that work loss prevention that can assist us with that.
What I'm trying to say is we have another trial with an absolute shabby investigation.
I go to somebody's house, I don't know the system I'm working with. I got to figure that part out. I got to figure out if it's even recoverable. So there's multiple things that go into recovering systems from people's residences versus going to a business.
Okay. So between the night of the killing until the time you got the DNA results, how many days was that, approximately?
I'm sorry, just to make sure I'm understanding this correct. From the night of the killing to the time we got the results, or
Yes.
from the time the vehicle was recovered?
Yeah, the vehicle was recovered how many days later?
2 days later.
Okay. And how far was it from the scene of the murder?
I believe 3, maybe 4 miles, roughly.
And was it in plain view or was it in any way hidden in some way? Did you notice?
It was parked on I would call it a pretty rural residential street in the city of Los Angeles. These are bigger properties, but not well traveled.
Okay. And that car was immediately impounded for evidence to be recovered, if possible, from the interior of the vehicle.
Correct.
And I assume among the evidence recovered was blood from the interior of the Porsche.
Yes, there were red stains inside the Porsche.
Were you present when that was done, or was that done by some other crime lab personnel?
I was present at the impound yard when the recovery was taking place. I believe it was Kwan that recovered.
Okay. And was there blood elsewhere besides the driver's side of the vehicle? In other words, in the passenger
Yeah, I
side?
don't recall. I don't believe so.
What about, obviously, you had a lot of blood from the house, from the garage,
Mhm.
kitchen area, patio area, and so forth.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. By the time you had recovered the Porsche, had you any results yet from any of the blood that had been recovered from the home?
No.
But I take it that was a priority immediately. Is that correct?
It was put in on a rush,
Okay.
but we don't dictate even what that means, or even if we get a rush on a case.
Okay. A rush means that it has to be transferred to what, crime lab DNA.
That we were asking for priority. There's thousands of cases in the city of Los Angeles that are all requesting DNA analysis on their cases, and we are asking for priority.
But this was your case.
It was myself and my partner.
Detective Parshall was designated the lead detective.
That is correct.
And he remained so throughout the time that you worked on the case. Is that right?
I mean, ultimately, it was transferred, I believe, somewhere in March to Robbery Homicide Division.
Okay, but we heard he had unfortunately passed away. That was after the work of you and he on this case. Is that correct?
August 21st, 2019.
Okay. And the arrest took place on?
June 14th, 2017, I believe.
Okay. So for the time in which, after the arrest, did you remain on the case with Detective Parshall?
I was partners with Detective Parshall up until the time of his passing.
And during that period of time, I take it there was obviously an interest in trying to determine who the second killer was. Is that correct?
Yes, as far as the second person seen running up the street, absolutely.
Yes. You believe he was a participant, assuming it was a he, in the murder of Fabio Sementilli?
What we assumed they were in on it together. Yes, I don't know who did what at the time, but we assumed they were in on the crime together. Correct.
Okay. Now, between the time that you were present to examine the crime scene and the Porsche was recovered, or let me say the DNA was matched. What did you or Detective Parshall do to try to attempt to locate or identify the second killer?
Repeat your question one more time, please.
What did you do to try to identify the second individual?
You gave me some date and time frames.
Between the time that you were first there, the night of the killing, until you got the DNA results back identifying Mr. Baker.
Well, it's a little bit loaded question, sir. We didn't have anything. So, we were looking at everything from burglary crews to gang members in South LA. We had no idea what we had. So we were doing everything possible to attempt to find out who either one of those individuals were.
Still operating on the assumption that it could have been a no-knock burglary, correct?
Absolutely.
And that's what you told Monica Sementilli that you were looking for primarily, correct?
Yes, and I want to make sure we get the terminology correct. It's not no knock. It would be knock knock.
Knock knock.
Correct.
Sorry.
Yes.
And knock knock meaning just a random burglary. Knock knock meaning find out if someone's home. You tell me.
Yeah. So at the time of this, when this case occurred, there was, and for years prior and probably years after, there was a series of burglaries were happening not only in the San Fernando Valley area, but in other areas of the city. Essentially, where crews, usually of 3 people, would arrive at a neighborhood. They would go up to houses that I would assume they have checked out before. I'm not sure, but they go up to the front door. They knock on the residence. If there was no answer, they would go around the back of the residence, usually break in through a sliding glass door, burglarize the residence, and leave with the property. They were known as the flockers, but they were the knock-knock burglary crews.
And for how long would you say you investigated that as being one of the possible reasons for the burglary or the killing of Fabio Sementilli?
How long?
Yes, at some point you made a decision that this was not done by knock-knock burglars.
Yeah, I think it was February 14, 2017.
All right.
Yeah.
So you get the DNA results matching Mr. Baker, correct?
Correct.
There are no results matching a second individual.
That's correct.
You get information that Monica Sementilli had not been truthful with you about her contact with Mr. Baker. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I believe you made the statement something it appeared she was a little too friendly with Mr. Baker, correct?
Did I say that?
Yeah.
Oh, when did I say that?
Previously when you were.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, sure. It sounds like something I could say.
Okay.
Yes.
And you had seen a photograph of Mr. Baker being at the family residence. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you said he had a Band-Aid on his finger. Is that correct?
It appeared there was something on his finger. Yes, in one of the photos.
Okay. So that in conjunction with what you had heard from Jessica caused you to believe that Monica Sementilli was not being honest with you about her relationship with Mr. Baker.
Correct.
That she was concealing it.
Yes.
Did you confront her with that?
No.
Object, Your Honor, this has been asked and answered.
It's overruled. This is a good time for our morning recess. Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The evidence advised. See you back in 15.
Yeah, I mean, he's making good points in cross-examination as you knew who the killer was and you still waited. And you knew who he was. 7 days, a full week, you knew who he was before you knew anything about any connection between him and Monica Sementilli. Now, I believe that's a lie. But not that it's, they probably, in my opinion, they suspect, hey, Monica has to have something to do with it. By, a cop's gut instinct. But that doesn't explain why they waited a week to arrest somebody they knew where he was. They had its current address and everything. Why do they have it? Because he's on the registry. Yes. His convicted PDF file. They had everything, and they still waited to arrest him. Not only that week, between when they got the DNA results and the interview with Monica and Jess. Then they waited a further 5 months before they actually arrested him. Just because they had a hunch. What damage could this murderer have done, meanwhile? All right, cross-examination continues after the break and through the magic of recap.
This building, everything goes wrong in this building. Last week it was colder than, it's like it's winter and summer.
Detective Verdon, you testified to, or what was played for you, were a series of phone calls between Monica Sementilli and you or Detective Partial. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there were even more phone calls that you were not privy to because you were on just one side of the conversation and it was not recorded.
Yes.
So is it fair to say that she called many times to ask for an update on the case?
Yes.
And whenever you needed information from her, you called her?
Correct.
And that included some walkways, walkthroughs of the house, again, even after the initial night of the murder. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, many of those phone calls to you had to do with the DNA evidence. Do you recall that?
She was asking for updates. Yes. I don't know specifically. There were times where she asked about what we found in the Porsche, if anything had come back. Yes. So I guess we can assume that's about DNA. I don't know if the word DNA were ever brought up.
Well, the idea was trying to identify the persons who killed her husband.
Yes.
That's how she presented it. And each time you indicated that first that there were many swabs you had to turn over, like 145, something like that. And you had to do it in sections, and it took a while to do that. Remember that?
Yes.
This was after you had already gotten the match of Baker as matching his DNA matching the blood in the car, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what you told her about the delay in obtaining the results of the blood comparisons was not true. It was a lie.
Information's a two-way street, sir. We were getting a lot of lies on our side too.
Your Honor, we motion to strike. I have no doubt that whatever Ms. Sementilli said has been played for the jury, and we'll get to that. I'm talking about what you said. Okay?
We did not tell her the truth.
Okay. From the very, well, I assume the first night you were there and you questioned her about the murder, you told her the truth and you felt she was answering the truth as well.
Yes.
Okay. It was only on February 14th when you got the DNA results that you decided to do a ruse, as they say. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. That was a decision by you and Detective Parsha, is that right?
Yes.
And did it involve the district attorney's office?
No.
At some point, did you involve the district attorney's office in your investigation in terms of their input or what they wished you to do or not do?
I believe at one point, Detective Castro, our supervisor, had reached out to the DA's office, but that was really about it. I don't think there was a ton of input from their side.
Was there an approval of your deciding, even though you had sufficient evidence, not to go out and arrest Robert Baker?
Well, I'm sorry, repeat again?
Was there an approval by the district attorney's office, as far as you knew, not to go out and arrest Robert Baker as soon as you found his blood all over the house and in the car?
That's more interesting.
Did you seek any approval of the district attorney's office to halt or to wait on any arrest of Robert Baker?
Never once in my 20 years in law enforcement have I ever sought out the advice of the DA's office on how to handle a particular case, especially when it comes down to an arrest.
Okay. So that is left, at least, well, let's just stick with this case. This was left entirely to you and Detective Partial, is that correct?
The immediate decision, yes, although we do consult with our own supervision. Sure.
Okay. So did you have to get permission from your supervisors not to go out and arrest Robert Baker, even though you had sufficient cause to do so?
No.
It was your decision?
Yes.
Okay. And it was your decision from that point on to lie to Monica Sementilli every time you spoke to her about the progress of the case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And each time she asked you about, what about the DNA? Hasn't it been submitted? Anything of that nature? Your response was, we've tried. It's a lot of DNA, correct?
Yes.
And one time you said it's all coming back to Fabio Sementilli, the matches, so that's not helping us, correct?
Correct.
On numerous occasions, and you correct me if I'm wrong, perhaps on every occasion you spoke to her, you said, don't worry, we'll get there, we'll find it, we'll solve this, just be patient.
Yes, sir.
But we can't tell you the progress of the case other than that, correct?
Correct.
And the reason for that is from the moment you got the positive match on the DNA, you decided that your investigation was going to focus on Monica Sementilli, correct?
No, it focused on Robert Baker. And what Baker's activities were encompassed Monica Sementilli.
Okay. But Robert Baker, you could have arrested at any time after you got the DNA match, correct?
Sure.
What you were looking for is evidence involving Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli.
We were building a case, sir.
Okay. Building a case based on a belief that because she was having an affair with Mr. Baker, she likely was involved in the murder as well.
It definitely raised some suspicions.
Okay, fair enough. And a result of those suspicions, you engaged in a investigation that was quite detailed and involved quite a few officers and so forth to try and follow the steps and find the conduct, anything you could determine regarding the relationship between Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker.
Yes,
And that involved search warrants to get records of messages, text messages, anything of that nature, correct?
that's very common in most every case I've ever done.
Okay, and it was common in this case as well.
Yes.
But I assume it's not common in every case to have the parties tailed or officers placing a vehicle right next to theirs to try to overhear what they were saying, things of that nature.
Every case is unique.
Okay. And again, that was evidence to document the relationship between Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker.
At that point, yes.
Okay. That continued from February 14th until the arrest, which was not until June of 2017. Is that correct?
I believe so.
So we're talking about 4 or 5 months. Is that correct?
Roughly.
And during that period of time, Robert Baker, who you had every reason to believe was a cold-blooded killer, was left on the street, correct?
Yes.
As was, not your intention, but as was whoever his partner was, correct?
Yes, sir.
You could have arrested Mr. Baker and asked him who his partner was, or tried to make some kind of a deal with him if the district attorney's office agreed, or taken a lot of different steps to determine the second killer, correct?
Could have.
You did not.
Did not.
The focus was on Monica Sementilli at that time,
Focus was on building a case, sir.
against Monica Sementilli.
We want to find the truth of what happened, and I believe we did.
I understand. And that's why you're here testifying.
Absolutely.
Okay. And that's why we have a jury to decide whether it's been proven or not.
Object to counsel's soliloquy and ask that.
That's correct. It's getting argumentative now. Let's proceed, please.
But the focus was on her and Mr. Baker, correct?
At that point, yes.
Okay. And again, it involved following her, videoing contact she had with Mr. Baker. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you involved personally in that, or was that, for lack of a better word, farmed out to another agency of the police department?
It's farmed out, and I can explain why if that helps.
Well, I assume it has to do with personnel,
It's one reason, yes.
and they're better equipped to do that because they do narcotics and tailing and things of that nature.
Yes, not only better equipped, but they also have special training as far as following people and the vehicles to do so and everything else. So
But
So you did, once you had your sights on proving a case or finding out more about Monica Sementilli, then you called in personnel, but you didn't call in personnel to find out where the Porsche went after a brutal murder. That's interesting priority.
you had to give them, you were Detective Marshall, the instructions as to what you wanted them to do.
correct.
All right? And I assume that took place over a series of meetings and so forth.
Yes.
And the instructions were, I know you said to build a case, but let's get more specific.
Mhm.
Were the instructions to follow her and him whenever they could?
I don't know about whenever they could. They also have other assignments they're doing. So
Who chose then when and how they would be followed or tailed?
I believe it's based on their availability.
Okay.
Yeah.
And their instructions were to follow her from her residence or wherever she was going on particular days, correct?
Yes, to see the kind of activity that was going on.
All right. And also to follow Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes.
Was Mr. Baker followed every day, as far as you know, during that 4 or 5 month period?
No, it's impossible.
Obviously. So again, during that time period, you were aware that a murderer was on the streets who could have murdered again. Correct.
It's argumentative. Sustain on that kind.
All right. You were aware that Mr. Baker, in your opinion, was a cold-blooded killer, correct?
It's cumulative.
And he was followed only at times that it was convenient for robbery, homicide, or narcotics to do so, correct?
Correct.
Did you give them any specific orders as to when to do that, or was that left entirely up to them?
It was left up to them.
As well as following Monica Sementilli, is that correct?
Correct.
In the meantime, you were engaged in continuous contact with Monica Sementilli, correct?
Yes, when she called, or when Detective Parshall decided to call her, yes.
And when Detective Parshall decided to call her, was that on his impetus, or was that to return a call from her?
I think there was both.
Okay. I assume you did not find it unusual that the spouse of a killed husband, assuming she was innocent, would also be calling and wanting to know what the stage was in the investigation, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So in doing so, you expected perhaps that to occur on numerous occasions, correct?
Yes.
And on many of those occasions, there was no mention of life insurance or anything of that nature.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
It had mostly to do with, can you tell me what's going on? Why haven't you solved this? What about the DNA? And so forth and so on.
I don't know if mostly is the proper term, but yes, there was questions involved of all types.
Okay. And in all fairness, we have heard the actual conversations with transcripts documenting the nature of the calls, the exact contents of the calls, whether they were from her to you or you to her, and so forth and so on.
Correct.
Would you say they accurately reflected the conversations and the contacts between you and Detective Parshall and Monica Sementilli?
Yes, 100%.
Were there any other individuals in LAPD or on the case, as far as you know, who were contacting or being contacted by Monica Sementilli?
Not in regular contact, no. I mean, there may have been a random phone call or something. She may have talked to our supervisor at some point. I have no idea.
Okay, but I assume many times it was her leaving a message, and the person who would call back would be you and Detective Parshall.
Correct.
And again, every time that occurred, you were able to tape record that conversation. Is that correct?
I'm gonna check again, that mistake, yeah.
I'll rephrase the question.
Very good.
The best you could, you were able to tape record those conversations, unless it was a conversation between Parshall and her, and you had not had the ability to record her side of the conversation.
Every effort was made to record the conversations.
Some you were not able to do.
Correct.
Now, at some point, in fact, in the very beginning, on the first day that you had gone to the scene and gone through the residence and spoken to Monica Sementilli, you had asked her, you said something like, is this a dumb question, but do you have life insurance? And she had mentioned she wasn't sure, maybe with MetLife, the company that he works for, correct?
I believe she said that there was a policy, but only for the son, not her son, but Fabio's son. And I don't recall what the actual terminology was, but yes, there was possibly a company policy, maybe some stock options.
Okay,
Like
so possibly a company policy,
Right.
but there was a separate policy that Fabio Sementilli, to her knowledge, had taken out for Luigi, his son by his first marriage. Is that correct?
That's what I recall.
Okay. Now, you became aware at some point that the insurance with MetLife was not just for Monica Sementilli, but was divided between her and her two children, correct?
Yes.
Jessica and Isabella, correct?
Correct.
And I take it that at no time did you have any question about whether or not they were involved somehow in illegal conduct or the murder of their father.
Correct.
So from the very beginning, you informed MetLife that the insurance for the two girls, as far as you were concerned, could be paid?
So I wasn't privy to that conversation. I believe that was Detective Parshall to handle that. So I don't know what exactly was spoken about, but yes, I'll agree with you that we did not.
If you wonder why they can't interview Detective Parshall, it is because he committed self-ending a couple of years ago.
I believe that the girls were involved.
And Detective Parshall is the one who dealt with that?
Yes.
Why?
Well, again, this was his case. I was assisting him on it. So he was the primary detective and had those conversations.
But there were many times we heard on the tape that there was some conversation about sending in some form or the LA Police Department doing something with the company regarding the payment of the insurance, correct?
Correct.
And that had to do with clearing one or more of the parties, correct?
Yes.
At some point, we heard a colloquy involving was Fabio the aggressor? And obviously, he was not in this case, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
But that would be one of the questions that the insurance company would be interested in terms of paying his policy.
Yes.
I'm gonna object, calls for speculation, Luigi, right?
It would, the answer's already in, your motion's denied.
Did you make it clear to MetLife, the insurance company, that the two children should be paid?
Again, I didn't have discussions with MetLife regarding that.
But when Monica kept bringing it up, you became aware that they had not yet been paid their shares of the life insurance from their father,
I'm gonna
correct?
object again, calls for speculation.
We heard on the tape recording, the question came up about you filling out forms or LAPD filling out forms for the insurance company, correct?
Same objection. It's been asked and answered a few times.
It's overruled.
Are we talking about the date, I believe was June 14th? Is that the call we're talking about?
Fair enough, yes?
Yeah, again, that was a ruse, that there was a secretary filling out a form to release the life insurance.
But
So you lied. Even though you were all convinced the kids had nothing to do with it, you lied to them and said, hey, we are trying to get the life insurance out for the kids. Ugh. I don't like this.
why was there a ruse about the two children?
There wasn't a ruse about the two children. That was in regards to her.
So it is your testimony, as far as you knew, that LAPD was putting causing no problems or any hold on any life insurance for the two girls.
That's my understanding.
Did you yourself ever determine whether or not, in those several months until the arrest of Monica Sementilli, whether the children had ever been paid the life insurance?
That's not relevant.
Sustained.
My point is, when she was calling up, at times talking about the life insurance, were you clear as to whether or not she was talking about herself or her children? Or was that, again, Detective Parshall?
Again, I didn't have any dealings with the life insurance company at all. My understanding was she was talking about her personal policy. I don't know.
Okay, you don't know. You didn't follow through as far as the children were concerned and so forth.
It's a third party that's dealing with that. It's not our police department.
But, okay, someone in the police department is in charge of that, but not you.
Correct.
Okay. At any time during the course of your investigation until the arrest of Monica Sementilli, did you ever cease lying to her about the case?
I'm going to object it's vague as to what particular issue.
It's overruled.
So from the moment this case started until the end of the case, I think there was plenty of times we spoke truthfully to her. There was obviously times where we used tactics to not give her specific information that could be used to identify what we were working on. We knew she had a relationship going with Mr. Baker at some point, and of course, if we decided to say that, yeah, Mr. Baker, his DNA is in the vehicle and it's in the house, our case goes in the toilet. So,
Well,
What?
okay,
What? How does what? No. Your case. Why would you have everything you need against Mr. Baker? You had that 3 weeks after the murder. You had everything you needed for the arrest and everything against Baker. Why would that's not how
your case goes in the toilet at any time that you said Mr. Baker was the second individual. Is that what you're saying? Was the killer of Fabio Sementilli?
right, based on the evidence it's seen, that came back to Mr. Baker, knowing that Mr. Baker and Monica were in a relationship of some sort. We believe that there would be destruction of evidence the moment that we went and said to her, hey, by the way, the person you're having a relationship with, his blood's at your house.
And you could not have gotten search warrants and so forth to serve on Mr. Baker concurrent with his arrest, for instance?
That was done.
That was done?
Yes.
Okay. So at any time you could have gotten, and you did at some point, get search warrants for Mr. Baker and his residence, correct?
Could have, yes.
But you didn't do that until the arrest that took place in June.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Did you get periodic
so in those 5 months you weren't worried about destruction of evidence at all?
reports from the officers who were entrusted or assigned to do the following of Mr. Baker and Monica Sementilli, updates on what they had uncovered or what they found?
Yes.
And how often did that take place?
It wasn't immediate. I would say maybe within a day or two of their surveillance.
So every time within a day or two of their surveillance, you would get daily or every other day reports what had happened that day involving the two of them?
I wouldn't say every time. So I knew one of the members of the surveillance unit personally. So I would get a message here or there saying, hey, this is what's going on. But in detail of everything that happened on a particular evening, like a log of everything, I would get that for days later.
Okay, so within a week, for instance?
Yes.
And we're talking about several months, correct?
Yes, but as I recall, it wasn't an ongoing. I mean, there were times when they were available. We would get them for a week or two, and then they'd have other assignments they have to do. We can't dominate their time.
But whenever for whatever time period it was, you got periodic reports from them as to what was going on.
Yes.
And was that initiated by you always, or were they instructed to contact you every time they, for instance, saw a Monica Sementilli in the company of Robert Baker?
They would provide a log of what they did.
Okay. When did it become clear to you that Monica Sementilli was having an affair with Robert Baker?
Pretty early on. I want to say after the 21st, we had the interview with her, the walkthrough at her house. I want to say, if I can refer to my notes here.
Sure.
Yeah, even prior to that. So on the 19th.
I'm sorry, prior to what?
Prior to the 21st of February, even on the 19th of February, they were already under surveillance. So, okay. and primarily at that point, it was to monitor what Baker was up to.
So you had them both under surveillance before Jess told you about him being there? How does that compute?
And my question was, at what point was it clear to you, based on their contact with each other, that they were engaged in some kind of relationship?
Well, again, at the 19th, I mean, he picks her up.
Okay. At some point, did you become aware that it perhaps was a sexual relationship?
At some point, I don't recall the exact moment that was the case, but I remember G&D, Gang and Narcotic Division, was monitoring and surveilling them. And at one point, there was a situation outside of a bar. I believe it was referenced in the opening statements where she walks outside and actually touches a bouncer intimately and kisses that person. And so, of course, that's not Baker, but there's something going on here.
Okay.
Yes.
And is it fair to say there were other examples of that you became aware of during the course of your investigation?
At some point, yes.
So there was no doubt that they were having the affair?
It appeared so, yes.
Your role at that time, instead of arresting Mr. Baker at that time or arresting both of them, was to continue to see if you could get more evidence involving the affair. Is that correct?
Well, again, in my 9 years as a homicide detective.
Look, if you could limit it to just this
I
case.
can't.
You can't tell us if that was your goal?
No, I will tell you how I work my cases if you want to know.
Well, I'm assuming that the way you work your cases is the way you work this one.
Yes.
So just tell us how you work this one.
I want everybody, sir. I don't want one person. I don't want Mr. Baker. I want everybody that's involved. That includes the third suspect walking up the street and anybody else that's involved in this case.
Okay. So by following Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli as often as could be done by the extent of the resources that you had, you were also trying to find the second killer.
Yes.
By just seeing who was in contact with Mr. Baker?
Nope. At the same time, all this is going on, we are writing search warrants. We're analyzing evidence from the search warrants as far as call detail records, if we can get them, text message information. We're looking for any way that Mr. Baker or anyone else may have been in contact with this third individual.
And at this point, based on what's occurred in this case, that an individual by the name of Christopher Austin has pled guilty to being the second killer in this case, correct?
Yes.
At the time that this was going on, were you aware of Christopher Austin?
No, sir.
And because you did not arrest Mr. Baker, you were not able to question him about Mr. Austin, correct?
His name.
Did you ever question Mr. Baker before his arrest involving Christopher Austin?
No.
In fact, once again, your goal was to make sure that neither Ms. Sementilli or Mr. Baker were aware that you were following them.
That's correct.
The ultimate goal here for the defense is, and then nothing happened for almost 8 years until you got the second killer and you offered him freedom just as long as he testified against Ms. Sementilli.
The first night that you came out to the scene, Detective Verna, did it appear to you that Monica Sementilli was reacting as someone might expect a grieving spouse to react, just having learned about the brutal murder of her husband?
Yes, however,
And
as I was on direct,
I'll get to that.
okay.
However, you said that one thing that you noticed was that you didn't see any tears. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you saw crying, you saw everything that we heard on that tape recording, which speaks for itself, but you're saying you did not see tears.
Physical tears, correct.
And this would not have shown up, obviously, on the tape recording one way or the other, correct? Yes. Did you prepare a report that evening or thereafter of the first night that you were at the scene and conducted your investigation?
I did.
All right. And do you have that in front of you?
Get it.
You know, may I approach and maybe,
Again, counsel, you can approach without permission.
let me show you, and you can ignore the highlighting.
Yes.
And look at that report and tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury if that's the report that was prepared that night.
So this is the crime report. There's also should be a witness statement form that's also available.
Okay, and you have that as well.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. In either or in any of these reports, did you document that you thought it was unusual that there were no tears shown by Mrs. Sementilli?
I did not.
Why not?
Shocker.
Again, the relevance of it at the time, I believe, was inconsequential. People handle grief in a number of different ways. So maybe for her, that's a normal reaction. I don't know.
That's an interesting. Maybe for her, it's a normal reaction. Now, did you put it down in a subsequent report, or is this the first we hear about it?
And simply based on whether the tears or not, it's not something I say, oh, this person did something based on that.
Okay.
So
At the time, you didn't think it was necessarily unusual because people grieve in many different ways. Some have tears, some don't, so on and so on.
Sure.
And for that reason, you never recorded it in any report.
Yes.
You understood that it was not something that was going to show up by the recording, which otherwise would be the best way of determining what went on and what you were told or not told during any of these interviews, and we have all of them. You understand that?
Right.
So the only way that would be documented would be if you had written it in some report.
Correct.
Do you remember the first time that you first mentioned believing or noticing that there were no tears being by Mrs. Sementilli when you interviewed her the first time?
Well, the night of, my partner and I both commented on it.
Okay.
So that was the first time.
And did he record it anywhere?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And as I
It's
said,
something we put in our back pocket. and
okay.
just-
And
that's it.
unfortunately, obviously, he's passed away, so
Yes.
we cannot do that. Any other way that you documented that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. But you did, well, after the arrest, eventually, of Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli, which took place in, I believe, June, is that correct?
Yes.
There was a grand jury it convened, and they took evidence in the case in terms of the investigation and so forth and the prosecution of the case, remember?
Yes.
And you were called to testify at that time.
Yes.
And at that time, isn't it true that for the first time, you mentioned that you didn't see any tears on Mrs. Sementilli the night of the murder?
As far as in the court setting?
Yes.
Yes.
As far as any documentation of any kind, whether it be in court or out of court?
Yes.
That was the first time.
Yep.
And obviously, that followed not only the arrest of Monica Sementilli, but the prosecution of her as a co-conspirator in this case, correct?
Yes.
So once you learned that she was being charged as a defendant, at that time, for the first time, you felt it important to document that you had seen, you thought, no tears, correct?
It was the first time I was asked a question, yes. And so, yes, that's the first time I brought it up.
You say the first time you were asked a question, what were you asked?
Well, we were talking about the interview of Monica, and that's how it came up.
And you were asked by the district attorney?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did she specifically ask you if you saw any tears or not?
I don't recall the exact question.
You volunteered that, isn't that true?
I might have.
Interesting. Don't know why it's taking so long to ask the next
Jury.
They
All
had
right,
the
let me read for you
transcript.
from the grand jury transcript and see if it's refreshes your memory, or if this in fact was page 53.
Counsel, can you hold on?
Yes, page 53, lines 6 through
Your Honor, I'm going to
20.
check it's not consistent with what he said.
Well, if it's refresh the memory, it can't be read in any event. Sustained on that ground. When you refresh the memory, you can approach them with the transcript or the copy of the transcript.
All right, let me approach, Your Honor, if I may. Take a look at the line starting at the top of the page to yourself.
Yeah, I'm reading right now.
Okay.
It's yeah. I didn't know there was a first trial where she was charged as a co-conspirator. That's interesting. Let me check here. Let me see here. Let me see here if I can find. Oh. Yeah, so in 2018, there were pre-trial. See here, another pre-trial hearing in May of 2018. Then a new hearing in June of 2018. Let's see here. Let's see here, pre-trial. Jesus Christ. Okay, now I get it. So there has been pre-trial in this particular trial since 2018. And then in 2023, last year, in July, Baker pleads no contest. That is when he pleads guilty. So there have been pre-trial since 2018 in this case. Okay, I did not know that. I assumed she's been out and walking for the past 7.5 years. But as it seems, this is the trial that where since Baker is pled guilty, no contest, then he was removed from this trial.
Is this the first time you've been asked to describe how Monica Sementilli reacted or was reacting at the time that you first contacted her?
Yes,
Okay.
as far as I know.
And you indicated she was uncontrollably upset, correct?
Yes.
Breathing heavily, sobbing, physically
Can I
upset.
object to counsel reading from the transcript?
Well, I don't know if he's reading from the transcript or not. He's asking questions I'm allowing.
I'm just asking you if this is what occurred. You don't remember the exact questions and answers, right?
I don't.
I showed you the transcript. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah, and it appears accurate.
Okay. And you said she was uncontrollably upset, breathing heavily, sobbing, just physically upset. However, I did notice that she was not crying. Remember that?
Yes.
And you were asked, what do you mean by that? And you said there weren't tears coming down her face when she was upset. Question. So in other words, she appeared to be crying, but there wasn't any actual tears. And you said correct. The question was, did that strike you as unusual at that time? And you said it did. But you did indicate that through your experience, people respond differently to notice of death and so forth.
Yes.
Right? That true?
Correct.
So although it was something you thought unusual, you didn't suspect anything at the moment. Is that right?
Correct. Like I said, something you put in your back pocket, that's it.
Okay.
There's nothing I can do with that.
And so if this investigation had resulted in the arrest and conviction of Robert Baker or anyone else, not including Mrs. Sementilli, it would have remained in your back pocket.
I'm not a psychologist, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Just homicide detective.
But once you knew that she was charged and your investigation, you believed, had led to the prosecution of her, then you thought it was significant, correct?
Could be.
Took it out of your back pocket and said it for the first time before the grand jury.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there anything else about the conduct of Monica Sementilli that first day, first night that you went to the scene that you felt was unusual or you put in your back pocket, for instance?
No.
She answered all the questions you had, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, told you where she had been that day, where Fabio was located when she left and when she came back and so forth and so on.
She answered all of our questions. I had nothing to go on whether they were accurate or not, but she answered every question.
Understood. And there were many other times when you called her and asked her to answer more questions or come out or do a walkthrough or so forth, correct?
Yes.
And every time she agreed and complied with your request, is that correct?
Okay.
Just, if she could, I mean, I know there were times she was out of town and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I did. Some of the accuracy of her answers were definitely not good.
In your mind, obviously.
Your Honor, I would object to counsel's statement.
It's argumentative.
Strike his statement.
Statements of counsel cannot be stricken by law, but it's improper.
All right.
I'd ask the court to advise the jury.
Witness statements can be stricken. Counsel statements can just be admonished. Good enough, counsel?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Fine with me. Fortunately, in this case, obviously, we have transcripts of all the interviews and all the times you came out to the scene.
Yes.
You have questions concerning some of those answers, and obviously, the jury's going to hear that and our responses, and that's what we're here about.
Yes.
But my point is, at no time did she say to you, you know, I've got an attorney and I've decided not to talk to you anymore.
No, she didn't say that.
At a couple of times, she even said to you, friends have been asking me to get a private investigator. Do you think I should do that? Right?
Yes.
And your response was, not necessary. We're getting close. You don't need it, basically.
She could do it if she wanted to. It's not. It has nothing to do with our.
Yeah, but do you recall in your response, you said, we're getting close. Don't worry about it. We'll get there. Is that right?
Yes.
And each time that she requested or talked to you about that or getting a private investigator, you continually said, we're almost there. We're about to solve this case. Be patient.
Yeah.
We'll get
Essentially,
there.
don't waste your money. We got it.
Okay. There were even times when she asked permission to go back to Canada for a memorial service and so forth.
I'm object that this is that's not an answer.
I haven't heard the rest of the question. You may finish your question.
She had indicated to you at times she could not meet you at the time that you had requested because she was going back for a memorial service for her husband, correct?
Overruled?
Yes.
And you said, fine, we'll make it another time. Is that right?
Correct.
Weren't you scared she was going to flee the country if she was that guilty?
Did you ever go back to the location and take a look at the safe?
don't believe I did.
If this was indeed a no-knock burglary, you would have expected valuable items to have been taken, is that correct?
Knock knock.
Yes, knock, yes.
I would assume so. Yeah.
Okay. Did you get a list from her of the items that she said she thought was missing and so forth?
At some point, yes.
Mostly that was costume jewelry. You said they didn't take the good stuff.
I think a set of pearls and currency. Yes.
And you had noticed, I believe, that there was a Rolex watch on the wrist of Fabio Sementilli when he died, correct?
Yes.
And it had remained there, had not been taken, correct?
Correct.
Which you thought was unusual if this was a knock-knock burglary. Or am I wrong?
I can explain if you'd like, but if you're going to take the time to, if you're going to go to somebody's place and do and if someone's present there, if you're going to someone's home and someone's present, it's no longer a burglary. Now you have a home invasion robbery. If you're going to go to that extent and you're going to kill the person, you might as well take what's value on them, correct? I mean, if you're going to go to all that work.
Okay.
So that's what we were believing.
And especially if you were staging a robbery or burglary, you would take the expensive items, correct?
Sustained.
In your experience? In your experience?
Same.
If a burglary was being staged to cover up a murder, for instance, would you expect the Rolex and other expensive items to have been taken?
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think I've come across too many staged burglaries in my experience.
Okay,
So I don't know if I have expertise to answer that.
okay. But the fact that the Rolex watch was not taken for you meant what?
Again, if you're going to go through all of the work and risk of not only burglarizing a house where no one is home, but if you're going to go there and commit a home invasion robbery, I would assume that you're going to take the valuable property that's there, including whatever is on the person's body.
And the fact that it was not taken was one item of evidence that you thought led to the fact that this may not have been a burglary, but instead a murder.
It's one piece, yes.
Okay, okay. And that didn't, once you got the DNA results, the idea that this was a murder did not change. Is that correct?
You mean a burglary or?
Well, the idea that it was a burglary did not change. You were convinced it was not a burglary. This was a,
Right, it was always a murder.
A murder.
Right.
correct,
Yeah.
okay. So once you made that determination, Detective Verna, again, your sole goal was to find as much evidence as you could against Monica Sementilli to tie her with Robert Baker.
My job was to solve this case, sir.
Okay. And that included, as you said, finding as much evidence as you could to document her contact and her affair with Robert Baker.
At the time, there was a strong suspicion that she may have been involved in what's going on in this case.
And your job
And
was,
that's why we were doing what we were doing.
to find evidence to prove that that was true or not true. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's what you did throughout your investigation, correct?
Yes.
Up to and including the arrest of Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli. Is that right?
Somewhat correct. We gave the case to Robbery Homicide Division at, again, sometime in March. And at that point, they were directing the progress of the case. We were present because we had a relationship with Monica as far as communication goes, but they were taking the wheel at that point.
And you took advantage of that relationship to be the primary contact between yourself and Monica Sementilli, correct?
Advantage?
Well, you used it to try to get evidence, correct?
I don't know how much we gained by remaining in contact with her, except for there would need to be a person that needed to be in contact with her.
Well, who decided it was going to be you as opposed to someone else?
We had built a report, sir.
Okay, so using that rapport, you took advantage of that to stay in contact with her and in effect to lie to her about what the investigation had revealed, where it was leading, and what you already knew about it.
Well, I don't agree with the word advantage. I mean, we didn't really have much of an advantage. We were basically just a point of contact at that point. And if you look back, I don't think there's a ton of evidence that we gained between that period of March to June. I mean, there were some phone calls that were made, but there was nothing super significant that was found out. So I think the term advantage was not correct.
Exactly. You didn't find a whole bunch of evidence to tie her at that time.
That's not what I said. I said the phone calls did not show much.
Okay, and the visits to the scene with her as well. I'll withdraw the question.
All right.
I have nothing further.
Interview direct?
Very briefly. When you spoke to the defendant after learning from her daughter Jessica that Baker had spent the night in her mother's bed while her father Fabio was out of town, and you asked her specifically about all the individuals in the racquetball league, specifically a person named Robert. The defendant lied to you at that point, correct? She told you she thought his last name was Baker, correct?
That's what she said, yes.
You also were asked about multiple questions with respect to why this didn't look like it was consistent with the knock-knock burglars. None of those cases involved a murder of someone, a homeowner, correct?
That I'm aware of, yes.
On top of that, in those cases, they went out of their way not to contact anybody who might have been in the home, correct?
It appeared that way, yes.
And as I asked you a few days ago, last week, in this case, it appeared that the homeowner was targeted as opposed to any property in the house. Is that right?
Yes.
And so at that point, it didn't fit the profile of a home burglary. Is that right?
It was inconsistent with the crimes that were occurring in that area, yes.
And more than that, as you pointed out, given that the homeowner was in the residence or outside of the residence, the one room that was targeted, the master bedroom, had an indication that the burglary was subsequent to the murder, correct?
Yes.
Where the victim was on the back patio area. Is that right?
Correct.
In addition to
Yeah, this is just this is the same information that I've been through the first 4 days. So it's just repetition. Let's see. Who is the next witness? It is this guy.
Adjust the microphone so we can hear you. And for the record, say spell your first and last name.
Matthew Nurse, MATHEWNURSE.
Matthew Nurse. Let's listen to who he is and then go.
Microphone, please, a little louder. Proceed, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Nurse.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about the year 2017, but before I get there, what do you do for a living now?
I'm an innovation engineer at Nike.
What does that mean?
I work for NXT footwear department that create future footwear product coming out for the future.
All right. Now, back in 2017, that time frame, did you live in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do for employment back during that time frame?
I worked at LA Fitness.
And is that the LA Fitness in Woodland Hills?
Correct.
What did you do there?
I was a personal trainer.
Okay, so this is a personal trainer and he's there to testify about, did you see Monica Sementilli and Baker? So I'm going to skip directly to cross-examination. This is just more of the things that actually do not prove a crime.
Sexual activity taking place between you and her at the time. There was a racquetball league there, is that right?
Let's see.
Can you put into words, was there
Let's get
she had a new
to
car, brand new Mustang?
Check out my new car.
Now, and I said a couple of the murder when you,
Yes.
and you answered something or saying to you,
Yes.
was it a public? Is that a photo that your Facebook account?
Yes.
Along with the photo that I just showed you, 65, was that you?
I found it and I was showing my neighbor.
When she said to you, is it?
That was the reason why. Thank you, Honor.
Cross-examination. Let's get to the interesting part.
Leave this one picture on this nurse. Can you tell us the reason why you posted that on your Facebook?
Felt good about myself?
Okay, and you look good there too, right? You can say so.
Yes,
Okay. You wanted other people to see that photograph,
correct.
to see how well you look, correct?
Yes,
And at that time, you were a trainer, is that correct?
yes,
So I assume you were hoping that people might want you to train them so they could end up looking like that.
yes.
Okay. So the fact that it was downloaded by Monica, it didn't bother you in any way, did it?
No, it didn't bother me.
And you were her trainer at LA Fitness, is that right?
Correct.
So if she was showing that photo to other people to show what a good trainer you were and how good you looked, that wouldn't bother you, would it?
No.
I assume you know that other customers of yours have posted your Facebook photo as well, correct?
It's a rule.
Can you repeat that question?
I assume you believe or know that other customers of yours have posted your Facebook photo as well. Is that right?
My clients at LA Fitness, no.
Your clients at LA Fitness are not allowed to post your photograph?
I thought you asked if I knew that other clients were posting my pictures.
Okay, then I'll rephrase that. Have any other clients of yours indicated that they saw that photograph?
No,
Anyone indicate they saw that photograph?
are you asking at LA Fitness or?
Anywhere?
I mean, it's public, so people probably saw it.
Okay. You don't know who else saw it, right?
Correct.
It wasn't a secret or private.
No.
Again, it was designed to show off how well you looked as a trainer to anyone who could or would access your Facebook account, correct?
Yes,
All right. Now, the first time that you had met Monica Sementilli was early in 2016, is that right?
yes,
So that was about a year before the killing of Fabio Sementilli, correct?
yes,
And she was a customer, a client at LA Fitness, a member,
yes,
and that's how you met her.
correct.
And you became her trainer, is that right?
Yes,
And how often did you train her?
once a week.
Okay, and how long did that last?
Contract was what, 6 months?
Okay, and did it last the full 6 months?
Yes,
So that would take us still into towards the end of 2016, is that right?
yes,
Now, at the same time, you knew that she was also playing racquetball at LA Fitness,
yes,
and you said there was a racquetball league there, is that right?
yes.
Were you part of that league?
Occasionally.
And what does that mean occasionally? Do you have to join the league? You just play when you want or what?
Since I worked there and I knew Rob, when I was able to play, he could fit me in. But when I had clients, I wouldn't play.
And when you say fit me in, does that mean have you joined one of the games?
He would put me on the schedule to play.
On the what?
On the schedule to play.
Okay. And educate me a little bit. Racquetball, 2-person, 1-person, play it each time, each game? How many people participate? 2 against 2 or 1 against 1 or what?
You can do both.
Okay. And was this league one or the other or a combination?
I think it was solo, but they might have had 2-on-2.
Okay. And when you say a league, was it a formal league where you keep standings and you play a certain number of games, someone would get a trophy or anything like that?
It was a semi-formal league, but I don't recall if anybody getting a trophy.
Did you have to pay extra to join the league?
I think there was a fee to play.
And about how many people would be members of the league at any one time, if you know?
30 plus.
And among these people were Monica Sementilli, correct?
Yes,
And Rob Baker was running the league, is that right?
correct.
Okay. Is he the only one who was running the league? Was there anyone else or just him?
To my knowledge, just him.
And was it a morning league, afternoon, evening league, or all times?
Evening.
And how often would you see Monica playing in the league?
Maybe once a week.
During the day?
Evening.
Okay. And how often would Baker be there? Would he be there all day or just morning or afternoon or what?
Evening.
Evening? Now, at some point, you said that Monica in some way flirted with you or said something to you that caused you to believe that she might be interested in you in some way?
Yes.
Did you ever make a bet with anybody that you could get Monica to have lunch with you?
Not lunch.
Not what?
Not lunch.
What?
I think we made a bet, and then she would have to bring lunch to the gym.
Okay, and who was the bet with?
Monica.
So you made a bet with Monica that, and if she lost, she would bring you lunch, correct?
Yes.
And that was spaghetti and meatballs, remember?
Yes.
Was it good?
I didn't eat any.
What was the bet? What did you have to do to win the bet and get the spaghetti and meatballs?
We played racquetball.
I see. And where did you have that lunch?
She brought it to the gym.
Okay. Was that the only time you had lunch with her?
No, we had lunch outside of the gym.
You had lunch with her one other time, correct?
Yeah.
And nothing came of that other than the lunch, is that right?
Yeah.
And there was no romantic or sexual activity taking place between you and her at the time, correct?
No, the lunch, she explained to me the lunch was to talk about training outside the gym.
And did she talk with you about training outside the gym?
Yes.
Again, was this is before the murder of Fabio Sementilli, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And one of the things she asked you about is whether or not you would train her at home as opposed to at the gym. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you agreed?
Yes.
And that lasted again, well, first, about how many times did you train her at her house?
I think it was 5 sessions.
And were they weekly, or could you remember how often?
Maybe once a week, probably.
All right, once a week.
Maybe twice.
I'm sorry,
Maybe once or twice a week.
for 5 weeks, for 5 sessions?
Yeah.
If you remember.
I said yes.
Yes to what?
It was, I don't think it was 5 weeks, but it was 5 sessions.
Okay.
So whenever I had time and she contacted me, I would train her.
Okay. Were you still working at the gym though at the same time?
Yes.
And was she still at the gym as well,
Yes.
playing racquetball?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw her with Mr. Baker, is that correct?
Yes.
Because he was running the league, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you had training sessions at her house, did you bring a massage board or some kind of, I guess I got the wrong thing here. There was no massage going on, it was just training. Is that right?
I brought some kettlebells and maybe resistance bands.
Okay, so you did bring some kind of equipment
Yes.
and you used that with her on the training sessions.
Yes.
And you said that her daughters were home at times during those sessions, is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Was somebody there for every one of the sessions, if you recall?
I can't recall.
Okay. And you remember which daughter or which daughters were there during any of these sessions?
Jessica was there.
Okay. So she knew that this was going on. You were having a training session with her mother. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was this during the week or on a weekend?
During the week.
During the week?
Yes.
And what time about? Was it the regular time? Every time?
Between 12 and 4.
And how long would each session last?
40 minutes.
Okay. And was there any particular way that you knew if it was going to be 12 or 4? Was that scheduled in advance or weekly or what?
It was scheduled maybe a couple days prior.
Okay. And did you ever meet Mr. Sementilli, Fabio?
Yes.
And how did you meet him?
I met him at the gym when I was training Monica.
And did you meet him when you met him at the gym, did she introduce you to him?
Yes.
And could you tell whether he was there to just meet the people at the gym or to work out or what?
I assumed he was there to work out.
She wanted him to work out? Do you recall?
I don't
Did
know.
you see him working out at the gym?
I didn't physically see him, no.
Okay. Did she ask you if you would train him?
No.
Okay. When did that occur, if I can ask you, if you recall? And I'm sorry, we're always relating it to the day of the time of the murder. Can you recall how long before then that he came to the gym?
I can't recall, but
Was it a month, 2 months, 6 months, something like that?
I can't recall.
Okay. And it was just 2 times that you saw him?
Yes.
And where was Mr. Baker at those times? Do you recall?
No clue.
Now, after the one lunch that you had, there was no other times that you or she went out, was there?
Is that a question?
Yes.
Can you repeat that?
Other than that one time at lunch, by the way, do you remember where that lunch was?
Some Italian restaurant in close to Woodland Hills.
Okay. And that was a different time than the spaghetti and meatballs? Or the same time?
The spaghetti and meatballs were brought to the gym.
Okay. Was this before or after the spaghetti and meatballs?
This was after.
Okay. And how did that occur? Did you ask if she wanted to have lunch? Did she ask if you wanted to have lunch?
like I stated, she reached out and said she wanted to have lunch to talk about training outside of the gym.
Okay. And during that lunch, you did talk about training outside of the gym, which ended up being these training sessions at her house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And nothing sexual or romantic happened at that time, correct?
No.
And nothing ever happened between you and her. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, you became aware that she was unhappy in some ways with her marriage. Is that right?
Yes.
And then didn't she tell you that he was constantly away from home?
She told me he was working a lot. He works a lot.
Works a lot. And because he worked a lot and wasn't at home a lot, she was concerned that he might be having an affair. Is that right?
I don't know if she thought that.
Pardon?
I don't know if she thought that.
She didn't say that to you?
No.
No. Okay. So at some point, when she was talking about him always working and be away from home, you asked her, why don't you just get a divorce? Is that right?
Yes.
And she said, why throw away 20 years? Is that right?
Yes.
I could have 1 minute more.
Interesting. I wonder. I don't think he's lying, but I don't think he's telling everything.
Mr. Nurse, you're excused.
All right, that was it
Any further
from
business?
Matthew Nurse.
Elise
I
Blel.
assume he's very happy to get out of there because he has a great job, a developer at Nike. Yeah. Who's next?
Hand, please. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat, the witness stand.
I don't know if they want to
Hear you.
trampoline
Now,
at
for the
her
record,
house.
say and spell your first and last name, please.
Sure. It's Elise, Elyse, Blel, B as in boy, Leuel. Bleuel.
Bleuel. Okay, Elise Bleuel. Who are you? Who are you?
Well,
We'll put that photo in.
Well, how are you doing today?
good.
I'm going to ask you some questions about the years 2016 and 17.
Okay.
Starting with, did you at that time work out at LA Fitness in Woodland Hills?
I did. Yes.
And
Oh, Jesus Christ. More about, yeah.
Hold
She
on.
reached.
Yeah, 1 second. Okay, why were you shocked that she texted you, I need you?
It's overruled.
I will tell you that morning. So I'm really not great at looking at Instagram a lot, but
I need to get to cross-examination again.
I was just, I don't.
Residence. Okay,
Yep.
so you got there, so you were greeted outside by someone that you know by the name of Deborah now, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you know her before?
No.
During that time frame?
Yeah. Again.
How did you know that?
I think she had said it when we were, playing because she was like, encouraging me. She's like, don't feel bad. I've been practicing in something along those lines. I want to say.
Okay. If you previously told the police that that Baker was BFFs with Paula, would that have been true? What your observation was at the time?
Could you say that question again for me?
If you previously told the police that Robert Baker was BFFs with Sean and Paula McCullum, that they were BFFs with Baker,
Okay.
was that what you observed?
That is not what I observed. That's what I learned after they were arrested, because I was really shocked and sad about Monica, and she called me and she was really shocked about Robert, and we both were kind of commiserating about how duped we felt and how shocked we were. And it was interesting that I didn't realize that her and Sean had such a relationship with Robert, and she knew I was really, I thought, close with Monica. And so when they were arrested, we were like, what? So that was how she explained it.
Very good. Okay. And at the time you had this conversation with Paula McCullum, had she told you that she had had an affair with
No,
Robert Baker?
she did not.
She did not.
No.
And had she told you at the time she had this conversation about Mr. Baker's arrest, that she had actually rented a car for Mr. Baker, which he used in the commission of this killing? Did she tell you that?
You're saying all this is assuming facts.
Sustain on the second round.
Ms. Blel, you told us about coming to Monica's home the night Fabio was killed earlier, correct?
Mhm.
And you had said that you received a text asking you to please come over, correct?
Yes.
Do you still have that text?
No.
What, did you delete that text? What happened to the text?
No, I ended up, well, I didn't know it was, no, I ended up getting another phone and I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that you're not sure the exact words in the text
Oh,
that
no,
were
I
said.
feel like that's like the one thing I do know.
Okay. So you think the text said, I need you, please come over?
Yes.
Okay.
Because the I
And-
need you thing is a thing for me.
Understood, understood. And I think you said, although you were upset that you had learned that Monica had had a birthday party, that I guess earlier in the month that you had not been invited to, you went right over.
Yes, my feelings were really hurt that morning. I was really annoyed and my feelings were hurt. But when she said she needed me, it was like, yeah, of course.
And when you went over that night, you were really the person that spent the most time throughout the whole evening with Monica,
That's very
correct?
true.
I think you said you got there even before the police had arrived?
Yeah, there was just one fire truck.
Okay.
And Deborah.
And you went into the dining room where Monica and the girls and Deborah Obad were?
Well, Deborah was around, but Monica and the girls were like, their chairs were lined up like this and they were just sitting in a row. It was, yeah.
Okay. And you got there at those earliest moments and you were with Monica. I think you said, or tell me if this is true, that throughout the night you were hugging her. You were, I think you described yourself as the consoler in chief.
Yeah, well, I was the human teddy bear. Like I was just consoling, yeah.
Okay. And at some point, you all were asked to leave the home outside of the dining room and go outside, correct?
Yes.
And you had to sit on the curb for a while?
Yeah.
Was it a while?
Yes.
Okay. And it was cold?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point you were taken over to a neighbor's house, is that correct?
Yeah, across the street.
Okay. And that's where you spent the rest of the evening
Yes.
with Monica and the girls?
Yes.
And Deborah Obad was there for parts of it, not parts
I
of it?
didn't, she was doing a lot of phone calls and she wasn't really around. She was managing, letting people know, was my understanding.
Okay.
Our adjournment this time until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. As usual, as the admonition, you discuss the cases among yourselves. If anyone else with a form expressing any opinion to the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow.
All right. Day 5. Then we go to day 6. Dun, dun, dun. There you are.
Is Blel back on the stand, please?
As I have to tell you, I expect the ASAP rocket trial to be done mid next week. I don't think the defense has many more witnesses. Then you have the prosecutions, if they have anything, and then it's up into the jury's hands. So Monday, Tuesday, maybe a bit into Wednesday, I expect that trial to be done and handed over to the jury. Maybe even Tuesday. Once that happens, we will have verdict watch, of course, but I will be covering this trial more live. Because this trial is supposed to last for 6 to 8 weeks. And that will then bring us into the Karen Reed retrial, April 1st. And with some time to spare. And then, of course, you have the, as we learned, the YSL trial part 2 is now moved to June. So, yeah, we have things to watch.
That fix that. Thank you.
Well,
Good morning.
Ms. Blel, when we left off yesterday, we were speaking about the night that Fabio was killed.
Okay.
And you recall that night, correct?
Yes, texted, but yeah. By Monica, is that your question? I was called?
No, you recall what you did that
Oh,
night?
I recall, yes.
Okay. And you were, I think you testified yesterday, you came to the house after you received a text from Monica. You got to the house and stayed with Monica and the girls, Jessica and Bella, and Deborah Obad was there. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you at some point were asked to move outside by the curb and you stayed at the curb, correct?
Yes.
And then eventually around 8 o'clock that night, you all moved over across the street to a neighbor's home. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that neighbor's home, you were in a particular room of the house?
Yes.
Where were you?
Me personally?
Yes.
Okay. First, I was in like a den area with Monica. And then when they wanted to interview Monica, I went out to the living room with the girls.
Okay. And when you were first in that den area with Monica, were you in the den with Monica from the time you got to the house until the police interviewed Monica?
Yes.
Okay. And was that den small, large?
It was small-esque, I guess.
Okay. Okay. And how long were you in that den with Monica? If you got over there around 8 o'clock, I think you said you left at 11?
Yeah, about there. It was
Okay.
late. I don't know what time we got to the neighbor's house, but it was, I don't know.
Okay. Were you there for 10 minutes, 2 hours?
It was several hours.
Several
I don't know
hours.
how many.
And Ms. Blel, while you were in this den with Monica, was anybody else in there with you?
There was one other man. I didn't know who he was.
Okay. He was in the den with you for those hours?
For a while.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
And did anybody else come in or out while you were in that den with Monica before she was interviewed by the police and you say you went to the living room?
Just through the door or like came in and sat with us?
Came in and was with you, talking to you or interacting with you?
No one came in and interacted with us. I mean, people would pop their head in and be like, do you need anything? But like, not a substantial conversation, no.
Okay. And you mentioned in your testimony yesterday what Deborah Obad was doing. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when you got over to the house, what was Deborah Obad doing, if you know?
When I got there, I don't know what she was doing.
Okay.
But when we were moved outside, she was contacting people, family, work people about what happened.
Okay.
That's about all I know.
She was on the telephone?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say she was contacting work people, she was, I think you described her as the doer. Is that
Yep.
how you described her?
Yes, yes.
And she was making calls.
Mhm.
And was she interacting with you and Monica, or you were just with Monica at that time?
She would come over to where we were and say, I've contacted so-and-so, they're going to work on a flight, that sort of thing. And then she'd go off again.
Okay. So she would periodically tell you what she was doing, but you weren't telling her what to do. Monica wasn't telling her what to do.
I wasn't telling her what to do. And I mean, I think Monica might have said, like, have you, called so-and-so, I think there was that kind of back and forth, but
Okay.
I don't recall specifically if Monica told her to do anything.
Okay. And yesterday, you said that you were consoling Monica.
Yes.
Were you hugging her?
Yes. And, my arm would be around her. Yeah.
Were you giving her tissues? Or did she have tissues?
Yeah, she had tissues.
Okay.
Sure.
And during these hours in the room, Monica was sobbing at different stages when you were in the room with her, correct?
Well, she was more like hyperventilating, like like that. Yes, that's what she was doing.
But she was sobbing also.
Could you clarify sobbing? I mean, I feel like I've represented what I noticed.
Well, how would you define sobbing?
Sustained.
Ms. Blel, you were interviewed in this case back on July 15th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
The detectives came to your house and they sat down with you for a couple of hours, correct?
Yep.
And Detective Roberts and Detective Klotz asked you about the case, correct?
Yes.
Asked you specifically what you were doing that night with Monica?
Yes.
And you were telling the detectives the truth, correct?
At that point, yeah, everything that I thought of, I said.
Okay. And that interview was recorded and a transcript was made, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Blel, in that interview, you told Detective Klotz and Detective Roberts for court's reference, page 27 of the prosecution's transcript, line 1314, she was just sobbing. I swear. She didn't form words for days.
That's correct.
And that was the truth, correct?
Sorry?
Yes. Page 26, line 13. You told them that Monica was just sobbing.
Okay. So what I was thinking of when I said that.
I'm sorry, I wasn't.
Oh,
I'm
you're
sorry.
not?
I'm not asking you what you were thinking
Okay.
about, but you told the detectives that Monica was sobbing.
Right.
Thank you. And then you testified yesterday, Ms. Blel, that Monica, you were with Monica all throughout the rest of that week. The next day you came morning through night, correct?
Yes.
You would get there about what time?
About 10 or 11.
And you would stay till when?
About between 6 and 8.
So you were there full days into the evening?
Yes.
And you were there also in the nighttime?
I mean, yeah, depending, between 6
6
and 8.
and 8,
Yeah.
okay. And I think you said there were people coming in and out
Yes.
that were also there all
Yes.
week. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And yesterday, Ms. Stagel, the prosecutor, asked you about whether Monica ever voiced any concern about being in the house. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you said she hadn't, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you were in the house that week. Fabio was killed late afternoon, early evening on Monday, correct?
Yes.
In the house.
Yes.
You were in the house that night, correct?
Yes.
You came back to the house that next morning,
Yes.
stayed through the evening hours, correct?
Yes.
And you were there every day that week, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Blel, am I correct? You never voiced any concern about your safety in the house that week, correct?
Total.
No.
And I think you told the detectives that nobody was scared, correct?
Correct.
And that the theory of the police at the time was that there'd been a burglary, correct? If you know, your understanding.
Could you repeat the question?
That your understanding was that everyone thought there had been a burglary. You thought that the operating belief at the time was that there had been a burglary.
That's what they were reporting on the news, so we were talking about it.
Okay. And you had even given an interview on the news, correct?
I did.
The night that Fabio was killed.
The next morning, I was coming with a deli plate.
And then you later gave an interview to the 48 Hours television show.
Yes.
Okay. And you testified yesterday, Ms. Blel, that after that week, you really didn't have much contact with Monica again. Is that fair?
That is fair. I texted her like every week for sure. And I tried to reach out, but yeah, we didn't really connect.
She didn't communicate with you.
No. It would me reach out to her.
And I think you said there was only one occasion after that you got together, you had gone over to her house, correct?
Yes.
And that was one time.
Yes.
You thought it was in March.
Yes.
I think you said it was a Saturday.
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, you didn't see her after that?
Mm-mm. No.
And that was between March and when Monica was arrested in June? Never
Correct.
saw her?
Correct.
And never really got much response from her texting, correct?
Correct.
So when Ms. Stagel yesterday asked you during that entire period, did Monica ever talk to you about Fabio or missing Fabio? You didn't really see Monica or talk to her other than that Saturday in March, correct?
In person, no, but I didn't receive anything on text or when we did talk on the phone, which was rare. It didn't come up ever.
Okay.
But
And how many times did you talk to her on the phone?
I can't say completely true. I don't know.
One?
I mean, I can give you less than 10 times, more than 5.
And when she asked you, Ms. Stagel asked you if you saw her grieving after Fabio was killed, between the time the time you saw her that week,
right,
and when she was arrested and some months later. And you said you never saw her grieving during that period, correct?
Yeah, I was not around her. Yes.
You were not around her,
Correct.
So
it
if
was-
she had been grieving, you wouldn't have seen it.
I would not have seen it with my eyes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Don't know what she actually brought to the table, besides sobbing. Let's check who this is.
So we can hear you, and for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Sure. My name is Luigi Sementilli, Luigi.
Oh, this is Luigi Sementilli. This is Fabio's son from a previous relationship. This we need to hear in its totality.
Sementilli.
I don't say this often. I usually say, can you get closer to the microphone? Can you get a little bit further from the microphone?
Sure. Too loud, yeah.
I didn't say that, but maybe. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Sir, are you the son of Fabio Sementilli? And how old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
And where do you live? Just generically.
Sure, yeah, I live in Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada.
Okay. And your mother, what's her name?
My mother's name is Vonda Carino. Maiden name was Apostoli, and of course, at one point she was known as Vonda Sementilli.
Okay.
Actually, now I need you to move my just a little closer.
A little bit closer.
Just a little
It's
bit.
my fault.
How's that?
You
It
can
is
explain
Council's
me.
fault.
Did how long was your mother married to your father?
I think it was 4 or 5 years. They got married in 89. And I believe by 94, 95, I think they were split up.
Could it have been earlier than 89?
That they got married?
Yes.
No, pretty certain that they got married in 89, but of course they were together for a while before that.
Thank you. Do you recognize your father's second wife here in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify her, please, for the record?
Yep, right over there. She's wearing a cream women's jacket.
Thank you. Your Honor, what's the people's next in order, please?
72.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry?
You haven't marked anything yet.
Yes, Your Honor, I have a photograph of the witness with his father. If it could please be marked as people 72.
Yes.
Thank you. Showing you people 72. Do you recognize what you see here?
Oh, yes, I sure do. Yeah, that's me and my dad. That's in St. Catharines. I went to school at Brock University, and this is in St. Catharines there where Brock University is. It's really close to Niagara Falls. He would often come to visit and just to make time to drive down and see me at school. So here we are after I think we had gone to sushi and then had, I think it was my girlfriend at the time, take this picture of me and him.
Oh.
Do you know approximately, given that you knew you were attending St. Catherine's at the time, do you know approximately when this photograph was taken?
Yeah, this was probably this probably would have been 2016, I believe.
Okay.
This may have been the last time he came actually to see me in St. Catherine's. Yeah. I think it may have been November.
Did you have a close relationship with your father despite his divorce from your mother?
Yes, absolutely. I did have a close relationship with my dad. Granted, they were separated. Wasn't with him as much as a normal family unit would have been. But yeah, absolutely. And because of the fact that there was a separation, he always went above and beyond to make sure that there was a strong connection between him and I.
While your father and the defendant, after their marriage, were living in Canada, did you, as you were growing up, spend time with them in their home?
Yeah, for sure. As part of the divorce agreement between my dad and my mom, I was to visit my father every other weekend, and that was the case for over 15 years, basically, until they moved away to California. So yes, I was with them and living at their house every other weekend.
Okay. And did you have a good relationship with your stepmother, the defendant?
It was a fine relationship. There's always a little bit of animosity, I think, between someone and a step parent. I called her by her name. I didn't call her by any kind of honorific. So it was a fine relationship.
When you said you called her by her name, you meant you called her Monica as opposed to what?
As opposed to Zia or mom or whatever else.
Okay. Zia, an Italian word for mom?
Zia means aunt.
Aunt.
Yeah, or really refers to anyone who's sort of older that you would want to use this word for respect. Yeah.
Okay. Was there ever a time when you were at their house over that 15-year period where you heard the defendant and your father arguing or fighting at all?
Yes, on more than one occasion. Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall what the defendant was fighting with your father about?
I do. Yeah, they were arguing about potential extramarital affairs that were going on.
By the defendant?
By the defendant, yeah. So on one occasion, it was a text message or email that had been found, and I'm overhearing a very loud argument between them, and my dad being the one who found something that shouldn't have been found, perhaps, and then the defendant being defensive and apologetic and all that about that. And then there was another instance where I was in the car, and my younger sister Jessica, she was very young at the time. I want to say maybe 6. And she had inadvertently or unknowingly let slip in the car in conversation that the defendant, her mom, Monica, was flirting with someone at a grocery store on a regular basis. And so my sister is saying this very flippantly, not realizing the ramifications of what was said. And then as soon as that was said, even Monica reacted like, oh, why did you have to say that? Because of course now it's going to cause this argument. So yeah, multiple arguments about infidelity over the years. Yeah.
Always on the defendant's side,
Yes.
or were any of them on your dad's side?
None on my dad's side.
Okay, well, we know she's a hoe. But does this actually speak to that she wanted her husband killed? If this is reoccurring, then wouldn't Baker be just another one? And his memory from 6 years old? Yeah.
Do you recall how old you were during any of these arguments regarding the defendant's infidelity?
Yeah, so the one when we were in the car, I remember pretty vividly. I'm going to say it was probably 12 or 13 at that time. And then the one where emails and text messages were found was several years prior. So I was significantly younger, 9, 10.
But let's see, you're 32, so this would be 20, in the mid-noughts. So yeah, there were texts and emails
like that.
Do you remember approximately how old Jessica was when she made the comment about the flirting?
So in that case, if I was say 12 or 13, Jessica would have been 6 or 7.
No. Did you have a close relationship with both Jessica and Isabella prior to the murder of your father?
Prior to the murder, yes.
Would you say that relationship has dramatically changed after your father's murder?
Yes, that would be an understatement.
Okay, so he believes his stepmother was involved and the sisters do not.
During the time that your father was living with the defendant and your sisters in Canada, and you would stay over, who would you say would be the boss in the home? Who was in charge?
It was Monica.
Who was in charge of the family's financial situations?
That would be Monica as well.
Now, when it came to paying, let's say, for instance, your tuition or your housing while you were in college, who was the one that would have conversations with you and your mother about paying the tuition or your housing?
That would be Monica as well.
Once your father and the defendant and your sisters moved to the United States, did you still speak with your father on a regular basis?
Yes.
And did you also see him on a regular basis every year?
Yeah, he would visit Canada, and then I would also make a yearly visit out to California.
And when you would come to California, did you stay at the home with the defendant, your father, and the girls?
That's correct.
All right. At some point in 2016, prior to the murder, of your father, did you come to stay at the house?
Yes.
Was that the house on Queen Victoria in Woodland Hills?
That's correct.
And where, when you came to the house, did you come by yourself or did you come with your girlfriend?
In 2013 and 2014, I traveled alone. In 2015, 2016, and 2017, I traveled with my girlfriend at the time.
Okay. That would have been Julia, yes?
That's correct.
Showing you Exhibit 7. Is this the home in 2016 that you stayed at? You came with Julia to visit your father and the defendant and the girls?
Yes, that's the home.
You want to rep another photo of the that's been shown already, the victim along with his 3 children. If it could be marked as people 73.
Yes.
Showing you people 73. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yep.
Is this a photograph of you and your father and your 2 sisters?
That's right.
Do you know where this photo was taken or approximately when?
Yeah, I think this was in 2016. I think this was in California.
Looks like at perhaps a Starbucks.
Yeah. For sure. There's a Starbucks there. I can see it. I'm wearing my Brock University shirt underneath that long sleeve thing.
While you were staying at with your father and your sisters and the defendant, where were you sleeping?
Mostly in the upstairs computer room area.
I have a photograph, actually 2 photographs. It's titled Search Warrant 5012 Queen Victoria Road, 2nd floor living area, the date of June 14, 27. May these photos be marked as people 74, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Showing you people 74. Is this the upstairs living room area?
That's right.
And just behind the couch area is near the window. What is this area here that I'm pointing to in the photograph on the left?
That's an office desk, and we can see the office desk in greater detail on the right side.
And whose desk was that?
I mean, it was just sort of the house computer, but most of the time I saw Monica out there.
Okay. And you said, did you tell us the month when you went to visit?
Which year?
2016, the last time.
In 2016, I visited in August.
Okay. And was there anything unusual about the defendant's conduct during that trip as opposed to other occasions when you would come to stay with them?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Overruled.
Yes, I would say so. A few things. So, one, a lot more time was spent on the couch, on the tablet, or on the phone.
On her phone or her tablet?
Yes.
You mean like a computer tablet?
Yeah, on a device, on the couch,
Okay.
chatting.
What do you mean chatting?
Chatting, doing what, just glued to this device,
Okay.
day and night on the, yeah. And then if she wasn't there, she was at the gym. I even remember an occasion where we all had gone out to dinner as a family, and then she came like when we were done, basically because she had some gym thing going on.
Maybe racquetball? or something?
Racquetball, yeah. So yeah, a lot of that, a lot more of being much more involved in the gym and these people at the gym, much more involved in that aspect. And then always inside on the tablet, on the couch. And then occasionally would come out in the back to smoke a cigarette and then go back to the couch.
And did you ever go with her to the gym?
I did.
Did she go to the gym like on a daily basis?
Yes.
And when you went to the gym, did she introduce you to any of her friends?
I was introduced to one friend there. Yeah.
Female, male?
It was a male friend.
Do you remember who that was?
Unfortunately, I do not.
Okay. While you were in town in August of 2016, did the defendant purchase a vehicle?
Yes.
And what type of vehicle did she purchase?
She purchased a red Fiat, the larger one. I think it was a Fiat XL. Yeah, when she, I remember this conversation specifically.
Well, let me ask you something.
Sure.
Did you go with her to purchase the vehicle?
I did not go with her to the dealership to purchase the vehicle.
When she came home from the dealership, did she say anything to you?
She came in through the garage from the dealership and said to me that basically she was bragging to me that she had thrown a tantrum in the dealership, screaming and crying and manipulating everyone in the dealership so that she could get a better rate on the car. And that this was successful and that she got.
How is this not hearsay? Because, I mean, in order for them to rebut this, they can't do it without her on the stand. So I don't understand how this. Yeah. Now, I'm very sorry for his loss, but we are in a legal setting here. So why is all of this being allowed in? Because this is just character. And that's not appropriate. But we're in California. Maybe California rules applies.
This extra rate.
Okay. And where were you when she came in from the garage? Where were you?
I was in the kitchen.
And was there anything else that was unusual during that trip that you remember? Did the defendant change at all in any way?
Just becoming more fit, becoming more reclusive with gym activities, spending more time alone, I suppose. Yeah, spending less time out in the backyard like we had in previous years.
The backyard area where there's a covered patio and a pool?
Yep, and where my dad spent most of his time. Yep.
Did your dad tend to, when you were there, sit in a particular area in the yard?
Yes, yeah, he sat in that one specific chair. Yeah.
Would that be a chair underneath the patio area?
That's right.
The covered patio?
That's correct.
All right.
It's close to the pool.
With his back turned to the pool so that he'd be facing sort of at an angle towards the television?
That's correct.
All right. And is that where you would spend a lot of time with him?
Yes, in one chair over.
Okay. Now, you said prior to the murder, you had a close relationship with your sisters, Isabella and Jessica. In terms of a close relationship, did you communicate with them separate from your communications, let's say, with your father?
Yeah.
And would that be through their personal cell phones?
Yep, social media, by phone, yeah.
In January of 2016, do you recall what you were doing around that time?
January of 2016?
Sorry, 2017.
Yeah, January 2017, I was in grad school at Brock University. I just finished the first semester and was ready to begin the second semester. And that's when I received the phone call the night of the murder.
Okay. And what were you getting a particular degree at that point in time?
Yes, I was working on a master's degree in philosophy.
Okay. So the night of January 23rd of 2017, you said you got a call. Who did you get a call from initially?
My sister, Jessica.
Okay. And what was her demeanor when she called?
She was freaking out, said someone killed dad, and saying, just sort of being hysterical. And then I think what I said, just not taking in information, was let me talk to dad. And then I think I hung up, she hung up the phone line, but that call ended. But then we were again on another phone call, and then the phone was passed around to some other people.
All right. So when the phone call ended, did you call somebody? Did you call your father's line at that point?
I believe I did, because I hung up and then tried my dad's line, no answer. And then I believe I had gotten a call back from Jessica's number. I think was the order of events. But yeah, then that second round of conversations begun.
And then did you speak to Jessica briefly before you said the phone got passed around?
I think so, for just a moment. And I think she said, here, gave it to Deborah.
Deborah, do you know somebody by the name of Deborah?
So Deborah Obad was a neighbor of theirs, and sort of like one of the only family like friends from the area, I suppose.
Had you met her when you would come to visit once a year to
Yes.
Los Angeles to visit your dad?
Yes.
Okay. And so you knew who she was.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And did you also speak to the defendant during that same phone call?
Yes.
And did the defendant relay information to you from the defendant?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. Did Deborah relay information to you from the defendant, your stepmom?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did she say to you from the defendant?
Objection, calls for speculation, no foundation.
I'll hear it.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So when Deborah came on the phone with me, she said to me, Monica's freaking out about money, worried that they're not going to have money, and that there's money coming to me, and so that I would help them with the money that I was to receive because they need the help.
So one of the first things that was said to you was that Monica was freaking out about money and that money was coming to you.
And that I was to get money. Therefore, the presumption was that I was going to give them money to help.
When you say the presumption, you're saying Deborah and Monica said that you would give Monica money?
Yeah, Deborah was like, don't worry, he'll give it to you, basically very presumptuously. And
She's
then
talking to Monica as she's on the phone with you?
and then relaying it to me and saying, you got to help them out. They're going to need help with money, this, that, and the other.
Okay. And then did you, in fact, the phone get passed to the defendant so you could speak with your stepmother?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did she say to you?
As soon as the phone was passed to Monica and we spoke for the first time after the murder, the first words out of her mouth were regarding life insurance money.
What did she say specifically, if you recall?
Yep. She says, there's money coming to you. Your dad took care of you. There's money coming to you. You'll be able to buy a house. You'll be able to buy a car. Yeah, that was the topic of conversation.
Did she say anything to you about?
I don't know. Could this conversation have happened? Maybe. But if that conversation happened, this would have happened with cops around, with other people around. This is the first I've heard about this. And yeah, there's something weird here. You know, my BS meter is not up there, but it's tingling.
There being a life insurance policy.
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
That you have money coming to you from life insurance. You'll be able to buy a house. You'll be able to buy a car. Your dad took care of you with these things that will now be paid out.
And did she specifically say to you that there was a hefty life insurance policy?
Objection, leading.
Allowed.
Big, yes. Lots of life insurance was up for grabs here. That was the message that was given.
Okay. But do you recall using the words when you spoke with detectives previously that the words she used, the defendant, was that there was a hefty life insurance policy?
Yes.
Okay. And at the point in time when the defendant said to you, there's money coming to you, your dad took care of you, you can buy a house or you can buy a car, did you know anything about what she was speaking?
No, I had no idea about any of this. No.
So you did not know anything about, you had not had prior conversations with your father about any type of policy
Nope.
regarding you as a beneficiary?
No, none of the policies, not even the one, set up with the divorce from my mom. I didn't even know about that one. So no, I didn't know about any of that.
Your mother had never told you about such a policy either?
No.
Was that a policy that you subsequently to your father's murder learned was through a company in Canada called Manulife?
That's correct. And it was set up according to Canadian law with regards to divorce settlements. It had to be set up at the time. And then, of course, this being a long time ago, no reason for me to think about it. My dad's alive and healthy. And then I learned about it. Yeah.
Okay. Now, other than talking about this significant amount of money that was coming your way, Did the defendant talk to you that night about anything else other than life insurance? Or was that the only topic she spoke about?
Objection, this case, the evidence.
The night of the murder,
Yes.
that was the only topic of conversation.
And this was a conversation that you
no.
had with the defendant
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
within perhaps an hour, a couple hours of your dad's murder?
An hour, yeah. A couple of hours, probably be generous. Yeah.
No,
What was your statement?
because that time, which is him speaking, is when cops were there. And you remember the the lead investigator? He testified about them talking and phone being passed around. And he didn't mention any of this.
Of mine at that point in time.
Completely in shock, reduced to bafflement. Don't know what's real anymore. Trying to just keep my feet beneath me. Trying to figure out, just then think more logistically, what are the next few days going to look like, and then it's one of those moments where your life changes in a moment, and you don't really know how to deal with it. So
Where were you when you got this call?
I was in my basement apartment that I was renting at school. Yeah.
And as the defendant was talking to you about the fact that there's this hefty life insurance policy that your father had set up for you, was she crying as she was speaking to you?
No tears. I did hear some, exacerbated breathing going on.
Like,
how the fuck would you know if there were no tears or not? This is rehearsed. Oh, okay. Now I'm going into you're an asshole. He knew about the no tears bit, so he had to say it. And there have been several witnesses talking about actual sobbing. Even though the investigator said no tears, still sobbing, constant sobbing. Her friend or former friend, constant sobbing. You can't see tears from a... Yeah, as Amica fan says, you can't see tears through a freaking phone. And even if... no, this is 2017. Yeah, there were camera phones. Even with camera phones, 2017, the quality wasn't good enough for details like that. Jesus Christ.
You didn't hear her crying, but you heard breathing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What kind of exacerbated breathing?
Like a kind of hyperventilating going on. Yeah. But the words and the message were very clear and coming out between each voice. Yeah.
You mean between Jessica's voice, between Deborah's voice, and between your stepmother's voice?
Between the hyperventulations. Everything was very clearly communicated. And yeah.
So in other words, you could understand what your stepmother was saying to you clearly.
Oh, yes.
And subsequent to that, did you have phone calls with your other family in Canada?
Yes.
And did you and other members of your family fly down to the Los Angeles area on Wednesday? That would have been January 25th of 2017?
Yep.
And while you were in Los Angeles, were you staying again at your father's home, or were you staying elsewhere, if you recall?
Yeah, so that was kind of a point of contention. I was thinking about where am I going to stay. I assumed everyone was just going to be staying at hotels. Surprised to hear that that wasn't the case, and that the defendant and I believe even my stepsisters were still staying at the house. I stayed in a hotel.
Okay. During the day, did you and your family come over every day to your father's home? What was your father's home on Queen Victoria?
That's correct.
The defendant and the girls were staying in the home?
That's correct.
During that period of time while you were in Los Angeles with family after your father's death, did you attend a viewing that took place at a funeral home?
Yes.
And that would have been January 29th?
I believe so.
And subsequent to that, some type of a wake or a memorial or a gathering in the backyard that night?
Yes.
And while you were in town that week, did the defendant do anything that was unusual that you found to be unusual?
Objection to evidence, cause for speculation.
Apparently, in California, all of this is allowed. I don't know why, but this judge allows it.
To give you anything?
Yeah, so I showed up to the Queen Victoria house. First time coming and seeing Monica in person since the murder, she hands me the Rolex watch that my dad was wearing when he was killed. She also asked me to go through and take anything from the wardrobe or like his stuff.
You mean like his clothing?
Clothing and basically anything. Just kind of brought me through the walk-in closet and said, take whatever you want.
She escorted you into the master bedroom.
So this, who the prosecutor claims is money hungry, gives him a $50,000 watch and free reign to grab anything he wants out of the house. As a normal person does. Hey, Fenrir, new to this case. When was the murder committed? January 2017. When was the body found? January 2017. The murder happened within apparently 7 minutes between a phone call and when the murderers left with the porch. A minute later, the daughter drives in and about a minute later finds her father. Yeah, this doesn't make sense with the money hungry stuff. If she really was that money hungry, she's basically telling him, your dad took care of you. This is the memorabilia things. If there's anything that you want that you can have use of, because this is normal behavior, in my opinion. You guys tell me if this isn't normal behavior. His father murdered. They are having a wake. He gets there. She hands him his watch, a $50,000 Rolex. How is this portrayed as unusual? I'm lost here. So you guys have to tell me if I'm completely off. Gwendolyn says, when my dad passed, his wife at the time wouldn't even allow us to get things that actually belonged to us. She sold it all. Oh, so your stepmother was a cunt. Oh, YouTube, that's a Swedish word. It does not mean what you think it means. Yeah, I know. There are families where that happens as well. Where sadly, the new wife keeps everything and shuts off the rest of them. But this is not one of these cases, apparently.
Room, walk-in closet. Is that yes?
Yes, that's yes.
And told you to take anything you wanted.
Correct.
Okay. At some point during your stay in Los Angeles, while you and your family were there, that include, by the way, your aunts Loretta and Morella, and your uncle Marco.
Yes.
And some of your cousins.
Yes. Yep.
Did at any point in time did the defendant ask you to come upstairs?
Yes.
And where upstairs did she ask you to follow her to?
It was that computer room where I previously tested that I would sleep in that room because there was a bed off to the side.
Okay. In Exhibit 74, to the left of the photograph, on the left, there are some beds set up. Is that right?
Oh yeah, you can see the bed in the corner there. Yeah.
With the white, looks like maybe turquoise and brown or black pattern on it.
That's it.
Okay. Looks like there's a red number 2 in the left-hand corner. She called you up into the family room to ask you to sit down on a couch, or what was the purpose of this?
No, so she brought me up to the computer area because you can see on the right there, next to the monitor is a printer. And then that printer is where it was printed out. This document, that was the reason for me being brought up to be shown this document. And the document was a table showing the beneficiaries of the estate and all of the different sources of life insurance that would be due to be paid to each beneficiary and in what percentages.
Your Honor, I have a document that appears to be a.
So she took care, at this wake, she made sure that the kids got everything done as soon as possible. Now, how he says it, it sounds like it's something, oh, did she do that? But then again, think about it. She took care of you, money-wise, or your dad, and she made sure that you got it as soon as possible, because I'm at the age where I attend more funerals than weddings. Yeah, welcome to my age. And one of the things that is always in contention is money. Always. She made sure, let's take care of that first. The money bit, over and done. I don't see that being, how that can be held against her.
A ledger of sorts regarding beneficiaries of a life insurance policy, along with other stock options, profit shares, things of that nature. May it be marked as People 75?
Yes.
Showing you People 75. Do you recognize this document here?
I sure do.
Okay. And was a version of this document at that time showed to you by the defendant?
Yes.
Your Honor, if you would object, the vaguest version and identification of the witness, I think you should be precise.
Well, the defendant showed you a document similar to this one?
Yes, many times.
Or this one?
Several times, yes.
Okay.
In one instance, I was brought up, like we were saying, I was brought up to that room and a fresh version was printed out, a hard copy.
Okay. And was the defendant showing you this document?
Oh, yes.
And what, if anything, did she say about the document that looked like this, that she printed out that day while you were in town that week for your father's viewing and wake?
Yes. So when she printed up the document, she was showing it to me. It was just me and her up there. She was looking at it, looking down, smiling at it, and even in the strange way, petting this piece of paper.
What do you mean by petting?
Just looking at it as though it was some precious.
Kid, I know you're 32, but kid, now you're being weird. Now you're being weird. I know that you believe your mother is guilty, but this is weird. I don't, now my BS meter is up here. Now it's just, in my opinion, this guy is exaggerating everything that happened in the hope that it will convict his mother, making him an asshole. I say this in other cases. If you are the victim of a crime or anything, if you're about to testify, if you're a witness, well, first of all, get representation, but never embellish. Get up there, tell the truth. Don't embellish. This is embellishing.
Thing that she was holding on to in her hands, kind of moving her hand across it. And
That's the term precious thing. That'll be stricken. Everything else remains.
So she was moving her hand across the document.
yeah, it sounds silly, but I know what I saw. I was being shown this document, and I was being shown, look at how fantastically large all of these numbers are. Isn't this great? That's what happened.
And on the document, did the defendant point out for you and make any statements about how much money you were expected to receive?
Yes, because that's included in the document.
Okay, and that, if we look at this document, it has your name at the top in a couple of different locations, but it also has the name Monica and then Jessica and Isabella's names, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and along the left side of the document, there is different types of sources or types of properties such as life insurance, P&G stocks, Merrill Lynch, Wells Fargo, profit sharing, retirement accounts, things of that nature? Yeah.
Absolutely.
And percentages, is that right?
That's right.
In each column for each person?
When was this page printed? I need to see an actual date on that paper. Let's see if we can actually see it. When it was printed. No, there's nothing of that sort there.
Correct percentages for each of the beneficiaries and how much of what was being allotted to whom. That's
Okay.
correct.
And this was again, within a few days of your father's murder at this house, is that right?
Yes, just a few days. Yep.
And from the version of the document that she showed you that day, who was getting the most amount of money? Which beneficiary was getting the largest portion?
Monica, the defendant.
So
And did you have other conversations with the defendant that week about money?
Yes,
And who would bring that up?
she would.
And approximately how many times did she talk to you about money that week while you were in town?
That week, probably half a dozen. And then in the months leading up to the arrest, I would say 75% of every conversation was about money, and not just money in general, but specifically about the life insurance.
So after you returned home to Canada, you continued having conversations with the defendant?
Yes, I wanted to check in and just try and be strong for them and see how they're doing there, because I'm far away. So
Did you regularly call or text?
I would regularly text. Yeah,
And who would you regularly text?
Monica.
Okay. More than you would so before your father's murder?
Yes.
Okay. And during the conversations that you would have with the defendant via text, was there also conversations that took place via phone?
Via phone call?
Yes.
I believe so, but it was mostly the text messaging that I recall.
And you said most of those conversations, 75% of them, had to do with money and mostly life insurance.
Yes, it was about the life insurance, this document, and over time the different figures being filled in with actual numbers. So it was that. It was a lot of frustration over her not receiving her portion of the life insurance and the different things that they were trying to do, the tactics they were trying to do to get them to pay out. And then thirdly, the fact that they were struggling with money, I was told.
When you just narrated off like these topics, were these the topics of conversation that you had with the defendant after your father's death?
Correct. These were the topics of conversations I had with the defendant after my father's death.
So this is after. Now, let's see this out of the perspective. She had nothing to do with it. She's trying to get money to her kids and herself in order to pay the bills. Maybe save not having to sell the house. Because the house, we already know, was mortgaged up to the ceiling. It was I believe it was a $2.7 million house. But once it was sold, after taxes, she got like $130,000 for a $2.7 million home. It was mortgaged up to the ceiling. So, and since life insurance isn't being paid out, then of course it is a conversation piece. This doesn't.
And like I said, the vast majority of them pertained to life insurance, money, and the lack of money on a day-to-day basis now that my dad was not around.
So she was complaining to you about the fact that she claimed she was having money problems.
That's right.
Did she complain to you that she was struggling over bills and things of that nature? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
That's overruled.
Did she ever tell you that she was getting your father's salary through Wella for a 6-month period after his death?
I was completely unaware of that until after she was arrested.
She never told you that?
I was never told. She never told me that.
Did she ever talk to you about her dealings with law enforcement? Les?
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Early on, having people come over to identify jewelry to try and connect it with other cases.
Did she ever talk to you about the fact that she thought law enforcement was keeping things from her?
Overruled.
Yes.
And you said that she expressed frustration. What was she expressing frustration about?
Yeah, so the frustration was starting to come up because I had received some of my life insurance as a beneficiary. And when this was mentioned, that's when the frustration came up, because one of the other beneficiaries, right, has received something and she had not. And so that was the source of the frustration.
And did she also,
This is, I need to get to, let's see here, here's a photograph. Let's see, do we get to cross-examination anytime soon?
when the family,
Still not cross-examination.
You received a call.
Oh,
during this February 28th,
Dominion. That is correct, yes.
funeral events, Partial about the fact that the defendant had asked you to give up your share of sin-off.
okay, cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Sementilli.
And it is Blair who conducts the cross-examination. Good choice. For you who don't know, Blair Blake here is Johnny Depp's former attorney. She is the one who took the Amber Heard depositions.
Good morning.
Mr. Sementilli, when the court recessed just now, there was a break in the proceedings. Did you go and speak with the, what did you do during the break?
I went to the bathroom, I got a bottle of water, and I sat here.
Okay. Did you speak to the prosecutor or the detectives in the case?
When I was in the Hollywood with them, yes, they told me that I was doing a good job, and that's it.
Okay. So you didn't discuss anything about any of the facts in the case or any of your testimony? Okay. And Mr. Sementilli, am I?
Oh, sorry, the answer is no.
And am I correct? You've met a number of times, you've spoken a number of times to the prosecutors in the case?
Over the last 8 years, yes, I have.
How many times?
Over the last 8 years, probably a dozen times.
Okay. And have you ever met with them?
This is my second time meeting them in person.
Okay. And the first time was when?
Was a Baker's sentencing.
Okay. And Mr. Sementilli, am I correct that you, the first time you ever had any discussions with the police or prosecutors was after your stepmom's arrest? Is that right?
Correct. I would say that's correct. I got a call from, I believe it was Partial, one of the detectives on the case, and that was right after the arrest.
You received a call from Detective Partial.
I believe it was, yeah.
Informing you that they had arrested your stepmom.
Yes.
And that was shocking to you, correct? You had never, during this whole period of time since your dad had been killed, ever reached out at any time to the detectives, correct?
No.
You never made any mention of anything that you thought was unusual or strange to the detectives in the case about your stepmom, correct?
Did I bring anything to their attention that I thought was unusual or strange? No. You know, at the time, when you're grieving like that, you know, you don't put those pieces together immediately, right? It's a lot easier to do that after the fact.
After they told you that they're accusing your stepmom of this terrible thing.
Right, yeah. But then once you go back and start recollecting, it becomes very clear. The puzzle pieces fit together very easily. So at the time, no. But once I heard this advancement in the case, you know, the clouds cleared and things started making sense again.
I see. And that was also after the detectives called you and told you their opinions about the case, correct?
That was in the same phone call.
Okay. And when they called you, they didn't just tell you that your stepmom had been arrested. They told you that they believed your stepmom had been having an affair with the man who had murdered your dad, correct?
That's correct. They gave me all of the details of the case as they put it together.
Their theory, their opinions about what the evidence was in the case, correct?
They relayed to me the evidence of the.
Jesus Christ. So the cops gave a witness details. That is witness in, not intimidation, but witness tampering. His opinions should be unrelated to whatever their case is. So they more or less fed everything, that they fed him their narrative. Of course he's going to remember, Jesus Christ, this is bad. How is this even that's really bad police work. That's just them, the police, the investigators, trying to affect a witness into testifying for them. Yes, yeah. It actually does. The longer we listen, the longer it felt like he's reading off some invisible script. And now we know why. The moment they arrested her, in order to obtain a favorable future testimony, they called him and gave him the details as they saw it. In my opinion, that is clear witness tampering. Clear. But welcome to California.
Case.
They told you also their opinion in that phone call,
So yeah,
telling you that Monica Sementilli had been arrested, that they believed that she had done this for insurance, correct?
that's correct. Now I had asked them as well because it's my stepmom at the time, and I said to them, like, in your professional opinion, could this be a mistake?
No.
You know, what's going on here? How does it look from your perspective? Everything you know, and then yes, they of course gave their opinion on the matter, which is that it was a very damning case with a lot of evidence, which I also saw as well.
They told you that. They thought it was a very damning case with a lot of evidence.
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, you questioned the detective about the insurance, about some kind of financial motive. You, at the time, when you spoke to the detective, said that she's just not that kind of person any more than anyone else in my family. Do you remember saying that?
I don't remember saying that. No. Yeah.
Okay. But you had questions about the theory that was being presented to you that somehow Monica had done this for insurance.
Yeah. So when you get a call at midnight from a detective, right, across the continent, and all of this information is being dumped on you, of course, I want to know. Outside of what they have to tell me, I want to get an inkling of what they think as a person. And that's why I asked them. I didn't ask it because I didn't ask it because I was skeptical of these things. I asked it because I wanted more information and wanted to hear get under the bonnet, so to speak, of what this detective thinks, as opposed to what they're doing this courtesy call for me to tell me this update. So yeah, it was not so much questioning them because I didn't believe it. I was questioning them to get more information.
But you also told them that your aunt, Morella, and Marco were having trouble believing it as well, correct?
I told
The detective.
that Mark. So when I spoke to the detective, in that phone call was the first time I was told about all of this. So I wouldn't have had a chance to speak with my aunt or Marco at that point.
But later, after you did, you had a conversation with the detectives about their questioning whether Monica could be involved, correct?
I'm not able to recall that off the top of my head here. If you had some.
Why not? You remembered everything during a direct examination from the top of your head. But this, oh.
Do you have a transcript of some kind that I can refresh myself with? I don't recall.
That's a really strange thing to say. He sounds coached. This sounds coached.
Well, if you don't recall it, you don't recall it.
Okay.
Do you recall it?
Repeat it again. Do I recall what
Do
exactly?
you recall ever discussing with the detectives that your Aunt Morella and Marco were also questioning whether there was really some kind of financial motive here?
I want to say no, because as soon as the arrest happened, from our family perspective, it was bittersweet. Bittersweet because we've lost another family member, but bitter because we lost a family member. On the other end, sweet because the stars did align and we did see the truth in this case.
Okay.
So we weren't, I don't believe we were, if it.
But you said in the first interview that you didn't believe it.
If a phrase was uttered like that.
Let me read.
Your Honor, I'd ask the witness to be able to finish his answer.
Finish your answer, sir.
Sure. Let's say a statement was made like that to one of the detectives. I think we were just kind of doing our due diligence to say, like, is there a 1%, is there a 5% chance that this is a mistake? We were all on the same board. We kind of all understood and believed that what was presented as the case in the evidence is the case.
Okay, but it's fair to say, and I just want to be fair, that you were shocked when the detective called you up, correct?
Was I shocked? Yes, I was shocked, but I wasn't in disbelief. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
And Mr. Sementilli, am I correct that it was only after that phone call that you were ever interviewed about anything you had observed or experienced with Monica after you were told by the detectives that they believed she had committed this murder, was involved, and it was for a financial reason?
When Monica was arrested was when I started being interviewed about my experiences with the defendant.
So you were first fed information and then they interviewed you? This should have been thrown out. His entire testimony should not be allowed because he is clearly tampered.
Does that answer the question?
Yes, it was after that is what I'm asking.
Yes, that's right. Before she was arrested, I was under the impression that it was what it appeared to be, which was, a home invasion. And so I was not interviewed by detectives prior to Monica being arrested.
And you had one interview by detectives, correct?
I believe it was, so it was the call from Parshal, which was really late at night, my time. And I believe one other call, which was then recorded as well. I think it was just those two calls, I want to say. One where he gave me the news that Monica was arrested, and then another one, which was an interview.
An interview. And that interview was fairly lengthy?
I believe so. I want to say 45 minutes, something like that.
And you told them the truth, yes?
Of course.
Okay. And you described anything that you believed was important or relevant to what they were investigating?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Sementilli, you, for the very first time earlier today in your testimony, said that your dad and your stepmom actually had arguments that you overheard.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you described two instances where you were certain that there was an argument of some kind.
That's correct.
And that was about, you said, about infidelity, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you testified earlier that these two instances occurred over 20 years prior to your dad being killed?
I would say 15. Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to be sure I'm correct. The first incident you described where there was any conflict between your dad and your stepmom, you said, I think you were around 9 or 10 years old.
Correct.
And there was some kind of text and you overheard a discussion?
Yes.
Okay. And you would have been 9 or 10 years old how long before your dad was killed?
Say again? Oh, when was this?
Yeah,
when would
when
this
did
have
this
been?
happen? Yeah.
This would have been probably around the year 2000.
So you would have been about 15 years old.
In the year 2000, I would have been 8 years
I'm sorry,
old.
you would have been 9 or 10 years old.
Yeah, around 2000, 2001, 8, 9, 10, something around that ballpark. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, now it's
And that
getting
would have
vague.
been 15 years that your dad and your stepmom had been married since then before he was killed,
That's right.
correct?
Yep.
And the other instance you spoke about today for the first time was about something when you say you were about 12 years old?
Yeah, 12 or 13.
Okay. And that would have been about 13 years before your dad had been killed,
Yeah,
correct?
04, 05, something like that.
Okay.
So 20 years ago.
And those were the only times that you recall ever having heard any conflict or instance of argument about any kind of infidelity or other matter?
Those were not the only times to my memory, but those are two times that stick out in my memory that I can attest to. And I remember, I can close my eyes and imagine being there. But there were domestic disputes that happened occasionally. These two were about infidelity. I remember them specifically, but there were other occasions too. And yeah.
So one when you were 9 or 10, and one when you were about 12.
There were at least these two incidents, yes.
And you said that your stepsister Jessica was 6 at the time?
Yeah.
And that she was talking about her mom flirting?
That's right.
And you said there were other instances of domestic conflict. What were they?
Yeah, just, when you're an only child, sort of growing up and being in a house and spend a lot of time alone in your room, you hear what everyone in the house is talking about. So there were many, many occasions when I overheard discussions like this, discussions about infidelity. Now, in instances in where they erupted into like a bigger argument, these two that we've discussed come to me immediately off the top of my head are, for some reason, core memories for me. I don't know why.
Might have happened, but I believe these are, as she said, this is the first time he's ever in trial. It's the first time he mentioned this, not in the interview, here in trial. So he has 7 years to create a Mandela effect memory. Was there arguments? Yeah. Was it actually about infidelity, or is it just that he so desperately wants it to? Yeah, what would a 6-year-old perceive, understand flirting to be?
But there were, there's always murmurings and discussions and stuff going on, remarks that are made about someone's boyfriend and, stuff like that. So.
And this was all when everybody was living in Canada, right?
That's correct.
And how old were you when they moved to Los Angeles?
I was, I believe, 18. I was 18 years old. 18 or 19.
18 or 19. And that was how many years before your dad was killed?
It was about 6 or 7 years.
6 or 7 years before your dad was killed.
Yes. Yeah.
And you, before your dad was killed, and it sounds like after, you had a fairly good relationship, it would be fair to say, with Monica?
I wouldn't say a good relationship. I would say it could have been a lot worse. That's for sure. We were friendly. We had a friendly relationship, but I wouldn't say we weren't close in any respects like that. Whenever there's a step parent, step kid relationship, there's always some, there's always a bit of animosity there. But could have been a lot worse. That's for sure.
Animosity by who, Mr. Sementilli?
From both parties, probably. I mean, I have more than one step parent even, so maybe, I reflect on this stuff a lot more. But there's always a little bit of animosity that kind of gets in the way in that relationship with you and that person. I'm sure there are instances of people who have great relationship with their step parents. But for me, it was as what you would expect with a step parent. Yeah.
What was your animosity against your stepmom?
Just that this person's not my mom. Just like it's the same situation on my mom's side as well. Just that something happened that caused my family to not be like everyone else's family. So.
And your mom and your mom and your dad had gotten a divorce, correct? And your dad then married Monica, correct?
Yes, correct.
But that is what you're describing as the animosity.
It's kind of hard to describe. It's hard because it's like a, it's like a wart that's always there, and it's the evil stepmother wart that's always there on your relationship, so to speak, right? There's always a mustache on the Mona Lisa with that relationship. It wasn't ever going to be.
Kid, that's not your description. Yeah, does it exist? Yeah. How you describe it, I don't think that is that usual.
Like a true guardian and someone who needs guarding. It was just your run-of-the-mill step-mom, step-kid relationship full of, angst growing up and a little bit of resentment, but overall friendliness, and could have been a lot worse.
Okay. Mr. Sementilli, you described having come to Los Angeles in the fall of 2016 for a visit, correct?
That's correct.
And this was the fall before.
Sorry to correct you. I visited in August.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's good.
That was my mistake. In August of 2016. and your dad was killed in January, right?
Of 2017, that's right.
Yes, okay. And you stayed in Los Angeles for 3 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you stay?
I stayed mostly in that upstairs office area
Okay.
where they had a bed there.
Okay. And that was with your girlfriend at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And you stayed there for just a vacation? There was some purpose, or just to visit with your family?
Just to see my family. Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Sementilli, you described some kind of incident where you said Monica had gone out and purchased a Fiat. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Was that incident you're describing when your dad and Monica went out to get the car?
No,
Your dad wasn't with her
my dad was not there.
at all?
Monica came in from the garage and said that she bought a new Fiat, and then the rest of the story about the tantrum to get the better deal, manipulate the dealership people to get a lower cost.
So Monica came in from the garage, but your dad and Monica had gone to the dealership to purchase the Fiat, correct?
I can't attest to that. To my knowledge, Monica went to the dealership.
So you don't
I
know whether
think
your dad was there?
I don't think my dad was there. I was not told my dad was there. My dad, I presumably would have been at work when this was going on because it was during the day. She came in and told me the story through a tantrum for the dealership. And in fact, if my dad was there, I don't think the tantrum would have happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
But setting aside what you think or don't think about
Sure.
what somebody else would have done. You don't know one way or the other whether your dad accompanied your stepmom to the dealership that day, correct? You don't know.
I was never told that my dad went to that dealership with Monica.
Fair
It was
enough.
my understanding that Monica went to that dealership on her own and she was the only one there.
Fair enough. Mr. Sementilli, you talked earlier about learning about your dad's death. And I just want to ask you a few questions about this. You described how you first got a call from Jess, correct?
Yep.
And that's your stepsister?
My half-sister,
I'm sorry, your
Jessica.
half-sister. And you didn't at first believe that it was real?
Yep.
And you actually tried to call your dad?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point you called Jess back?
I either called Jessica back or Jessica called me back. It was one of the two. But yes, the phone conversation restarted itself. Yeah.
Okay. And you're not sure whether she called you back or you called her back, but you got on the phone with Jessica.
Yes.
And what did you talk about?
So the first time when she answered the phone, she said, "Oh my God, you have to help someone kill dad." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I thought I don't know, they were up to some hijinks, who knows? And then slowly kind of realized, okay, this is not like a call I've received before. I said, just slow down, let me talk to dad. Of course, that's not going to happen. So then I believe that's when I hung up, tried to call my dad's, no answer. And then after that ended up being back on the phone again through Jessica's cell phone number. And then speaking with Jessica, yeah, not much was said. She said someone killed him, someone slit his throat, and then the phone was passed off to Deborah Obad.
Okay. Before it was passed off to Deborah Obad, Mr. Sementilli, when you were talking to Jessica, it's fair to say she was hysterical?
Jessica was freaking out, yeah.
Okay. And I think you described at the time she was overwhelmed.
That would seem appropriate, the appropriate word to use, yeah.
Okay. Okay. And how long were you speaking to Jessica before she passed the phone off? as you said?
Not long, with a matter of seconds.
Okay. And then you got on the phone with who you described as Deborah Obad,
Mhm.
correct?
Yep.
And you knew Deb, correct?
Yes.
You were friendly with Deb?
I was friendly with Deb, yes.
And Deb was a friend of your mom and dad's, or stepmom and dad's?
Deborah was a friend of my dad and Monica, yes.
Okay, both of them?
Yes.
Okay. And you had seen her frequently at the house?
When I visited California, Deborah would appear, yeah, once every few days, yeah.
Okay. And you had spent any time with Deborah prior?
Yeah, for sure. In the backyard, chatting. She had recently adopted a son. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And when you got on with Deborah that night, it was Deborah. Well, let me ask you, what did Deborah tell you exactly?
Deborah said, she's trying to explain the situation to me because Jessica was hysterical, and that's all who I'd spoken to at that point. So Deborah comes on and is slowly, as best as she can, explaining to me what's going on. And then the conversation turns
I'm
to
sorry,
money.
let me stop you. I was asking you what she said to you. So she was explaining what was going on. What was she saying to you as best you can recollect?
Yes, it looks like people broke in. Your dad is dead. There are cops here. Yeah, stuff like that.
Anything else that she said to you?
Then talking about money.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before she started talking to you about money, did she say anything else about your dad's killing or anything to do with that?
Yes, like I said, when Jessica handed off the phone in hysterics, Deborah came on the phone and explained to me slowly and calmly what was happening at the house there at the moment, which is the killing.
And then you said she started talking to you about money?
Yes, then money became the topic of conversation.
As best you can, Mr. Sementilli, what do you recall Deborah Obad said to you about money
Yes.
in that call?
So Deborah said, Monica is freaking out about money because her and the girls are not going to have any. Now that my dad's gone and there's no paycheck. Then Deborah tells me, you, which is me, have a lot of life insurance coming to you. And that I said to Monica, Deborah says to Monica, that Lou will help with money by giving some of this to them. And I'm on the other phone like, okay. I just don't really know what to say at the moment, but that's what happened.
Let me ask you about that. So it was Deborah who said, you have a lot of life insurance coming.
I was on the phone with Deborah, so yes.
And she said that to you?
She said that to me.
Interesting. They are pinning him in on an actual answer here.
And Deborah told you that you had some kind of policy that money was coming directly to you?
Yes, through conversations she must have had with other people who knew, presumably Monica. Yes, she was telling me about this life insurance that's coming to me separate because of my dad's previous marriage. And that was also specifically mentioned, yes.
Okay, by Deborah.
By Deborah.
And you don't know at that point or any point where she got that information. You just know that Deborah was the one who was telling you that there was a separate life insurance policy and you were going to be a beneficiary of that.
Yes, and that I was to give some.
I remember from opening statements that nobody knew about the company life insurance until later. So that's interesting. I'm quite sure they will have some representative from the company that Fabio was employed at that will come to testify about this during the defense case in chief, because they were very, very clear on this on opening statement, that Monica knew nothing about the life insurance where he was sole beneficiary until later.
Some of this to Monica.
You're saying that Deborah in that phone call told you that you were supposed to give money to Monica.
Yes, not even that I was supposed to, but that she assured Monica that I would.
She told you that, Deborah told you that she had assured Monica that you would give her money from your life insurance.
That's correct.
And that was that very first phone call.
That's correct.
Okay. And you're sure of that?
I'm correct. Yes, that's
Okay.
correct. Yeah.
So it was Deborah who told you about a separate life insurance policy. And it was Deborah who said to you that you should give some of the money to Monica from that life insurance policy.
So just that last part, the language, it was already presumed that I was going to give the money.
So she told you were going to give the money.
Yes. So it was almost as if Deborah was recounting a conversation she had with Monica to me.
But you don't know that, right?
I don't know what.
You don't know that Monica and Deborah ever had a conversation, correct?
I don't know it with absolute certainty.
Correct.
However, she knew things that she couldn't have possibly known without.
Your Honor, I would object. He's speculating.
This thing. I rolled.
Thank you. Mr. Sementilli, in that first call where Deborah, you said, told you in a way that presumed you were going to give money from this separate insurance policy that you never knew anything about to Monica. You, in fact, later complained to the detectives that you thought it was presumptuous of Deborah Obad to tell you something about giving money, as if she expected you to do it, correct?
Correct. What was presumptuous was that she was answering on my behalf about something that I didn't know about or even know that, I just thought this is a little bit strange topic of conversation to be happening an hour after my father was murdered. Yes, very strange to bring this up at all. Yeah.
Okay. And isn't it true, Mr. Sementilli, that when Deborah at some point passed the phone to Monica, what she said to you was, don't worry, your dad's going to take care of you, or your dad is taking care of you. Isn't that correct?
I can restate what was said to me if you'd like.
Yes.
Yes. So when the phone
Well,
was,
first of all, is that correct that she said your dad's going to take care of you?
Counsel, when you say she,
I'm
which of the
sorry,
two women are you
Miss-
referring to?
Miss Sementilli.
when Monica came on the phone, she
Yes.
said, your dad took care of you. There's lots of money coming to you. You'll be able to buy a house. You'll be able to buy a car.
Okay. She talked to you about continuing in school?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. So your dad's going to take care of you. There'll be money to buy a house, money to go to school.
There's money coming to you. Yeah.
And she never said anything about life insurance, correct?
No, this is what she's talking about. She's talking about the life
No,
insurance.
you believed it was what she was talking about, but she never said anything about life insurance specifically, correct?
So whether or not she said those two words, life and insurance, to me, it didn't matter because I knew what she was talking about,
Okay.
especially the fact that Deborah was on a moment before talking about this life insurance. So yes, she was talking about the life insurance.
Thanks for being clear about that.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. And after she told you this, did you have any other conversation with Monica?
That night, specifically,
Yes.
I don't believe so.
Okay. And when you were on the phone with Monica, you said she was hyperventilating?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you tell me the conversation lasted how long?
It wasn't very long. It was 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
Okay. So you made immediate plans to come down to Los Angeles?
After the murder,
Yes.
as a family, we came down. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And you got down there when?
I don't remember the exact day. I'm sure this is all on the record there. I attended the events that were here. Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, you stayed how long when you were down in Los Angeles?
For that funeral, I want to say it was probably like 5 days, 5 or 6 days. And then we all went back to Ontario.
And did you come back again?
The next time after that I came back to California was for Baker's guilty sentencing, which was 2 years ago.
Okay. So between the time you came down, you never came back to Los Angeles after that first service that you came down to in Los Angeles, correct?
That's correct. I did not go again to Los Angeles between February of 2017 and July of 2023.
You testified earlier, Mr. Sementilli, about a separate life insurance policy that your dad had purchased where you were the sole beneficiary.
Yep.
Correct?
Yes, correct.
And you learned about that for the first time from Deborah Obad that night.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And your dad had purchased it after, I understand from the year of purchase, after he and Monica were together?
He got that life insurance after he and my mom separated. As per Canadian law, at the time, he had to set up that life insurance for me.
And he set up that life insurance after he and Monica were together, correct?
I don't know that. I don't know when it was set up. To my knowledge, it was about the divorce between him and my mom. So
I'm just asking you when, if you know.
I don't know when. So I
Okay.
didn't even know it existed until I received it. Basically. So,
Okay.
no, I don't know.
And once you knew it had existed, you learned that there was what kind of policy? You said a Manulife policy?
The company was Manulife, I believe. Yeah.
Manulife?
Manulife. Yeah.
And you were the beneficiary, correct?
Mhm.
And how much money was coming to you from that policy?
So the initial policy for my mom and dad's divorce from the early 90s was $150,000 Canadian.
$150,000 Canadian.
That's right.
And you you learned of it the night he died, and you filed a claim with Manulife, correct? February 9th?
File a claim with Manulife?
Yes.
Did I file a claim with Manulife?
Yes.
I don't recall. What I remember is just the check showing up at my door, to be honest with you. I don't really recall reaching out or having an issue or having to deal with Manulife in that regard. I just remember it kind of just came to my door randomly one day.
Mr. Sementilli, when you filed the claim with Manulife, you received money from that claim?
Your Honor, reject the suits tax matter.
I'm sorry.
Sustained.
I'm sorry. I'll go back. Mr. Sementilli, at some point you received a check from Manulife, correct?
That's correct. The $150,000 from Manulife that was set in the life insurance when my mom and dad divorced.
And you received that in March of 2017.
It
correct?
sounds correct. Yeah.
So you're saying that you're not sure who filed a claim or who asked that the monies be paid. But in March of 2017, in fact, you received the benefits from that life insurance policy.
I'm going to object to her again. It seems facts.
It's the same.
Did you receive money from Manulife for the insurance policy?
Objection. That's an answer.
So,
Did you?
I did.
And you received that, you think, in March?
Around that time, yeah.
And you, in fact, made the claim and dealt with the claim yourself, correct?
Objection again, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered.
no, assumes fact not evidence, counsel. Excuse me. Assumes fact not evidence. Sustain.
Make the claim?
Do you recall how the claim was made?
No, I don't. I received a $150,000 check.
Counsel, there's no evidence that a claim was made.
Do you know how you were paid from the Manulife policy?
I received the check at my door with my name on it.
Okay.
I mean, it's not speculation. I mean, you have to make the claim to get the money. So everything else is hearsay. Everything else hearsay is allowed in. Yeah.
You, in fact, Mr. Sementilli, sent a series of texts to Miss Sementilli about you making a claim and processing a claim. Isn't that right?
It may have been the case that I had to send a death certificate.
Okay. Might it refresh your recollection to see the text where you're talking about processing the claim with Manulife?
By all means.
Okay.
Counsel, can I see?
Yes. Showing you,
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object. This is not inconsistent, so it's not impeachment, and therefore it's hearsay.
Right? It's not even for impeachment yet. So rule.
do you see a text that you sent to Monica Sementilli?
Yep.
And does that refresh your recollection about talking about receiving life insurance?
So I'm going to stop.
I'm going to object. There's no indication he needs his memory refreshed.
That was not the, excuse me a second, that was not the original purpose of refreshing his memory.
Precisely.
It was relating to a claim.
Yes.
Understood?
Yes.
I've got the text.
It's fine, ask the proper question.
Yes. And showing you this text that you sent, it looks like 2/5, I'm blind.
Mhm.
Is that
2/9.
2/9? Can you review that text about processing a claim for insurance? Does
Yeah,
that
I mean-
refresh your recollection?
Sure. It's one line of text that says, I dealt with Manulife, the claim is being processed. I think I maybe recall having to send them a death certificate as standard procedure for this kind of thing. But like when you say like make a claim, I just sent them a PDF and then they gave me the check to the door, right? I dealt with Manulife, the claim is being processed.
And that was when?
This says February 9th.
Okay. So 3 weeks after your dad died, you were somehow interacting with Manulife and you were relaying to Monica that Manulife was processing the claim.
That's correct, yeah. Now at this time as well, I want to add.
Well,
I
if
cannot.
I may, you
Oh,
can add. You
I
can
can add?
Yes.
Right now?
Yes.
Okay, sure. It was being suggested by Monica and everyone in my life to, be proactive about these matters. So yeah, definitely. Very here, exactly as it says on February 9th, I dealt with Manulife, the claim is being processed. Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
And in fact, after you were paid that life insurance, you at some point also learned that you were the beneficiary of a life insurance policy through your dad's company.
Through
correct?
MetLife, that's correct.
Okay. And you had a series of communications with your stepmom about the claim being filed for you, your sisters, your two half sisters, and Monica, correct?
I don't recall that. Can you repeat the question again?
During that time period, after you had been paid for the Manulife policy, I think you testified earlier that you had a series of conversations with Monica,
Yes.
not on the phone, but mostly text,
Yes.
about the claim being filed and processed for the policy your dad had at the company.
That's correct. That was all in relation to Monica wanting her portion to be paid out. I was not involved. I don't remember ever being involved in dealing with that red tape or with those claims with the MetLife check. Once again, it was one of those situations where I go to my door one day and there's a massive check here with my name on it. And then when I relate that to Monica as well, then there was a lot of frustration and coming on because she had not received hers.
Mr. Sementilli, am I correct that when you referred to those communications before and Ms. Silverman showed you pictures that Monica had sent to you of columns, portions of columns, those columns were for you and Jessica and Bella, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So there was communication about monies that you and Jessica Bella were expected to be received.
Yes, that's
correct?
correct. Yeah. Sorry, I got caught up on the making the claim language is what caught me up on the last one. But everything you just said is correct.
Okay. And did you send in any paperwork for the claim that was made on that policy that you and Jessica and Bella and Monica would receive?
I don't believe so. Again, it was one of those weird situations where I'm at home and to my door comes a check for $259,000. And I didn't know, I knew that something was to come. I didn't know when it was going to come. I had an idea of how much, thanks to this document that I saw 5-6 times. But yeah, it just kind of showed up one day. Yeah, I don't recall, yeah.
He's very adamant in trying to make everything bad about Monica, but it seems like Monica is the one who made sure you got yours. Luigi.
You testified earlier that when you received the money from Manulife, did I hear you say that you thought Monica was upset?
Yeah, whenever, it seemed to me that in general, whenever another beneficiary that was not Monica received money that was due to them, yeah, frustration, impatience would arise because she was being withheld from hers.
And when did that conversation take place?
Those sentiments, well, I don't know if I want to say a conversation took place, but we'll say whenever it was brought up that I got the MetLife, that the manual, whatever, it was, immediately the tone changed. It was like, when did you get it? How much was it? I wonder why they're not doing it for me. I'm going to have to reach out to them here. I've got a meeting with them on this day. It was a bunch of goings on.
So Monica, we already know she's a cheating hoe. We know that. We know that. But it seems like she took care of making sure the kids got theirs as soon as humanly possible. And she's trying to keep the house. She's trying to, one child is already in university to make sure she still can go to uni. One kid is in high school, needs to have that sorted out, needs to have a home. She was a stay-at-home mom, no income. And all of a sudden, there's no income to the entirety of the family. Does this mean that she mentioning it? You got yours. I wonder what's going to happen to our part or my part.
About her receiving hers, and that was going on for months. So naturally, when someone came in and said, "Hey, I got mine," frustration occurred. Yeah.
And are you saying that took place in the conversation when she learned that you had gotten the payment from Manulife?
That was one of the, for sure. That was definitely a watershed, one of those moments. Yes, it was an emblematic moment.
Okay, but the first time you told her that you got the Manulife policy was on March 6th, correct?
Are we referring to the text messages
Yes.
again? Yep.
And you sent a text to Monica, correct?
Yes, right here.
And you said first insurance lump came tonight.
Mhm.
Did you?
Yes.
Okay. And you said feels weird seeing 6 digits there.
Mhm.
Okay.
I was a broke college student, so that was very weird. Yeah.
But Monica's reaction was she was happy for you.
So that's what the first line says. But then it's, then the rest of the message is just like, things are not good on my end. I haven't gotten my thing yet. That's basically the gist of this. Is things are taking much longer here, but hopefully,
yeah.
But sure, what else is she going to say? I'm not happy for you.
Mr. Sementilli, I just want to be fair. You said to Monica, Monica said to you in reaction to receiving a text where you told her you would receive the Manulife policy.
Mhm.
Monica responded, it looks like within a couple of minutes, and she responded, "Good for you, Luigi. I'm so happy."
Mhm. Yeah.
That's how she responded, correct?
It's in, here in front of both of us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Sementilli, in fact, in your communications with Monica, which you say were mostly in text after that, between March and June of 2017, there were a number of times where you asked her to give you a status on the insurance, correct?
Sure.
You a number of times reached out and asked, has there been any progress?
Yes.
What's happening?
Yep.
And she responded to you,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
So it wasn't Monica just reaching out to you about insurance. You were actually initiating contact with her to ask about the status of life insurance.
That's right, because she was my family member who was saying to me that she was on hard times financially speaking. So this was the bulk of her headaches and frustration she was dealing with at the time, was trying to get this life insurance for her. So naturally, I'm going to check in. And when I do, I'm going to say, what's the latest? How are things going? What's the red tape you're dealing with today? Have you received what's due to you yet? So yes, into that end, I did say that. Yeah.
You talked earlier, Mr. Sementilli, about your dad being cremated.
Mhm.
And I just wanted to be clear, did you not tell other family members, your Aunt Morella specifically, that your dad had wanted to be cremated?
Did I tell them?
Yeah.
No, because I did not know that to be true.
Okay. So as you testify here today, you didn't know, you'd never spoken to your dad about what his wishes were or what he wanted should he pass away?
No, not to my knowledge. And there was never, no, he never said definitively, nor was it written down in any, last will or anything like that. I don't ever recall having a conversation with my dad where he says, yes, I absolutely need to be cremated. I don't recall ever having a conversation like that.
And you never had a conversation with your dad at any time about what he did want or not want, correct?
We probably talked about death more than the average father-son relationship, but I can't recall anywhere, on my heart where it says, my dad said this to me and he was very serious about it. I don't have that anywhere there. So
Okay.
yeah. So I suppose the answer is no, I don't. Yeah.
I appreciate your honesty. And you also talked about, Mr. Sementilli, some event where Monica was in town for one of the memorial services and you went to a bank to look at a safety deposit box. Is
Yes.
that right? Is that correct?
Yes, we went to the TD Bank safe deposit box.
Okay. When was that?
I believe that would have been end of February, perhaps sometime in March. It's when they had visited. It may have been around, perhaps leading up to Easter time, around then.
So Easter time would be March or April?
Something to that. It was around that time. Yeah.
And did you know your dad had any safety deposit box?
Did I know? No, I didn't.
So it was Monica who told you that he had a safety deposit box?
Yeah, she said we're coming here to close some accounts that we have left in Canada, including a safety deposit box that we're not sure what we're going to find inside of it.
Okay. And she invited you to go with her, correct?
She said, "Do you want to tag along?" Yeah.
And you decided to tag along. And Mr. Sementilli, it was you who at some point discussed with Monica about your dad having a second family or a secret life?
No, those thoughts would never have crossed my mind. That came from Monica.
Okay. But you went with her?
Yep.
And you opened the safety deposit box?
Mhm.
You saw her open it?
Yes.
How was it opened? I shouldn't presume. How was it
How
opened?
was it
Yeah.
opened? I believe an employee led us into the back. They opened the larger door, full of a room with many small lock boxes, opened it up and showed us inside.
And there was nothing in it?
It was empty.
And then you described at some point a conversation you had with Monica at the Woodbridge house. That's her mom's house.
Mhm. Yep. That's right.
And who was there?
It was just me and her having this conversation.
Okay.
It was on the porch.
On the porch, separate from the family.
That's right.
And that's where you say she discussed with you about some stock options.
That's correct.
And did you talk with her about what any of those were worth at the time?
Yes. So I was told that stock options were going to be liquidated to the tune of about $100,000. And I was asked to relinquish my portion of that, of what was due to me, because of the financial struggles And also because I was due to receive so much more than my half-sisters that it seemed like the equitable thing to do as well.
And so you did that, correct?
I did not, no.
You didn't do that.
So at the time, in that conversation, I said, yeah, sure, I have no problem with that. But I never heard about it again. I never signed anything. I never.
So you received a lot more than your siblings. A lot more. You mentioned to them you had the intent to help them out. And then you didn't. How about that?
I don't know where that money is. If it's, yeah, I don't know. I never heard about it again, but that conversation happened. Yeah.
So the truth is that Monica never again brought it up with you, correct?
That specific thing, I'm not sure, but issues of money came up again. Just whether or not that plan was executed, no, I don't believe so.
Well, you know so, right? It was never executed, correct? You never gave up options that were due and entitled to you, correct?
That's correct. We had other conversations about money, but in terms of that specific plan and its execution, it was not executed, to my knowledge.
And you never turned over any money from what you were receiving from your dad's benefits, life insurance, or anything else to Monica,
That's
correct?
correct. I never physically handed over any money. I had only agreed to in that one conversation, verbally.
Yeah. I usually say that verbal contracts are worth the paper it's written on, because unless you have evidence, it's worthless. If Monica is getting acquitted, she could theoretically go after it.
And you were with Monica for a number of occasions memorializing your dad during this period after he was killed?
You'd have to tell me which events you're talking about specifically.
Well, you were not at all of the events?
I'd have to see a list of them all to determine which I was at and which I
Okay,
was not.
okay. After your dad died, there was an event in Los Angeles at a funeral home, a memorial.
Yep. Was that in February?
Uh-huh.
I was at that one, yeah.
And then Monica flew back with your dad's body to Canada, correct?
That's right.
And you were at the event in Canada with her?
The viewings and the funeral there, yes.
Okay. And then Monica returned again on the 1 month anniversary of your dad's death for a mass, correct?
Okay.
Did you go to that?
Yeah, yes, I believe so. I think that was at Queen of Heaven too. Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Queen of Heaven, yeah, sorry.
Okay. And then you saw Monica after that, how many times?
I think it was when I remember there was an Easter visit. I think the Easter visit was the last time. Yeah.
And you spoke earlier about you ended up taking your dad's Rolex. Do you recall that testimony? You have your dad's Rolex?
I do. I was given my dad's Rolex, yeah.
And you were given that by Monica?
That's correct.
And she gave that to you when you were down at the home after his death?
That's correct. The first time, as soon as I saw her in person for the first time, she had the Rolex in her hand and gave it to me.
And Morello, your aunt, was there?
My Aunt Morella was there along with the rest of our family, yes.
Okay. And you, Morello's sons, Fabio's nephews were there?
Yes.
And there was a discussion about things that the nephews might want of Fabio's?
I don't know. I wasn't part of those conversations, I think. I'm not, yeah. So
Okay.
I guess I'm not gonna speculate on that.
But you, Mr. Sementilli, were there when Monica presented you Fabio's Rolex.
That's right, the one he was wearing when he was murdered, yeah.
And you, in fact, asked to take a few other items from Fabio's.
I
things.
did, yeah. So
Okay.
I wasn't sure when I would be back next, and that's all I would have from him, right? So those items are still, highly precious items to me.
And that
His
was
scarf,
mainly-
his shoes.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. And that was meaningful to you.
To be able to get some last items from my dad, who was taken away from me very brutally, yes, that was very meaningful.
Lunch and recess until 1:30. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess.
But he's saying it in a very harsh tone, and he's saying very much, but everything he's saying is that she made sure he was taken care of. And I'll keep getting back to the fact that he actually didn't believe his mother was involved, or that Monica was involved, until the cops told him everything about their theory before they interviewed him. Instead of, sir, we need to hold an interview with you to make sure they got his unbiased opinion. They made sure they fed him their opinion, their narrative, their speculation, their theory, and then they interviewed him. That, I can't believe that's being allowed in. His entire testimony should not be here.
Now then, the admonition as always applies not to discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else before expressing opinions of the cause when I submit it to you. Have a good lunch.
Okay, let's get back through the magic of recap. I understand him, why he desperately wants this. But what I am wondering if, does he have a civil suit going against Monica?
Also present, good afternoon. We're keeping an update on what's going on. I received another advisory. It didn't say anything different than yesterday. I'm laughing because the traffic may be impeded. I'm sure you found out, like I did, by accident and by surprise, that the on-ramps were closed yesterday on the way home. As far as I know, they still may be closed. I don't know what's going to happen later. Esther is keeping track on any notifications. I'll let you know if there's anything that we need to discuss. If you see her running out screaming, then it's an issue that we're going to have to discuss. Mr. Sementilli, you're still under oath, and Ms. Burke, you may continue.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sementilli. Just a few more questions. Earlier, you testified that after your dad was killed, most of the communication you had with Monica was by text message. Is that right? And you testified that the majority of those communications were about insurance, you said. Is that correct?
About money.
Okay. But isn't it true, Mr. Sementilli, that you communicated with Monica over that period of months? I think we're talking about between January and June of 2017 about a number of different subjects.
There were other subjects in there as well, yeah.
And you repeatedly sent her text messages telling her you loved her? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yes.
And you sent her a number of text messages about after you received the payout on the insurance in March that you purchased a new car?
Mm-hmm. I started driving just that year. So yeah, I was able to get a car.
And you purchased.
You started driving that in 2017 at age, that's 8 years ago, at age 24. Okay. So your stepmother made sure you had money to get a driver's license and a car.
A new car in March?
It wasn't a new car, but I purchased a car in March,
okay.
Yeah.
And you texted her about everything to do with taking your driving test. I think you were taking it a couple of times and how challenging that was. And
yes, I failed the first time. Thank you. Yeah.
I didn't say that. And you also were appreciative that Monica was continuing to pay some of your bills, your phone bill.
No, I think at that time I was already paying my own phone bill.
Okay. Am I correct that before Fabio was killed, they, meaning Monica and Fabio, were paying some of your bills?
That's right. Yeah. When I was on Bell Mobility, they were paying my bills when I was a student. But post-murder, it was around that time that I made my own account with Fido, who I've been with since then.
But you were thanking her for paying your bills? in your text messages?
I don't recall that text message being sent. I'm appreciative when family helps me out. So at that time, it sounds like something I would have said. Yeah.
As part of the communications after your dad was killed?
So that part is I'm a little bit foggy on, because it was around the same time that it was no longer being paid for me. So to use that as an example is what's kind of throwing me off.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But they were paying your bills?
Yes, they helped me. My dad, they helped me with a lot of stuff, tuition, phone bills. Yeah.
And during those communications between...
So again, so Monica knew, since Fabio weren't still around, you would still need help. Hence, helped you with the insurance, made sure you had the money to continue your education. Does that sound like the money-hungry bee she is? Yeah, I mean, he's been taken care of his entire life. Yes, I wish they would ask him, did you have a job during university? Or was everything paid for you? Is that part of the resentment, Luigi, that you now have to pay for yourself?
In the end of January and June, you were also asking Monica about progress in the investigation and had questions about what the police had learned about who killed your dad, correct?
That's right. Correct.
And you testified earlier, Mr. Sementilli, that anytime a beneficiary was paid out, I think your testimony was that Monica got upset. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah. So whenever news of a beneficiary receiving something that was not her and she got wind of it, yes, frustration, surprise, absolutely. I just don't want to mince words with upset versus some other thing. But yes, there was surprise, there was frustration because she had not received her portion. Yeah.
Okay, but as we discussed earlier, when you got paid out on the policy that was just for you on March 6th, you informed Monica of that and she immediately texted you back, good for you, Luigi, I'm so happy, correct?
Sustained.
She didn't express upset at that news of you being a beneficiary.
It is cumulative, Council.
Thank you. I'll move on. And am I correct, Mr. Sementilli, that there were no other times that a beneficiary was paid out after that until July of 2017?
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is called speculation.
That's form sustained and also form counsel is testifying.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll ask you, Mr. Sementilli. Can you tell me another single instance after that exchange with Monica about being happy you had gotten paid out? Was there a single other exchange with Monica Sementilli about a beneficiary having been paid out and Monica expressing upset?
Discussions about it, yes. But in terms of, was it an instance that was spurred on by an additional beneficiary receiving some additional amount? That I'm not sure. But other discussions about the life insurance that
you were quite certain that there were other beneficiaries paid out. And now you're not.
had been paid out to the beneficiaries, for example, myself, and to the fact that she had not received hers. Multiple discussions were had about this topic.
In fact, no one else had received any monies from the policy from your dad's work, correct, during this period?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Were you aware, did you have any understanding that any monies had been paid out from your dad's work policy?
Same objection.
That was a call for hearsay. Sustained on that ground.
Mr. Sementilli,
that
am
hearsay
I
is not
correct
allowed.
that you received no payout from your dad's life insurance policy with his work between March of 2017 and July of 2017?
I received the $150,000 from Manulife, and then I received an additional $259,000 from MetLife. That was related to the work. I think, is that what you're referring to?
That is.
Yes. So both of those were received in 2017.
Okay. And the MetLife policy, which was your dad's work policy, You did not receive that until July,
Until after Monica was arrested.
after Monica was arrested.
That's correct.
And I think, as you said, you received $150,000 Canadian from the Manu Life policy. That was in March, correct?
Your Honor, would that is cumulative again?
It is.
And can you tell me the total amount that you received from your dad's life insurance?
Yep. So again, the first check, I said this already, but the first check was 150,000 Canadian. Second check, 259,000 American.
And Mr. Sementilli, when you met with the detectives that first time, or you were interviewed the first time, I should say, after Monica was arrested, you made clear to them, did you not, that you believed that Monica had ruined your family before your dad was killed, separate from her being arrested or anything to do with the allegations, correct?
Sure. Whenever someone goes through that situation as a young person, they're always going to hold a little bit of resentment towards the figures in their life that broke up what they
That's not a little resentment. That's being an ass.
were promised, right? Happy, full home life. So yeah, there's a little bit of that rock of resentment between step parents and stepchildren.
And you specifically told the detectives it was because of your dad's affair with Monica. That was the reason that broke up your parents' marriage.
Goes the bias, overruled.
Did you hear me?
Can you try to repeat the question?
Yeah, you specifically told those detectives, in referring to Monica ruining your family, that it was because Monica and your dad had had an affair which caused the end of your parents' marriage.
That's right.
Okay, nothing further.
Dun, dun, da. There it is. He blamed Monica the entire time. So, here's the thing. Everybody has been yelling at Monica for being unfaithful. Well, guess what? Fabio had Monica was Fabio's affair partner, which means Fabio was a cheating hoe as well. Ta-da! But Luigi here is blaming everything on Monica.
Did you read right?
Yes, thank you.
I see here asking why no one else didn't get paid. It will be speculation. Exactly. But to my understanding, through the previous testimonies, previous days in this trial, nobody got their part in life insurance until the work stuff was paid out to Fabio or to Luigi and his sisters. So when he's explaining as, oh, there was resentment every time somebody got a payment, it was one payment to 3 people from the work insurance. And then there's one more to Luigi through the Canadian insurance. So there couldn't have been all of these other payments. Could it? Yeah. Yeah, this was and I assure you, the cops knew about the resentment. They've been following them around and everything. So they played his resentment. That is why they called him in the middle of the night and gave him all the details of their theory of this case. Unrecorded. And then they called him for the interview once they have fed him all of it to make sure they got the information they needed. Wednesday says, this guy reminds me of Paul O'Keefe. Tunnel vision after the cops spoke with him. Yep.
I'm showing you what defense counsel was asking you about in terms of a text message that was dated March 6th of 2017.
Yeah,
You
let's
said
listen to this.
after the initial portion where the defendant said, good for you, I'm so happy, she went on to say other things. That would be what we see here, correct?
That's correct.
Things here are taking much longer, but hopefully soon we will know more. So in this, she was talking about her own portion as you've been discussing with us today.
In this case, the evidence,
So-
and is testifying.
It's not testifying, but it is one of our conclusions.
Of the life insurance proceeds, correct?
That's correct. The rest of the message is all about the various red tapes and back and forths that took place over months, that this is part of what's been communicated here.
And although you said you didn't have to fill out or make a claim, in this particular text message, the defendant's telling you that she thought that both MetLife and Cigna would call you to have you fill out some forms.
Correct.
And that her lawyer is trying to expedite this process.
That's right.
So she knew that you wouldn't. Even when it meant over close to $250,000 US dollars. You still wouldn't do it yourself. So she made sure it happened for you.
The first time that you spoke with...
Yeah, I'm not interested anymore. Let's go to the next one. Who is this guy?
You can please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now taken before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat and stand. And for the record, say spell your first and last name, please.
Salvatore Maseri, Salvatore, Maseri, Mausceri.
Thank you, Honor. Sir, can you please tell us how it is that you're employed?
I am currently employed by a company called Essilor Luxottica.
What kind of company is that?
Eyewear company.
And did you fly in from the East Coast to testify in this case?
I did.
Prior to your position at Essilor, were you a CEO?
Yes, I was the managing director or the general manager of Wella.
What kind of company is Wella?
It is a beauty hair care company focused on the professional industry, being salons and stylists primarily.
Approximately how many years were you so employed with Wella?
About 13 years, Procter & Gamble, Wella, and then eventually Coty.
Okay, so initially it was Wella.
Yeah, so this is his boss. Let's move on to cross-examination. See what this do. Okay, asking about life insurance. Okay, January 24th.
One of the things that you approved was that paying Fabio's salary for 6 months through June?
Yes, I'm aware that Henry had put together a program to continue his salary for 6 months.
Okay.
These are photos generally of what?
They are photographs of the May 22nd memorial. The bottom left corner, know where it's from?
This looks like it's from the memorial.
The Weller Memorial on
Yes.
May 22nd?
Yes.
Showing you the exhibit, and do you recognize the individuals that you see here?
Yes.
Still,
Page 6 in the bottom.
wait, what did it say?
Subsequent to the defendant's arrest, were you interviewed by?
Yes.
Let's see, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Majori.
Good afternoon.
You described earlier 5 or 10 different times over the course of your relationship with Fabio prior to his being killed, where you and your wife would spend time with Fabio and Monica at their home. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one of those was you spent time with them at Thanksgiving in the fall of 2016. Is that right?
No, 2014.
2014.
Thanksgiving 2014.
2014. Okay. And you did you spend any time at the home with them in 2016?
I don't recall if we did. It would have been myself. I think we might have gone there once or twice after work.
Okay.
Probably not with, I don't think my wife and myself in 2016, but for sure me and maybe people from work.
And when you would go to their home with people after work, what would happen?
We would gather outside by the pool area. Normally there would be music on and we would just talk and he'd barbecue or have cigars.
And would you see Monica when you came over?
She would come in and out. Yeah.
Okay. And I think you've previously told police the interviews you've had that as a couple that Monica appeared to you to be a devoted wife. Is that?
I think especially in 2014, 2015, that's when I saw them together more than anything else. And yes, everything seemed super normal.
Okay. And then you said that there was one instance in 2016 that the prosecutor asked if you found unusual regarding you feeling like Fabio was not as engaged as he normally was.
Both of them were not, yes.
Both of them were not engaged. And when you say not engaged, your observation was they were not participating as much in the activities?
They were not engaging with other members of the leadership team, either together as a couple or individually, the way we did in prior events.
The way you had seen them engaged
Yes,
previously?
yes.
I understand.
Yeah.
And other than these 5 or 10 times that you socialized, for want of a better word, with Monica and Fabio, everything else that you saw was work-related with them?
Yes.
These trips that you talked about?
Yeah, mostly yes.
These trendsetter trips. And these trips were, I think you said recognition and benefits that Fabio would receive as part of his employment with the company, correct?
No, it wasn't necessarily for Fabio. It was more for other people in the organization. Fabio being part of the leadership team, he would go because he had a large organization, along with myself and others within my lead team as hosts.
Okay. And when you say he would go, was the company hosting as well the family members, Monica?
The spouses were included in the trendsetters, yes.
Okay. And that's part of the benefit from his employment, correct?
Yeah, it was the program that we had. Yes. Sure.
Understood. Okay. And drawing your attention to the day that Fabio was killed. I think you mentioned before that you had gotten a call on the day before on the 22nd, where Fabio had indicated that he was going to be out at a medical procedure the next day. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And am I also correct? You then received a text message from him the next day telling you he was at that medical procedure.
What objections do you say?
No, that's a rule.
He said, I'm alive, sent me one of these emojis, and he said everything went well or something like that. So yes, he basically suggested that he had the procedure, everything went well, and he was now home.
And when you say suggested, am I correct? You later learned that he wasn't at a medical procedure.
I
Object that we assume facts, not evidence, and call for speculation here.
Sustain on all three grounds.
Did you later have an understanding from information you received that Fabio was not at a medical procedure on that Monday?
Same objection.
Sustain.
Mr.
No.
Cherry, when you
Prosecution has been allowed to speculate widely during case in chief, but this, Fabio lying about where he is,
learned that Fabio had been killed, I think you testified earlier, you grabbed a few people and went over to the house, correct?
yes,
And you had a brief encounter with Monica?
yes,
Okay. And I think you said you hugged her, correct?
I think so. Yes,
She looked devastated,
yes,
distraught.
yes.
And how long do you think you were at the house?
15 minutes, maybe. Not long, I don't think.
And I'm assuming, tell me if I'm wrong, but at no time did Monica Sementilli ever talk to you or try to talk to you about anything to do with the company or life insurance. Is that correct?
I did not have any direct conversations with Monica regarding life insurance.
And when you describe all these text messages you got from Deborah Obad, am I correct? It was Deborah Obad who initiated text messages with you, not Monica.
Correct.
And at one point, Deborah says the information she's getting is for Monica, but you, as you sit here, have no idea, or at the time had no idea, whether Monica had asked Deborah Obad to do anything, correct?
Absolutely correct.
And in fact, Mr. Mocheri, you at some point were very frustrated because it felt like to you that Deborah Obad was trying to insert herself into the situation. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And you, again, believe she was being very aggressive trying to get information.
she was insistent, borderline aggressive. Yes,
And at no time in these text messages you received, did you ever receive a text message from Monica Sementilli about any life insurance in the text messages?
correct.
And you then talk about, I think you testified earlier, that you even saw Deborah Obad at the house the next day?
Yes,
Okay. And you had conversations with Deborah Obad?
yes,
And you made clear to her that a family member needed to speak to someone about these matters?
I made it clear that it would be Henry Meyer or someone from the HR organization, and either directly with Monica and or a family member.
The prosecutor asked you about a series of memorial events for Fabio. And you testified that you saw Monica at those events?
I saw her at a couple of events,
Okay.
yes.
Were there any events you didn't see Monica that were a tribute?
As I recall, the one in Canada prior to the Mirror Awards.
Do you know when that was?
It would have been the very end of May, I think.
Okay. And that was one put on by the company?
Yes,
And is it your testimony she wasn't there, or you just didn't see her there?
I don't recall her being there.
Fair enough. And all of these tributes that your company put on, that Wella put on, am I right that Wella offered to pay for those events without any request or demand by Monica Sementilli. Is that right?
The tributes were part of official events. The only tribute that was specific to Fabio was the tented tribute in Woodland Hills. That's the only one that was a official Fabio tributed event. The rest were all official trade or company events where we did a tribute for Fabio within the events.
I see. But the only one that was specifically for Fabio, Monica attended.
Yes.
Okay. And the company paid for it, not as a result of Monica asking or demanding that the company pay for anything, correct?
Right. Correct.
And Monica, in fact, never asked that the company pay for any of these things that you went through. Am I correct to you?
I would, yes, correct.
She didn't pay. She didn't ask to have catering paid for by the company?
Again, I don't know the details of how that came about. I know that I authorized our company to support whatever was needed, but I don't know how it came about specifically.
Very good. And you spoke earlier about the company doing things because it was an exceptional situation. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
And am I correct also that the decision made by your company to extend Fabio's salary for 6 months was a highly unusual decision for the company to have made?
Yes.
And it wasn't anything that would have been expected or known that the company would do prior to his death. Is that right?
I think that's correct, yes.
Okay. And Monica Sementilli never asked at any time you to consider extending Fabio's salary for 6 months.
I'm not aware of how it came about.
Okay, but she never asked you
Not
that.
me, no.
And you never had, in fact, any conversations with Monica Sementilli about any of Fabio's benefits or life insurance of the company.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything from other people?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You are excused.
Okay.
We're gonna turn early. I want to make sure you get home. If everything's okay outside, I didn't see anything. Of course, I don't have much of a vision outside my window, but there'll be an adjournment till tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Okay, with that, we are just a day behind. But I've been going on for over 5 hours. I need to attend the farm. Monday, this is California. So Monday, I will start at my usual time, 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. Then we will go until with day 7. Because then, oh Christ, we are okay. We are 2 days behind. Oh, well, we will catch up eventually. But we learned today that Fabio was a cheating hoe as well. Monica was the woman he had an affair with that broke up his marriage. And his son blames Monica. Excuse me, Luigi. Fabio was the married one. And he went to Monica. Yeah. So we have a case here where both the deceased and the accused are cheating hoes. And I don't know if this is statistical or anything, but for me, once a cheater, always a cheater. That's just me. So, everybody, thank you all for showing up for this recap. We managed to get a bunch of days. We managed to get through a bunch of days, and we will continue. Well, not Monday. Monday is the ASAP Rocky trial. ASAP Rocky trial. Sorry, I suddenly forgot. Yeah. So Monday is ASAP Rocky trial again, and so that will be interesting to see how that develops. This trial, the California versus Monica Sementilli, I will continue to have updates, recaps, or stuff. And then once the ASAP Rocky trial ends, we will go full on into this one again. All right. So thank you for being here. Thank you for allowing me to do this. Thank you for hitting that thumbs up. Thank you for subscribing if you still haven't. Thank you over at Rumble. Thank you over at X. And I will see you back here Monday for the ASAP Rocket trial. Thank you. See ya. Bye-bye.
Against the void, grasp the twisted threads of truth, laughing in the face of chaos, burning knowledge like a ruthless youth. Complex thoughts dance in the fire, cynics grin with a wisecrack's ire, fighting shadows with sharpened wits, baring teeth in a world unfit. We're the one with biting charm, heart and brain a lethal arm, stand unshaken, minds collide, laughing with the storm inside. We're the one with biting charm, heart and brain a lethal arm.